Testing, testing, testing. Well, we'll see in a second if this new thing works. Okay, hey Cammy. You have to let me know if you can hear me. I'm using my son's new headphones, so I don't know. I think you can. You can. Okay. Let me see if you can hear this. His sound just kind of screwed up at the beginning, but can you hear the courtroom? You can. Oh my God, look at this new setup. So Scott set all this up for Jace last weekend. So I guess it's pretty good. Oh, you'll hear the chair squeak. Okay, so I did a little poll on the community post, and I know that some people have never heard of Nancy. My goodness. It's probably one of my all-time favorite trials. She is quite a character. So what I was going to do is play opening statements. So we'd do opening statements, a couple of key points from the trial, and then her on the stand. Nancy was married to a gentleman. We're not going to get too much into the details, but you've never seen anybody like Miss Nancy Brophy. She's something. Oh, Cammy, I'm so happy to hear that. That is so great. Congratulations, 9 pounds. And good morning, everybody. Good morning, good morning, good morning. And we don't have a trial to listen to right now, so I just figured I was trying to find an interesting one. I was thinking about it while I was driving Jace to school. This is by far one of the best trials. And I think a lot of people didn't see it because it was during COVID. So it was while everything was still going on. You'll see a lot of people in here with masks and stuff like that. So let's see here. Let me see. So I'm just putting up a little ticker. All right. Okay. And if you haven't seen it, like I said, you've never heard of it. Oh my gosh. Absolutely, of course. Oh, I gotta put it up here because I can't see you guys when I do that. All right. Of course. You guys will enjoy this, I'm telling you. Uh, it's quite a trial. So let me try something else. See if when I mute, if you can still hear him speaking, okay? Dan Brophy met Nancy Crampton when Miss Crampton moved to Oregon and enrolled. So when I was muted, could you hear or no? I can't tell. I'd have to put my my headphones back in. You can hear him while I'm muted. Okay. I'm so happy that you guys have not heard of this case. Seriously. And good morning, Kelly. Miss Beverly, in and out. I can hear him, but it would be so his sound, and if you guys can tell people that as they're coming in or whatever, his sound is screwed up in the beginning, but it gets better. It gets much better. uh, it's probably like the first 5 minutes. His sound is all screwed up, but I can show you, so you can hear it here, and then right around here, it gets much better. So. Oh, zero. This it is one of the most unbelievable cases when you hear about Dan and what a sweetheart Dan was, and then you hear how much Nancy loved him and how this case plays out, you're going to be floored. She's like listening to Daryl Brooks mixed with Molly Golightly mixed with who's somebody quite smart. I don't know. Pick somebody very smart and put them all together, and that's what you get. Okay, Cammy. I've never listened to anybody quite like Nancy Brophy before. She'll have you on the edge of your seat, I promise you. All right, so we're gonna start playing it. Okay, gavel. Gavel's very smart. I don't want to put that on gavel though. You'll see why. You will see why. Oh, it's very different. Yeah, Kelly, it is. It's a very different type of trial. And I figured, while we're waiting for other things to go on, we may as well watch some stuff together, And this one is a winner winner chicken dinner. You've got to see it. So, all right, without further ado, again, this little part will be sucky on the voice, but it gets very good very quickly. I did have a fantabulous fourth. Jace brought Scott out, Alex went out, and that was it. I never heard of this case. Oh, all right. Okay, you're gonna love it, I'm telling you. You guys are going to really like this case. And I only picked a few key parts. I picked opening statements, of course, some stuff on insurance policies, some stuff on a gun. I won't get any further into that yet because you really have to hear from her to understand it. So there's this one, and there's several other ones like this that I figured I could break up a bit and give you the most interesting pieces. And then if you'd like to watch it on your own, you could. So, hey ho. That this, I promise you, you won't regret listening to Miss Nancy. She's one of the ones, so I probably have, I don't know, 7 to 10 different trials that I just go back to and listen to. This is one of them because it's bonkers when you hear it. And I mean, Dan was extremely loved. So let's hear what the prosecution thinks happened. Then we'll hear what the defense thinks. And I have this in a playlist, so. And I'll be back to chat with you guys in a little while, okay? I'm going to mute myself and off we go.
And attended the Culinary Institute in the early 90s. Dan Brophy was her instructor. The two started dating, and within a couple of years, and enough convincing by Miss Crampton, the two were married by 1999. They bought their first house in 1999, and they lived in their modest home in a suburb of Portland until Dan's death in June of 2018. Although Dan Brophy had a child, now an adult, from a previous marriage, Dan Brophy and now Nancy Brophy never had any children. They also did not have anyone in their lives when Dan died that depended on the Brophies financially. Over the years, Nancy worked as a caterer. She sold life insurance and life insurance products or other insurance products. but she also wrote romance novels. Nancy wrote and published several books over the years. None of them really led to much financial success. As time went by, Nancy seemed to focus more on selling insurance. While that's going on, Dan Brophy continued his employment at the Oregon Culinary Institute. He worked at other culinary schools over the years, but at the time of his death, he was working at the Oregon Culinary Institute. He was a lead chef instructor there, but he also had other employment at a care facility called Avamere, where he was a cook as a favor to a friend who needed some help in the kitchen. On the surface, the Brophies appeared to their friends and family to be a couple in love who were entering the next stage in life. After leading what Nancy would later tell detectives was a simple life. To Dan Brophy, that simple life was raising chickens and tending to a garden where he grew spices. And he would take these spices to school and sell them to his students for a pretty nominal price. Dan was content with Nancy running the household, as Dan Brophy would refer to Nancy as management, a role that Nancy Brophy gladly accepted. The financial struggles really began to develop in 2016 as the two struggled to pay their site on November 27, 2000 range out off of Highway 26 towards the Oregon coast. 2 days later, forensic evidence will show that Nancy was again searching videos regarding Glock 19 ghost guns. Apparently unable to complete the build of the ghost gun kit, Nancy Brophy once again returned to her online research, where she searched for gun shops in the Portland area. And on February 15, 2018, she was searching for a Portland Expo gun show. On February 17th, Nancy visited the Portland Expo gun show, alone, while Dan Brophy was at work at the Culinary Institute. At the gun show, instead of the Glock 19 9mm, like she had purchased from Ghost Guns, this time she purchased a completed Glock 17 9mm. And the seller gave Nancy Brophy written directions on the back of the receipt to a public gun range out off of Highway 26 towards the Oregon coast. 2 days later, forensic evidence will show that Nancy was again searching for a Glock 17 for sale online. That search took Nancy to eBay, where she set up an eBay account and started shopping for a Glock 17 slide and barrel. By February 23rd, Nancy had won an auction for a Glock 17 slide and barrel. That slide and barrel arrived at Nancy's home on February 28, 2018. Shortly after that, Nancy deleted her eBay account. Investigators determined that the slide and barrel that Nancy Brophy had purchased from eBay would fit perfectly on the lower frame of the gun that she had purchased from the gun show. You'll hear from forensic scientist Leland Samuelson in this case, who will tell you that the slide and barrel is what leaves what he will call tool marks on the shell casings when bullets are fired from a gun. And that it is the comparison of shell casings fired from the same slide and barrel that would result in a match. He will tell you that if you shoot a gun and then swap the slide and barrel, the shell casings markings would not be a match on comparison. Evidence will show you that Nancy possibly attempted to use the ghost gun slide and barrel, ghost gun slide and barrel, to swap out with the gun show slide and barrel. And that she possibly just made a mistake. See, the Glock 19 and the Glock 17, both 9mm firearms, look incredibly similar. In fact, the only difference in the two guns is that one of them has a slightly shorter barrel. By the time Nancy Brophy could have realized that she could not use the ghost gun slide and barrel on the gun show gun, she turned to the internet to find another slide and barrel that could replace the gun show gun slide and barrel. As I said, that eBay slide and barrel that she purchased would fit on the gun that she purchased from the gun show. And that eBay purchase that slide and barrel that she purchased, that is the only firearm or firearm part that law enforcement did not uncover in this investigation, despite the fact that they executed search warrants on Nancy Brophy's home, her public storage unit, and the 2 pods that she rented for storage. Leland Samuelson will conclude that Nancy Brophy did not use the slide and barrel from the ghost gun in this homicide, nor did she use the slide and barrel that came with the gun that she purchased from the gun show. However, since law enforcement was unable to recover the slide and barrel that she purchased on eBay, Leland Samuelson is prevented from doing a comparison to that slide and barrel. Now, by February 28th, once the eBay slide and barrel had arrived, Nancy had everything she needed at that point to carry out and conceal the murder, except the experience of shooting a firearm. After returning from a short trip in mid-March, Nancy got up on a Monday morning and started researching how to load a Glock 9mm. She found herself on YouTube that morning, with access to numerous videos instructing the viewer on how to load Glock 9mm. Later that same morning, after she was done with her research, Nancy's phone can then be tracked leaving her and Dan Brophy's home in Beaverton and heading westbound on Highway 26. Now, Nancy's phone in the past has made the same journey, as it appears that Nancy would frequent the Oregon coast. However, on March 26th, Nancy Brophy's phone does not go all the way to the coast. Instead, it stops somewhere along the way, and cell site evidence will show you that Nancy's phone was hitting off of a tower that serviced that same public shooting range that had been provided directions by the gun broker from the gun show. Now, it doesn't appear that morning that she had much time to even shoot that morning before she had to return to Portland for lunch. However, Nancy returned to that same area the very next morning on March 27, 2018. And it appears that she did remain in the area long enough in order for somebody to fire a gun. You're going to hear about how this range is set up, how it's public and open, and that you simply just have to drive up a gravel road, park on the side, get out, and begin shooting downrange without any need to interact with anyone. Both of these trips that she took up there on the 26th and 27th were both done while Dan Brophy was at work at the Oregon Culinary Institute. Now, by June 2nd, Nancy had purchased the necessary firearms and parts to carry out and conceal the murder, as well as now had an opportunity to practice with the gun and further educate herself online about the assembly, disassembly, and cleaning of a Glock. Nancy left her home early that Saturday morning on June 2nd, and is first seen on surveillance video downtown near the Oregon Culinary Institute at about 6:39 a.m. You'll see heading here eastbound on Jefferson, minivan being driven by Nancy Brophy. She is then seen on numerous cameras around the area of the Oregon Culinary Institute. You'll get to see all of those videos. She's seen on several of those videos until she's finally seen coming down Columbia, turning onto 17th at about 7:08. She's not seen again on camera until 7:28. I believe the evidence will show you that she remained within this area during that time, between 7:08 and 7:28. Otherwise, she would have been caught on the various other cameras leaving the area. Now at 7:20, we can see Dan Brophy coming into town near the Oregon Culinary Institute. And this is the view of that camera up this way at Jefferson. See a white pickup truck coming into frame. That is the white pickup truck being driven by Dan Brophy. Now he turns 20th or 19th and comes in to the Oregon Culinary Institute from that direction. Dan parks his truck on 17th Avenue, right near Jefferson, right in front of the Culinary Institute. You'll see his white pickup truck on the picture on the left. That is a picture taken from the crime scene. Again, that's where he's parked, right in front of the Culinary Institute. I'm going to take the picture on the right up on the screen. This is just a Google Map image of the Culinary Institute. But what you can see, I'll stand up here. There's a man door there and a roll-up garage door, both that go into the Culinary Institute. Oh, thank you. A lot easier. And what we know is at 7:22 a.m. 30 seconds, Dan enters through this door, disables the alarm. He's the first person there that morning. And once he goes in, he goes around and he opens that roll-up door. Here on Exhibit 1, you'll see this is the layout of the Culinary Institute. It's a large building that takes up this whole portion of the block in that area. This is that side door that I talked about Mr. Brophy entering. Side door on 17. His car being parked somewhere, his pickup being parked somewhere over here. This is that roll-up door that you can see in the photo over there. Again, that door was now open sometime after 7:22 a.m. That door open, Mr. Brophy is able to unload some larger objects from his pickup and easily carry them inside. Now at that time, Nancy Brophy would have had the opportunity to walk through this roll-up door and enter a building that she had been to several times in the past. A building that she was very familiar with, knowing the layout, knowing that there were no cameras inside or out, and even knowing the other employees' schedules. That allowed Ms. Brophy the opportunity to enter through the storeroom, navigate the labyrinth that is the Oregon Culinary Institute, and find Dan in the very back of the school, Kitchen 1. Dan was standing at a sink, a commercial sink. He was filling up the ice and water buckets as he did every day for the students. He would have had his back door that Nancy Brophy likely entered into. Standing about right here. Nancy shot him first in the back. Penetrating his spine, piercing through his heart. After Dan fell onto his back, possibly paralyzed from the first shot, Nancy fired one more round into his chest, also piercing through Dan's heart. The medical examiner concluded that either shot could have been fatal. 2 9mm shell casings were recovered from the scene near Dan's body. Those 2 shell casings had consistent markings, as you'll hear from Leland Samuelson, as if they were fired from a Glock. Minutes later, at 7:28 a.m., Nancy can be seen once again on surveillance video, turning off of 17th Avenue, in front of the Culinary Institute, and onto Jefferson. She drives out of town toward her home. Nancy is then seen around her home a short time later by neighbors. They noted that she seemed distressed and kind of frantic. Nancy Brophy was claiming that she was looking for her dogs that had gotten out. However, the neighbors did not see any dogs. Nancy eventually returned home. The first call that morning came in at 9:54 a.m. from a good friend of Nancy's and Dan's, Maxine Bourgearding. Miss Bourgearding told Nancy that something had happened at the Oregon Culinary Institute, and there was a lot of police down there. Miss Brophy gets off the phone with Miss Bourgearding, and she calls Dan Brophy's phone 2 times. She also sends a text. She never tried to call him or text him again. Nancy Brophy then speaks to Miss Bourgearding several times, calling each other back and forth for about the next 10 minutes. Nancy Brophy then calls Karen Brophy. That's Dan Brophy's mother. As Miss Brophy explains to Karen Brophy that something has happened, Karen Brophy becomes concerned and asks why Nancy Brophy is not going to the Culinary Institute, why she has not left her house. And Nancy Brophy said something along the lines of, because there's going to be too much police activity down there. Short time later, Nancy Brophy did decide to finally drive down to the Culinary Institute. She arrived down there at about 10:28 a.m. 20 minutes later, at 10:47 a.m., detectives conducted what they call a death notification. That is when there is a homicide of some sort, they will meet with the next of kin and explain that their loved one has died. The detectives recorded that death notification. And in that death notification, Nancy told detectives that she was home all morning. She even went on to explain the interactions that she had with Dan that morning.
And I was going to ask you, when you said Dan woke up, he's an early riser, has his routine, walks the dog, feeds the chickens. So this morning, did you wake up at the same time or after him, or how'd that go?
I didn't sleep well, and I don't know why I didn't sleep well, but I'm to that age. So I woke up when he came up for a shower. So that would have been 6:50, 6:45.
And you said because he was getting a shower, that's when you woke up? Okay.
And he used to shower downstairs.
And then, so after he got his shower this morning, though,
he didn't need a spotter.
Okay. So, and then when did you see him after that? Did you have breakfast with him? You know, I mean, what happened after that?
I didn't get out of bed.
Oh, you just kind of woke up and you were alert in bed?
Yeah, okay. And we have, our bedroom is an attic, and so the bathroom's right here, and so, you know, he got dressed and left.
Did he say, did you guys talk before he left or anything like that?
About the water leak.
About 7 minutes to that same conversation, the detectives finally broke the news to her.
I just want to let you know that, you know, we believe, you know, Dan, we believe it's Dan that has been killed. Okay.
Yeah, I got that when everybody gave me the sad sack look. Yeah.
The reaction that she kind of figured. Nancy went on to explain during that same conversation that everyone loved Dan. Can't think of a single person who would want to hurt him. However, it's not until 10 minutes into this conversation that Nancy finally asks, what happened? And it's not until 47 minutes into the conversation that Nancy finally asks where Dan is. During the conversation, when asked if Dan and Nancy Brophy owned any guns, Miss Brophy disclosed that she had bought a Glock 17 at the gun show several months prior, and that she thought maybe that it was a 9mm, that sounded right, and that they bought the gun in response to recent school shootings. She said that when she got that gun home, she realized it wasn't something she wanted anymore. So instead of attempting to return it or sell it, she decided that it was too heavy and too ugly and that she just was going to put it away. She put it back in the case, put it up in a closet, and never even bought ammo for it. However, during that same conversation, even when asked about firearms, Nancy failed to mention that she had purchased a ghost gun build kit online. She also failed to mention that she purchased a slide and barrel from eBay. Now, after the death notification concluded, and you'll get to hear the entirety of that death notification, Detective Merrill enlisted the help of two other detectives, Detective Broughton and Detective Beniga. Now, Detective Merrill had asked Detective Broughton and Detective Beniga to accompany Nancy Brophy back to her home to ensure that the firearm that they had purchased at the gun show was still there, as the detectives at that time were concerned that maybe Dan Brophy had brought the gun with him to the school because he was worried about something. Now, Nancy Brophy believed that the gun was still at home and intact, so she agreed, and Detective Broughton actually drove Miss Brophy back to her home in her own minivan, so that she didn't have to drive after just learning that her husband had been shot to death. When they got back to the house, Nancy Brophy went straight to the closet, straight to where she believed the gun had been, and in fact it was there. And she handed the gun case over to Detective Broughton. Now, Detective Broughton and Detective Beniga took photographs of that gun before they collected it, and the condition that it was in when given to them by Miss Brophy. And what they noticed, as you can see in the big circle here, that slide barrel is not seated appropriately on that firearm. Meaning, that gun is not ready to be loaded and fired. What they noticed, and they'll use a term called out of battery. This gun seems to be out of battery. And what that means is when that slide is not fully seated, that means it's been manipulated. That means that when that slide and barrel had been removed, when it was replaced, it was not properly set. Something you'll hear from the gun broker who sold her the gun. They would not have let the gun leave when purchased in that condition, meaning it was not ready to be made safe. Now, while Detective Broughton and Detective Beniga were at the Brophy home, Detective Merrill and Detective Posey were searching the area around the Oregon Culinary Institute for surveillance video. They went across the street to Bellagio's Pizza, roughly located around this area, kind of across from the Oregon Culinary Institute. And it had a camera angle that pointed north. As they watched that video, they recognized a minivan that they thought was visually consistent with Nancy Brophy's minivan, because they had just seen her with it downtown minutes prior. As they continued watching this video, they realized that this van actually passes, heading this direction, heading westbound, 2 separate times that morning. First at 7:08, and the second, 7:28. Now, detectives knew that the next instructor had arrived at about 7:35 at the Culinary Institute. And detectives knew that Dan had disabled the alarm at 7:22 and 30 seconds. So now they had a window of opportunity for someone to kill Dan. They had about a 13-minute window, and as they're watching this video, they realized that it appears that Nancy Brophy is leaving the area of the Culinary Institute and heading out of town at 7:28, right in the middle of their window. After seeing that, Detective Merrill contacted Detective Beniga, who was still out at Miss Brophy's home. Detective Merrill requested that Detective Beniga take a photograph of the minivan and text it to him. Detective Beniga took several shots of the minivan on different angles. And when Miss Brophy saw that Detective Beniga was doing that, she immediately questioned him as to why he would need photographs of her van, because she wasn't at the Culinary Institute that morning. So what's the need? Detective Beniga nonetheless took the photographs and sent them on to Detective Merrill. Detective Merrill then compared that still shot on the left that Detective Beniga had taken. You can see him kind of in reflection. What Detective Merrill noticed immediately was there's a large gouge in the picture that Detective Beniga sent. Compared to the photograph that, or the still shot that he's looking at in Bellagio's video, Detective Merrill believes there's a visually consistent mark in that minivan. Now Detective Merrill believed that this was in fact the minivan that Nancy Brophy was driving around that morning, and is the same minivan that he's seeing in the video. However, that was a direct contradiction to what Nancy Brophy just told them less than an hour prior during the death notification, when she was at home, and as you heard, further elaborated on the conversations and interactions that she had with Dan Brophy that morning. June 6th, 2018, just 4 days after the murder, when Detective Posey was speaking with Nancy Brophy, Nancy Brophy asked a question that Detective Posey has never been asked before.
Okay.
I don't want to do, but this may give you a laugh this afternoon. I don't want to be the stupid question of the day, but I think I need to be the stupid question of the day. So
Okay.
my insurance company said, well, just have the detective write a letter that you're no longer a suspect. And I said, man, I just don't know that he's there. And I'm not sure that he looks at it that way. But if you do, I get you to write the letter. My sister, when I told her this as a lawyer, laughed so hard she got out of the chair. So
Why?
because
Why would you need that?
because they don't want to pay if it turns out that I secretly slipped down to the school and shot my husband, because I thought, hey, going into old age without Dan after 25 years, it's really what I'm looking for, you know.
Okay. Well,
So,
we never would do something like that.
I really didn't think so.
Yeah, I mean that's not something that we never do something like that. That's never been done. I've never heard of that being done.
I was shocked when he told me this. And the other thing he says, well, I said, so what happens if, in fact, based upon your, and this is such a stupid little policy. I can't believe they're making me jump through the hoops like this. This is only $40,000. And as my sister said, you know, usually when they do that, it's for millions. And I said, yeah, we weren't insured for millions. But the other thing is, I said, what happens if, in fact, this case never gets resolved? And they said, well, that has to go to up to the supervisors to be evaluated. And I'm thinking, great. So I.
It's a little quiet.
But when this woman asked for this today, I thought.
It's a little quiet, but essentially what Miss Brophy was asking Detective Posey to do was to write a letter exonerating her from the murder, that she was no longer a suspect. And Miss Brophy's requesting this letter, apparently, as she made a point to say that it's just a little $40,000 policy. She can't believe that she's being made jump through these hoops. However, as the investigation would later reveal, Nancy made claims on 10 separate life insurance policies in which she was the beneficiary of over $1.4 million. Detectives also discovered other financial incentives, as Nancy would have been entitled to all the equity in their home, as well as a workers' comp claim that would have paid because Dan was killed at his place of work. Through financial records, detectives discovered that Nancy Brophy was maintaining all those life insurance policies while continuing down a path of financial ruin. Investigators discovered, as I said, well over $1,000 per month was being paid into these policies at a time that they were struggling to even pay their mortgage. In fact, on certain months, foregoing to pay their mortgage. As you'll see throughout this trial, the investigation was wide and extensive. And based on the scene, detectives knew from the beginning that this was not a burglary, this was not a robbery, as the Oregon Culinary Institute was void of any evidence of those crimes. Nothing was out of place, as you'll see in the photographs and hear testimony from students and faculty, and nothing was missing. Despite the valuable items that are inside the Culinary Institute, nothing was missing, including things that Dan had on his person, his wallet, his keys that were left on a table near the door, his cell phone, his watch, cash. None of it was touched. Eventually, all of the evidence and all of the leads the detectives followed up with all pointed back to Nancy Brophy, which resulted in her arrest on September 5th, 2018. As the officers placed the handcuffs on the wrist of a 68-year-old woman who had never been arrested before, she simply stated, "Oh, you must think I killed my husband." At the conclusion of the evidence, in this case, I will be asking you to return a verdict of guilty for the single charge of murder for the actions of Nancy Brophy on June 2nd, 2018, when she executed what she perhaps believed to be the perfect plan, when she ended the life of beloved chef Daniel Brophy. Thank you. Your Honor.
We change the choreography here a little bit. I'm going to use a different podium, and I need my tech person to help me get set up.
Does it make sense for the jury to take a break, or will this just be a few minutes?
Well, it makes sense for the jury to take a break. My next question, though, is would the court go past noon?
We will, if you're not
All
done. Yep. All right, so we'll give the jurors another chance to stretch their legs and have you step out for just a moment. And why don't we go ahead and go off the record? And if everyone can rise for the jury again. All right, everyone can be seated.
Yeah.
All right, please be seated. And when defense is ready.
Sorry, guys, this is always the scariest part. Mr. Brennan, do I need to? There you go.
Here's the delay.
We have liftoff. Good morning. During this trial, the state will present a circumstantial case that begs you to cast a blind eye to the most important circumstance of all. What's that? Well, it's love. 24 years, 10 months, 2 days. From the first day of their marriage to the last, Nancy Brophy was grateful. She had a husband who was adventurous, loving, playful, and she knew it was a rare gift. Nancy Crampton Brophy has always been thoroughly, madly, crazy in love with Daniel Brophy, and she still is today. And Dan Brophy was in love with her, so much so that he talked to both his male and female friends about how much he appreciated his marriage. He was a wonderful man. And for Nancy Brophy, he was perfect. Their friends, no matter how they knew them, considered their marriage to be exemplary, even delightful. To appreciate the love that Nancy Brophy had for Dan Brophy, we have to go back a few years. It was the winter of 2015. Nancy Brophy was driving home in the dark. Ahead of her was another car. As she drove, she reached up to rub her right eye. Suddenly, she saw nothing at all. Pitch black. When she opened her right eye, the taillights were back. Nancy Brophy felt sick to her stomach. Her mother had suffered from macular degeneration, and she knew that this was a bad sign, a very, very bad sign. For months, Ms. Brophy was afraid to go to the doctor. But finally, on July 22nd of 2015, Ms. Brophy had an eye exam. The doctor told her that she had a large macular hole in her left eye. The hole would continue to get bigger, and there would be a further loss of vision. Ms. Brophy was scheduled for emergency surgery. But then a routine A1C test for diabetes caused the anesthesiologist to say no. It turned out that Nancy Brophy's blood sugar levels were sky high, and the surgery would be far too dangerous. Ms. Brophy was sent home to try to get her diabetes under control. And in the weeks that she waited for her blood sugar levels to come down, she fretted and worried. And on August 4th of 2015, she'd been up all night worrying about the surgery, worrying about her husband. And at 4:30 in the morning, she pulled out her laptop and began to write a letter to her husband. Dearest Dan, I love you. The years we've had together have been the very best of my life. It was you who made it possible. Thank you. While words are my life, I find myself somewhat at a loss to express how happy you've made me. Before I met you, I understood love in only a superficial way. Your belief in family and putting one's marriage front and center taught me about true emotion. After I saw Larry Schneider, I realized how difficult it would be for you if I died during surgery. More than anything, I'm afraid your life would be worse because you might leave money on the table that would help you get through this period. I'm not worried I'll die on the operating table, but one never knows. It's better to be prepared. And maybe I am just a little bit worried. Here's what you'll need to do. Get at least 5 death certificates from the funeral home. Ms. Brophy's letter then describes the life insurance policies that they owned on her life. She explained which policies would pay quickly, which might take a little more time. And then she gave her husband the password to her computer. And then she offered him some advice on selling the house. There's at least $150,000 to $200,000 equity in the house. Listen to what the realtor tells you. Spend some insurance money and fix up the yard. Pack up the house, sell it empty. If you decide not to sell the house, consider a roommate to offset the costs. Or find a girlfriend. I understand you think you can live in a tiny house, but you like your stuff way too much to make that work. Regarding her possessions, Ms. Brophy said, I can't think of anything I care enough to worry about, except the wedding crystal and my jewelry. Save them for Adelaide, their granddaughter. Tell her it's special. Ms. Brophy then described the automatic monthly withdrawals that would come from her checking account that Dan Brophy should immediately end, but she flagged 2 payments that she thought he should continue to make. The first came out on the 21st of each month. It was $56 to F&G. She said to Dan, "This is an insurance and a savings account for Addie's college fund. I hope you'll keep it." And on the 23rd of each month, $266 to Americo. "This is insurance on you. Continue to pay this. You will get all the money back that you paid in about 9 years." The day before she had surgery, Nancy Brophy printed out the letter. She filled in the policy numbers and put the letter inside a bright purple folder labeled Dan. The next morning, Ms. Brophy put the folder on a shared desk in their office and left for her surgery. Nancy Brophy will testify, and much of what I share with you this morning, you will hear from her directly. But for now, let's talk a little bit about life insurance, because it's going to be an important part of this case. It is true, Nancy Crampton Brophy firmly believes in life insurance, and her love and concern for her husband was demonstrated in the life insurance choices that she made over the years. Experts in this case are going to tell you more about life insurance, but let's see some of the basics. First, universal life and whole policies. What are they? Well, these are very expensive life insurance policies. They're expensive because these build up a cash value over time. The owner of the policy can borrow against the cash value. The owner of the policy can pay her premiums with the cash value. Now, the trick here, though, is that the cost of a whole life or universal life insurance policy can range from between 5 and 15 times the cost of a term insurance policy with the exact same death benefit. A return of premium policy. This is another very expensive policy. It is expensive because the insurance company will return all of your premiums that were paid, so long as the insured person reaches a designated age. Term life insurance. This is typically the cheapest form of life insurance because it has no cash value, and it only covers a person's life for a specific number of years. If a person's only goal is to collect a death benefit, for example, $100,000 at the time of someone's death, term insurance is by far the cheapest vehicle. The other thing that's important about insurance is legal ownership. Ownership carries the right to name the beneficiary. It carries the right to terminate the policy, the right to take a loan against the policy, the right to receive the cash value, and the right to the entire return of premium if that's the sort of policy it is. Nancy Brophy made Dan Brophy the legal owner of every policy that insured his life. The other thing about insurance is that age matters. The older one gets, the harder it is to get really good insurance at a reasonable price. When one reaches the age of 60, the scope of attractive, available policies narrows considerably. In this case, age is important because Nancy Brophy was 4 years older than her husband. There were times in their marriage that he was eligible for policies for which she was not. Now let's look at the Brophy's policies. Nancy Brophy began purchasing life insurance for her and Dan decades before Dan's death. From 1996 until 2018, there was insurance covering Dan's life, and there was insurance covering Ms. Brophy's own life. Ms. Brophy's purchased the first policies in 1996 before she and Dan got married. The two of them were on their way to Hong Kong. The policies she bought were 2 identical term policies for $100,000. She bought the second set of policies in 2000, right after she and Dan had bought their house. One policy insured Dan's life for $250,000, and one policy insured Nancy's life for $250,000. She ended up keeping the earlier policy so that there would be enough money to cover the mortgage should one of them die. In 2007, Ms. Brophy changed careers. For a long time, she had run a catering company called Chef du Jour. As she started to get older and realized what a brutish career that would be as she headed into her 60s, she sold the catering company and took a job selling life insurance. The first company she worked for was a company called American Income Life. So in 2007, as an employee of American Income Life, Nancy Brophy bought 2 $100,000 universal life policies from her employer. She kept the $250,000 policy she bought earlier in place, so again, that there would be enough money to cover their mortgage should one of them die. In 2011, Ms. Brophy changed employers. So in 2011, she stopped paying on the American Income Life policies and bought 2 very similar policies from her new company, Lincoln Heritage. Again, one policy insured Dan's life for $100,000, and the other insured Nancy's life for $100,000. Why change policies for the same amount of a benefit? Well, part of it had to do with employer loyalty. A key to selling an insurance policy is the vote of confidence that comes from owning the insurance of the company you represent. The other reason, though, and it was a financial reason, and many insurance experts will tell you this, Ms. Brophy earned a commission on each policy she sold, and that included the policies that she purchased for herself or sold to herself to insure her life or her husband's life. So there was always a financial incentive, at least after the first year, to change policies from time to time. In 2012, Ms. Brophy moved to another brokerage firm called NAS. Again, she bought 2 new policies for her and Dan. These were Mutual of Omaha policies for $150,000 each. These policies were replaced the following years with better policies. And that's one of the things I want you to know. You will hear throughout this case that Ms. Brophy has bought policies, and you'll see that they continue through the years. But the important thing to pay attention to is whether she's actually paying premiums to continue those policies, because many of the policies that the state relies upon were not in force at the time of Dan's death. So one of the things we're going to ask each of you to track is not just whether a policy was purchased, but whether the premiums were being paid and the policy was in effect at a given time. In 2012, not only did Ms. Brophy buy these 2 new life insurance policies from her new employer, that year she added a very inexpensive accidental death policy that covered both her and Dan as a family plan. That was for $250,000. The first time that Ms. Brophy did not buy identical policies was in 2012. This is the year that she bought 2 Foresters policies. The policy insuring her life was for $50,000, and the policy insuring Dan's life was for $40,000. In this case, it was Dan's gender that was the key. For the same premium, she could get $50,000 on her life and $40,000 on her husband's life. In 2013, the Oregon Colony Institute bought a policy for its employees. It was a group life insurance policy, and each employee was entitled to up to $50,000 of coverage. Ms. Brophy will tell you that this was not a policy that was considered part of the Brophy's overall financial plan. Excuse me. Why? Well, Nancy and Dan Brophy had witnessed 2 culinary schools go belly up. First it was Western Culinary Institute, and then it was Cordon Bleu. You'll hear in this case that actually the Oregon Culinary Institute has gone bankrupt as well. It's also true that Dan Brophy got fired from his job from Western. And so what they knew is that an employer policy might be here today, but it very well could be gone tomorrow. And it wasn't something that either one of them wanted to rely upon, especially as they got older and insurance was going to be more difficult to replace. In June of 2014, Nancy Brophy would turn 64 and Dan Brophy would turn 60. Ms. Brophy knew that age 60 would be the very last year that she could get a really good policy on Dan Brophy's life, at least at one at a reasonable price. So in 2014, Nancy bought 2 policies, each covering the other, for $100,000. But Dan's AmeriCorps policy was much, much more expensive than a term policy like the one she had on her life. Our expert will tell you that it likely cost 3 times as much as a 20-year term policy for $100,000 and 6 times as much as a 10-year term policy for $100,000. So why would Nancy pay premiums that were 6 times higher for the same death benefit? She paid those higher premiums because she was betting that Dan Brophy would reach the age of 78. And if Dan Brophy reached the age of 78, he would get all of the premiums that they had paid for that policy over time. If Dan reached the age of 78, on his 78th birthday, he would pocket $65,000 in cash, and his $100,000 death benefit would continue on. Dan's return of premium policy was something that wasn't available to Ms. Brophy at the time due to her age. You might have noticed this little gold box on it says Fidelity. You can barely see Fidelity, but trust me, that's what it says. The Fidelity box on the screen. This represents a policy that Dan Brophy bought as a condition of his divorce settlement. The beneficiary of this policy was his ex-wife, Perla. This policy stayed in force for many years until the term ended. But in 2015, Fidelity Insurance offered Dan a really cheap renewal. I mean, we're talking maybe something that cost $20 a month, $30 a month. Dan renewed that policy and this time made Nancy Brophy the beneficiary. This was a policy that Dan continued to pay for out of his own account. Ms. Brophy did not make any of the payments or control the beneficiary. Now, by November of 2016, Nancy Brophy was 66 years old. She was now collecting Social Security, and she was trying to transition into a career of selling Medicare. Until now, Nancy and Dan were pretty equal income earners. There were some years where one did better than the other, but for the most part, they both kind of had their oar in the water, and their family income was made out of two pretty equal incomes. But in 2016, as Nancy went on to Social Security and was starting to make a change in her insurance career, Dan became the primary earner. And as the window to affordable insurance would now close for Dan, who was now 62, Nancy bought a term policy from American Amicable. Again, that purchase occurred on November 6th of 2016. The same policy wouldn't have been affordable on Nancy's life due to her age. Now keep in mind again that Nancy Brophy earns commissions on every policy she sells. So this policy that was purchased in November of 2016 paid a commission to the Brophies. So she and Dan Brophy had an influx of cash just as the holidays neared. The other thing that happened in 2016, actually it really happened in 2015 as they started to put the bones into this. Nancy's surgery and the whole finding out that she had diabetes and having this thing that was very, very scary for her made her think that they needed to get their ducks in a row. They needed to figure out what they owned, what they didn't own. They needed to come up with a concrete plan to get into retirement, especially because she was 4 years older. So in 2016, she and Dan Brophy began to work the phase into retirement. Both of them were in lines of work that would allow them to kind of turn the faucet down a little bit and maybe unwind gradually. But they knew that whatever they did, they needed to work together if it was going to be successful. Dan and Brophy's plan involved 4 parts. First, Nancy Brophy would begin to take Social Security benefits. Second, Nancy would shift from selling life insurance to selling Medicare, and she and Dan could rely on a stream of Medicare commissions that would take them well into their 70s, maybe longer than that. Dan Brophy planned to keep working at OCI for at least another 5 years. And the 4th part of their plan involved the subdivision and sale of their house. Their hope was to do this sometime in 2018. Well, applying for Social Security revealed an embarrassing fact. After throwing a huge wedding for family and friends in 1997, neither of the Brophies had remembered to file the marriage license. The Brophies had believed that they were married. They'd always filed their taxes as husband and wife. But in the eyes of the law, they were not legally married. Dan and Nancy joked about having another big party, but in the end, they settled for a trip to the Washington County Courthouse. The next step toward retirement was for Nancy Brophy to transition from selling life insurance to a career selling Medicare. Why the change? Well, first of all, selling life insurance is really hard, especially the way Nancy Brophy did it. It required buying leads from someone else and then literally going out and knocking on people's doors who maybe had expressed some remote interest in buying life insurance and convincing them to buy a policy as you stood on their doorstep. If you were lucky enough to sell the policy that day, and that client sometime within the first year stopped paying the premiums, the salesperson had to give her commission back. This has been a huge headache for the brokers over time. They had money, they spent the money, and then all of a sudden they had to scrape money together to repay a commission because someone had abandoned their policy. It wasn't true of Medicare. Medicare allowed for an income stream that would not just come from the first time, but would carry you through. With life insurance, people buy one policy, maybe one policy in their lifetime. But with Medicare, and for those of you who are younger, you might not recognize this, Medicare can be tricky, and it's really nice to have a Medicare broker who will keep tabs on you, who will figure out what your prescriptions are, and who each year will help you kind of get the right policy to meet your needs. And if you're that person, your client probably only sees you once a year, but there's a good chance that you are going to have that client from the first day they become your client until later on when they pass and they no longer need Medicare. So in 2015, Nancy sold about 11 Medicare policies. In 2016, she sold about 44 new Medicare policies, but she re-enrolled the 11 clients she'd taken the year prior. In 2017, she sold about 120 new Medicare policies. Now, all of these clients rolled together were clients that she expected to keep year after year after year. She expected that if she could make this, build up her book of clients over this next few years, that she and Dan, so long as she just made a telephone call or checked in with somebody or just took the time to make sure she knew what their medications were, she expected that each one of these clients would be paying commissions long into her and Dan's later ages. And she assumed that they would have a nice little steady income stream to carry them into retirement. Now, Dan Brophy was enthusiastic about Ms. Brophy's new line of work. On the mornings that his wife left to work the Medicare kiosk, he would pack her a lunch. And then invariably, he would send her a sweet little encouraging message as she hit the kiosk. For example, happy, happy kiosk days are here again. Nancy, hey, I sold a policy just sitting here. Dan, good work, keep up the job. There were about 3 years worth of text messages between Dan Brophy and Nancy Brophy that the police took off of Dan Brophy's phone. Throughout these messages, you will see Dan offering encouragement to Nancy, not just with respect to her Medicare policies, but in every other aspect of her life. He also expressed encouragement with respect to the specific retirement plan that the two of them had agreed to. Now, a Medicare career has a downside. It's a temporary downside, but it's definitely a downside. When you sell Medicare, there's a substantial delay between when you make a sale of the policy and when your commissions actually hit your bank account. Nancy Brophy could sell to her heart's content in 1 year, but the Brophies would not get paid any of her earned commissions until the following year. Dan and Nancy both knew that this commission payment structure was going to create a short-term cash flow crunch in the summer and fall. But they made adjustments, and they planned adjustments to make this work. And they both knew it was going to get a lot easier if Nancy had the time to build up this book of Medicare clients, and they no longer had a substantial mortgage. So in the summer or fall of 2017, Nancy Brophy did work her tail off at Medicare kiosks. She traveled all over the place to develop a client base. One day she was in a Walgreens in McMinnville. Another day she was at a Fred Meyer in Oregon City. And on the days that she wasn't sitting in a kiosk, she was at the United Healthcare office doing phone blitzes. After phone blitzes, she traveled to clients' homes. She went to the coast, she went to Hood River, she went to Vernonia, she went to Estacada. She went everywhere. It is this period of time, in the summer and fall of 2017, that the state focuses on when it tells you that the Brophies were desperate, that the Brophies were broke, that the Brophies were feeling a financial catastrophe that caused Nancy Brophy to murder her husband. It is true. In August of 2017, money was very tight for the Brophies. But again, Dan and Nancy came up with a plan that offset the delay in the commission payments. As for the third part of the plan, Dan Brophy did keep teaching at OCI. But in the fall of 2017, he decided that he would teach weekend classes in 2018 rather than teaching Monday through Friday. When a longtime friend named Tanya Medlin offered Dan a part-time job at Avamere Rehabilitation Center, actually cooking for people, Dan Brophy jumped on it. He and Nancy agreed that they could use the extra money that he made to pay down their credit card debt and to pay off the second mortgage. And it's true that between November of 2017 and June of 2018, when Dan died, they had significantly reduced their credit card debt and they had significantly paid down the second mortgage. So why did Dan Brophy take a second job, part-time work at Avamere? Well, Dan Brophy was on board with the retirement plan that the two of them had mapped out together. The fourth part of the Brophy transition plan, and this is important, was a plan to subdivide their large lot and sell all or part of it off. The Brophy's goal was to have no mortgage in retirement. This is a Google view of the Brophy's property, and this was taken after Dan's death, so you're not really going to see what the property looked like as Nancy and Dan entered into this transition plan. But on the lower part of this, you will see a little blue house in tiny little letters that say 3380. There's a garage with a little white car, or maybe a truck, and a little gray car in the driveway. That would be the Brophy's property. And it runs from southwest 108th Avenue all the way back to where you see those little white structures at the back of the property. Right next to the Brophy property, if you look at the top of the screen, is a lot that was identical in size and shape to the Brophy's. The owner of that property initially just had his house by himself, but as he faced retirement, he had that lot broken into 3 taxable lots. He made a significant profit by doing that. He was able to actually stay in his own home, but he had made an excellent financial decision, and the Brophies paid attention to that. So, in June of 2017, Nancy and Dan Brophy both talked with a friend of theirs named Richard Freimark. Mr. Freimark is a commercial realtor. He doesn't really do residential work. But they asked him what it would take to subdivide their property, just like their neighbor. Mr. Freimark gave them the name of an engineering firm that could help the Brophy create these 3 taxable lots. He did, however, urge them to get the backyard cleaned up before the property was evaluated for sale. Now, there was a residential realtor who lived down the street from the Brophies. He came by to look at the property, and he estimated that if they were able to subdivide this triple lot, that they could, it could result in a sale of $700,000 or maybe even more. But the residential realtor, a man named Paul Johnston, also warned the Brophies that if they wanted to make that kind of a profit, they were going to need to clean up the back of their lot. During this time, Richard Freimark ran a title report on the Brophies' property. He was alarmed to see that even though Nancy Brophy had been on the deed when they first bought the house, when Nancy and Dan had refinanced sometime in the mid-2000s, she had somehow fallen off of the deed. So Mr. Freimark sent them the paperwork to correct the problem. The evidence will show that Nancy, let's see if I can get this to work. And the evidence will show that after she received this paperwork that Nancy talked to Dan about it. Dan, how's the day treating you? Nancy, okay, I left some papers on the table dining room. Take them to the bank and get them notarized. They put my name on the deed, which Richard says will make the future paperwork easier. Dan, will we go to the bank together? Nancy, you don't need me. Dan, allegedly, I would prefer accompaniment. Why did Dan Brophy agree to go put Nancy Brophy on the lease in 2017? Well, he did it because he knew that she was a part owner of the property, but he also did it because he was trying to pave the way so that when they sold their home later on, things would go more smoothly. In other words, Dan Brophy was in on the plan. Now, we talked about this lot and how it didn't look anything like the overhead that you'd seen. Dan Brophy was a gardener. He loved gardening. He treated this back lot is probably like I think the whole lot is about a half acre. So the back lot is probably 2/3 of that. Dan treated this large backyard like a little mini farm. He'd grown up in the country and he loved having what he called his life science experiments in his backyard. Now, Nancy Brophy loved that about him. She loved that he smelled like the earth, but she would have drawn the line at Dan's chickens. And the chickens became a running joke in their marriage. Dan Brophy knew, though, that somewhere along the line, that property had gotten completely out of control for him. He even texted friends between 2017 and 2018, describing how overwhelming the project was. Several witnesses will testify that cleaning up this back lot was a massive, massive project. The backyard was covered in blackberry bushes that were 12 to 16 feet high. Dan had buried these big steel barrels and commercial sinks for his various science projects. Cleaning up the backyard was not something that Dan and Nancy were going to be able to do alone. They could play a part, but they both knew that they were going to need professional help and it was going to be expensive. The evidence will demonstrate that Dan Brophy was fully in agreement with paying the money to get this back lot cleaned up so that they could subdivide and sale. In September of 2017, in the midst of this low cash flow period that he and his wife had anticipated, Dan Brophy took a $35,000 loan against his retirement. Now, Dan Brophy had done this in the past. There was a time when they needed a new roof and they had borrowed against the retirement. Dan had paid it all back as required, and they had agreed that this might be a good time to take that loan again. The purpose wasn't just to bring the mortgage due. If during this cash flow crunch all he'd wanted to do was bring the mortgage current, he would have taken much less out. The goal was both to bring the mortgage current, but also to fix up the house, because Dan knew it was going to be expensive to get the property ready to sell. Dan asked that they kind of wait until the harvest was behind him in 2017 before they actually brought the landscapers in. But in November of 2017, Nancy Brophy began to look for landscapers who were willing to do the work. Nancy, getting the first bid on the yard today. Dan, cool, are you home already? Nancy, no, he's looking by himself. Dan, okay, I'll be home in about a half an hour. Nancy, he may be gone. I found the name because it's advertised that he can deal with the blackberry bushes. She did get a few bids, but the truth is in November of 2017, most of the people who came to look at the property were absolutely unwilling to even make a bid or take on the challenge. Dan's unique garden was such a huge challenge that they didn't know if they had the equipment to handle it. Dan, with his father's help, had buried scores of tubs, wine barrels, utility sinks, all to keep his plants contained. Because they were buried and not sitting on the top of the ground, the removal process required heavier equipment than many landscapers had. When they finally hired the dynamic duo of James Denny and Tamara Alva, Dan affectionately called them the Yard Warriors. The Yard Warriors will testify in this trial. They will testify that both Dan and Nancy were preparing that house to sell, and that Dan was very much a part of the plan. James Denny will testify that he and Dan worked closely to sift through Dan's many possessions in the backyard and decide what would go and what would stay. Dan was in complete control of that process. He had the final say, and Dan was never irritated or grumpy with James Denny. In fact, James Denny got the sense that the unburdening, in many ways, felt good to Dan Brophy. We'll hear that Dan Brophy was a collector, and over the course of their marriage, their long marriage, Nancy tolerated Dan's habit of collecting. She never seemed, at least to James Denny, to be all that annoyed that Dan had so much stuff. And she expressed kind of an understanding that as long as it took to collect all that stuff, it was going to take a little while to uncollect it. She was willing to go slowly and to let Dan and Mr. Denny sort out the pacing, as Dan was really willing to let go of things. They were working together again to tackle this joint project because it was a project that was easier together than apart. The Yard Warriors started their work cleaning up this backyard in December of 2017. But by May, when the Brophies initially planned to subdivide the lot and then market the house, the Yard Warriors weren't even close to having the yard ready to be subdivided and placed on the market. But Dan and Nancy then decided, well, if we can't make the summer sales season, we will shoot for the fall of 2018. So with the sale of the house on hold until the fall, Dan took the parts that the Yard Warriors had already cleared out and again built himself little gardens in the area that was available. But the understanding was that the Yard Warriors would continue on in their efforts, still with the goal of having everything done by the fall. Dan and Nancy had for many, many years a very incredible travel life. I think they'd been to 3 different continents, 30 different countries. I don't know, it's 30 countries. I might have my numbers wrong, but they'd been to many, many different countries. They'd been all over the world. They'd been to Hong Kong. They had visited Dan's parents in Thailand. They'd gone a bunch of different places, and it was a huge part of the life that they enjoyed together. They really enjoyed travel. As Nancy was approaching retirement, 4 years older than Dan, she was starting to think about travel and how much fun that would be. As happens with any couple, the Brophies did have to negotiate some changes in their plan here and there, never the core of the plan. For example, there was a time that Nancy got really excited about moving to Portugal. She imagined that she and Dan could have a house for not very much money, live on their Social Security in Portugal, and then they could use that as a place that they could then travel all around Europe. Dan thought that traveling in Europe would be interesting, but he wasn't particularly interested in being an expat. He wasn't sure he'd have enough to do, and he thought that Portugal might be too hot. Well, they talked about it. And they both knew that they would miss Dan's family terribly. So they compromised. They decided that they would stay in Portland indefinitely, and they would simply build more travel into their life. So beginning in 2017, they began to travel more frequently. In 2017, Dan Brophy actually joined his wife on a cruise filled with romance writers. I don't know how many guys were there besides Dan, but they enjoyed themselves. In the summer of 2017, the Brophies celebrated their June birthdays with a week at the beach. Dan and Nancy both had June birthdays, so each year the celebration of birthdays happened together, and typically they would get away. In January of 2018, Dan and Nancy spent a week at a romantic bed and breakfast in British Columbia. In March of 2018, they took another romantic trip to Monterey and took a couple of cooking classes. And at the time Dan Brophy died, Nancy and Dan were planning a summer trip to Mount Rushmore, a trip that Dan had always wanted to make. One of the lovely things about the Brophy marriage was that while they had many, many interests that overlapped, they loved cooking, they loved travel, they loved each other's sense of humor, but they also had interests that were their very own. Dan Brophy loved mushroom hunting, he loved his chickens, and he loved living life as a science project. Nancy Brophy loved writing. You will hear from several of Ms. Brophy's writer friends. You will learn that research, especially hands-on research, is a big part of many writers' lives. To support her writing, Ms. Brophy has spent good money on night vision goggles, a telescope, law enforcement quality handcuffs, high-powered binoculars, art supplies, antique glass doorknobs, and lots of locks. Ms. Brophy's not alone. Other writers splurged too. You'll hear from at least 2 writers. One bought a giant crossbow that is as tall as I am to support her writing. Another writer, Delilah, writes Victorian romance. For years, Delilah searched for a chastity belt that she could afford. And Delilah will assure you that was not to use with her husband. Instead, she wanted to know how the hinges felt. She wanted to know what it sounded like when the key was inserted. She wanted to feel how heavy it was. Ms. Brophy's writer friends will also describe Ms. Brophy's immersive writing process, which they have witnessed firsthand. Several writers will tell you that they have been at writing retreats with Ms. Brophy, and that her practice is to literally place herself in a corner. She'll stare at the ceiling or stare at a wall, and no one hears from her for a couple of hours. When she's finally jolted back into the group presence, she typically can come out with a story that includes characters, scenes, chapters. Her writer friends were amazed that she could literally create an entire novel sometimes in her brain as she stared into space without once putting her pen to paper. Other writers will talk about Nancy's creative process more generally. They will tell you that one of the things Nancy really liked was these drives, these long drives that she had to take as part of her Medicare career. She loved driving because that was when her brain was the most creative. She could drive out to McMinnville and have several new ideas for her writing by the time that she got there. Again, firearms. Understand what happened in this case, you need to take yourself back to 2017 in the United States of America. That was a year that our entire country was talking about guns. Nancy Brophy was certainly a part of that conversation. Listening carefully to the bellicose tone of our country's discourse, Nancy started to have a shift in her thinking. Nancy Brophy did not grow up with guns. Her family does not like guns. She came from a family of lawyers, and she'd spent her college years advocating for very progressive causes. Guns were not her thing. Even when she was married to a police officer in the 70s, she showed no interest in guns. But she had friends who had guns, and they were law-abiding. And at a family gathering in November of 2017, Ms. Brophy realized that all of Dan Brophy's family had guns. Dan's brother had a gun. Dan's dad had a gun. Dan's son Nathaniel owned several firearms. In fact, Nathaniel had even built an AR-15 on his own from a gun kit. To her great surprise, she learned that Dan Brophy's mother owned a stun gun. 2017 was a year also of numerous mass shootings, especially school shootings. And Nancy Brophy paid close attention to that news. On November 16th of 2017, a nutty guy named Kevin Neal shot his wife and 4 of her friends with a homemade gun. Then Mr. Neal tried unsuccessfully to enter an elementary school to randomly shoot at children. The crime occurred in California, but it quickly became national news. Mr. Neal could not lawfully purchase a firearm because he had a restraining order out on him, but he found a way around that by building himself his own gun from parts. The New York Times and several other major news outlets covered this story, noting that gun kits were legal and that some states had begun to consider limitations on their sale. Now again, in 2017, the ATF and federal authorities made it clear that they had no interest in regulating gun kits themselves or gun building by individuals, but they said they would strictly impose any effort to sell a gun without a registration once it had been constructed and made operable. After reading this news story about Mr. Kevin Neal, Nancy started to think about writing a book that flipped the script on a guy like that. The story she had in her mind was about a woman in an abusive relationship. In the story, the woman is afraid to leave her partner, but she's also afraid that she's going to get killed if she stays. The woman cannot legally buy a gun because she's been hospitalized for depression as a young woman. A related New York Times article Ms. Brophy read at the time included links to the online gun sites that had been cited in the article. So in late November of 2017, Ms. Brophy used those links, including one to a place called ghostgunner.net, to see what was there. Ms. Brophy was fascinated with her storyline, and she went back to those sites several times over the next few weeks. So as to better describe her protagonist's experience, Ms. Brophy considered whether she should buy a gun kit and put it together as she wrote the book. On Christmas Eve, after a couple of glasses of wine, Ms. Brophy splurged, and she bought herself a gun kit from one of those 2 sites in the New York Times article. ghostguns.com. She thought of the purchase as kind of a jigsaw puzzle where she could put a gun together from pieces. That week after New Year's, Dan and Nancy Brophy went to Sook Harbor, British Columbia, for a romantic getaway. Dan put a hold on their mail. When they returned to Portland, Dan went to the post office to pick up the mail. He brought the gun kit home. Ms. Brophy was excited to open it, but soon realized that putting a gun kit together was not as she had imagined. She asked Dan, "Do we have a drill press?" Dan laughed and assured her that they did not. The gun kit kind of was stowed into the closet, but Nancy Brophy continued to work on this story. As she continued to develop this storyline, she realized that she could not machine a gun kit, certainly not the one she'd purchased, but she wondered whether a better puzzle would be to analyze the actual gun parts. During this time period, Nancy Brophy talked to several of her writer friends about this story. She told some of them that she had bought a gun kit to build the gun from parts as she wrote the story. Her more knowledgeable friends laughed and told her that buying a gun kit was a stupid idea. She agreed, acknowledging that she had learned that lesson too late. As she continued to develop the storyline, Miss Brophy wondered whether a better puzzle would be to analyze the actual gun parts. She continued to research guns and gun parts, but much of the research that she did coincided with her anticipation of writer events. The other truth is, the more she read about guns, the more she wondered whether she and Dan shouldn't own a gun. Nancy mentioned to a friend that she wished Dan would take a gun with him when he went mushroom hunting. Dan hunted mushrooms alone, deep in the woods, and he'd often told her that mushroom hunting could be pretty dangerous because people were so territorial about their mushroom spots. Dan didn't take the risk as seriously as Nancy Brophy did, but she worried anyway. On January 31st, Ms. Brophy met with a writer friend during the day, and she talked about her story. That evening, she went back to the same sites and again researched gun kits. The next morning, on February 1st, Ms. Brophy woke up to a follow-up news story about the Las Vegas mass shooter. You might remember he was the guy who leaned out of a casino window and shot all the people who were attending a concert down below. This was a follow-up story, but it's one that she'd been following for some time. After reading that story that night, Ms. Brophy researched gun stores in Oregon. On February 14th, there was a mass shooting in Florida. This was the shooting at the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. The next day, Nancy Brophy researched how much does a Glock 17 cost, gun safety classes, and the Portland Expo gun show. Nancy Brophy lobbied Dan Brophy again. This time, her husband acquiesced and agreed she should go buy a gun. The next day, Ms. Brophy withdrew $400 from her checking account. Now, she knew from her research that a gun was likely to cost over $600, but Dan Brophy had agreed to split the cost. On February 17th, Ms. Brophy went to the gun show. She presented her legal certification and bought a fully legal, fully registered handgun. When she brought the gun home, Dan looked it over. He wasn't really sure they were gun people. Dan wasn't excited about carrying the gun. In fact, he told Ms. Brophy that he had absolutely no interest in packing heat when he went mushroom hunting. Truth is, Nancy never carried the gun either. In fact, when the Oregon State criminalist later examined that gun, he said it was in like new condition. The cleaning brush appears to have never been used. The manual and the cleaning kit were still sealed. Dan Brophy thought maybe they should sell the gun. Nancy Brophy thought about taking the gun apart, but she agreed with Dan that it would probably be better to keep it like new. They both thought they might be able to sell it somewhere down the road someday. Nancy had actually done some research and realized that those private sales were more complicated in the state of Oregon. We will prove that when, let me take you back a minute. About 2 days after she brought this gun home, and they decided that Dan really wasn't going to carry it and had some real doubts about whether they were gun people, Nancy Brophy went back to these sites that she'd been visiting. And again, these sites are typically the ghost gun type sites. And she's already purchased a ghost gun, but she went back to the sites. And this time, a pop-up or some kind of an ad for a slide came onto her screen. And she went ahead and bought it. She assumed that it might be easier to take a slide apart and probably more cost effective than to try to take this gun apart that she and Dan were trying to keep in new condition. We'll prove that when that slide was delivered to the Brophy home, it was Dan Brophy who took delivery. Nancy Brophy was in McMinnville selling Medicare. Later, Ms. Brophy watched a YouTube showing how to disassemble the slide. Let's shift our focus again to the week before Dan Brophy died. Nancy Brophy has always had several stories living in her head, but she also had several partially or completely written books. She had been sending pitches to publishers for years. And on May 25th, a really exciting email popped into her inbox. A publisher was interested in the first book of a trilogy she'd written called Witches, a Love Story. Over the next several days, Nancy Brophy was living constantly with her characters from this book the publisher was interested in. Her characters Phaedra and Celestial and Hope were ever present in her brain. The night before Dan died, Nancy Brophy didn't sleep well. She'd been up all night thinking about her characters and a problem with the plot in this story. When she was later interviewed by police, Nancy, having already determined that the person who had been shot was her husband, something she gleaned by just looking at the sad faces of the people staring out at her as she got near OCI. She told the police that Dan got up around 4 a.m. to feed the chickens and walk the dogs. This was his usual morning routine. She said that when he came upstairs to shower, she talked to him about a leak under the sink. She will tell you that she believes that sometime between 6 and 6:30, she did what she would normally do on the morning she doesn't go to work. She left her nightshirt on, she added a pair of tights and some flip-flops, and she drove to the Starbucks drive-thru to get her coffee. She will tell you that she was still fully immersed in her story, and she drove, thinking about a detail and then stopping to briefly jot down her thought, and then driving some more as she worked out the next detail. You'll hear evidence from two psychologists. They will explain to you what can happen to the human memory when a person suffers a traumatic shock. Learning that one's husband has been murdered is perhaps one of the most extreme shocks that any one of us can imagine. It's the emotional equivalent of being hit by a freight train one didn't see coming. There is literally a chemical flood to the brain that disrupts the neurological coding and storage of memories. The disruption, the chemical disruption, will affect a person immediately, but it can also leave large memory holes for events that happened before, during, and after a traumatic event. One of the psychologists, Dr. Warford, is also an expert in domestic violence and the components of a healthy marriage. She's reviewed the discovery in this case, including the police interviews and the last 3 years of text messages between Dan and Nancy Brophy. Dr. Warford has also interviewed and conducted a battery of psychological tests on Ms. Brophy. Dr. Warford's professional opinion will support a core defense fact. Nancy Brophy and Dan Brophy had an unusually healthy and vibrant marriage right up until the very end. Nancy's marriage was so healthy that the younger people that they mentored wanted a marriage just like theirs. Nancy Brophy's niece, Susan Estrada, lived with the Brophies for, well, a few different times, but once for about a year. She told the police they had a great marriage. They had one of those rare few relationships that made me think, hey, marriage might not be a bad idea. Another witness admired Dan and Nancy's relationship so much that she said, I knew I wanted a Brophy marriage for myself. A friend who was in their home weekly would say, I would have loved to have had a marriage like theirs. Nancy Brophy's very best friends, the women who have known her, some of them since college, but most of them for decades, will tell you that Nancy Brophy was crazy about Dan Brophy, and that never changed. Just a sample of the testimony you'll hear at trial. Dan was perfect for Nancy, and Nancy knew it. Nancy always talked sweetly about Dan. Whenever I was around Nancy, it was Dan this, Dan that. Nancy admired and respected Dan. You could see that every time they were together. Nancy described Dan as the smartest man she knew. She was so proud of him. It was like they had been married for 100 years. Each of them talked so positively about the other. They accepted each other. They supported each other. They obviously enjoyed each other's company. Nancy's very closest personal friends will tell you that in all of the time they have known Nancy Brophy, she has never badmouthed her husband. I've known Nancy for donkey years, and she has never had a harsh word for Dan. If Nancy complained about Dan, it was, quote, in the way a happy woman does. For example, she complained about Dan's noisy chickens, but she always gathered her leftovers from lunch to take home to them. She even bought Dan a chicken suit as part of their running joke. It cracked him up, and he enjoyed dressing up in it. Nancy told her friends that things about Dan that end up driving you a little bit nuts are also the most enticing. That never changed. Nancy Brophy knew that she was very, very blessed to have the marriage that she did, and so she nurtured it. For years at writer conferences, Nancy Brophy talked to Dan every night. Her roommates at those conferences often heard her tell him, I love you. Anyone who claims that Nancy's relationship to Dan had changed is just wrong. Wrong. Even little things will demonstrate that truth. On May 4th, less than a month before Dan died, Nancy was at the Sylvia Beach Hotel for a writer's event. After dinner, she went upstairs to call her husband. She left him a sweet voice message that was still on his phone when he died.
Hey, we made it. This has turned out to be a really fun little group, and we're staying the Hemingway room. The animals weren't as bad. First off, they're done with either books or newsprint, and so they're kind of paper-mache, and they're really kind of.
Right, we can't
So I'm not as offended by that. Our window is open. We can get a breeze from the coast. But call me when you get this. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Sorry, folks, I have no control over the volume, but in any event, she left Dan the same kind of message that she left him 1,000 times. Later, he called her, and they did have a chance to chat more. The fact is, though, literally a month before Dan died, Dan and Nancy Brophy were doing the lovely, kind things that they'd always done for each other. They were staying in touch with each other. They were telling each other about their days. In fact, while Nancy was at the Sylvia Beach Hotel, one of the things that she said to her friends after they had gone to a little hole-in-the-wall restaurant somewhere at the beach was that she could not wait to tell Dan Brophy about this restaurant. It was the kind of place that he would love. And she was excited as they scooted back to the hotel to share this new discovery with her husband. States suggest that Nancy Brophy's life was going to get a lot better when Dan was gone. They're wrong. Nancy was lost after Dan was killed. Her friends will tell you that she sounded very confused. It was as though the earth had fallen away from her feet. Nancy was overwhelmed. A friend says Nancy was very un-Nancy. After Dan died, she appeared totally blank. She was in shock. We saw her cry, and I've only seen her tear up one other time. She's a Southern-raised woman, and that stiff upper lip is paramount. To see her cry was extremely rare. She apologized to us for crying. She was embarrassed, but she was grief-stricken. She was in total shock. Dan's sudden death also upended the Brophy's plan to legally subdivide this lot for a larger profit. While they had managed to get Nancy on the deed, Dan was the only one on the mortgage. And since Nancy was almost 68 years old, it was very unlikely that Wells Fargo would agree to add her to the mortgage. After Dan died, Ms. Brophy talked with Richard Freimark again. He told her about a likely problem. If the bank learned that its sole note holder had died, it was likely to call the entire note due. This fact had Nancy Brophy scrambling to get the house cleaned up and sold before Wells Fargo got wind of Dan Brophy's death. The bank would be treated fairly, but so would she. Subdividing the lot was now just too lengthy of a process to complete. She simply needed to get that backyard cleaned up as best she could, sell the house as quickly as possible, and pay off the note. She also really wasn't ready for Dan's death because the will was lost. The friends who were with her in the time after this will tell you that there was huge chaos and panic over the fact that Nancy Brophy could not find the wills that she and Dan had put together several years before. Finally, maybe a month, even longer after Dan's death, Jack Brophy came to the house with some friends from the church. They were trying to clean out a garage that had been filled to the gills with some of Dan's collectibles. And in the very back of the box, in back of the garage in a box, Jack Brophy found the will. Nancy Brophy was so relieved. The other thing that was lost that summer was that Medicare enrollment season that was going to come in 2018. That was the year that Nancy thought that she could maybe sell another 200 policies and build the book that would carry everything forward. She just didn't have the energy. She was overwhelmed, she was sad, and she was in no condition to sell Medicare. Murder can be a huge complication when it comes to life insurance. At the very, very best, a murder will seriously delay the payment of insurance proceeds. I tell you this because the state suggests that what caused this murder was this intense, acute financial ruin that was raining down on the Brophies at the time of Dan's death. I think the evidence will show, and certainly our forensic accountant will suggest to you, that by June of 2018, that simply wasn't true. By June of 2018, the Brophies were in pretty good financial shape, and as of June 2nd, they probably, between both of their accounts, could have put their hands on $10,000 cash if they needed to. But as I said, murder can be a complicating process. Ms. Brophy, especially as she talked to different insurance companies, told her friends it would probably be years before these claims were resolved. The state makes much about a call that Ms. Brophy made on June 6th, I believe. What you'll learn during trial is that after she had talked with the police urged her to talk to someone who was what they called a tips counselor. The tips counselor gave Ms. Brophy a book, and at the back of the book was a little checklist about what to do in a time like this. One of the things on the checklist, in addition to finding a will, was to try to figure out exactly which insurance policies you had and to begin the process. And as I say, it was never going to be too soon to begin the process, because when someone's murdered, what we know is that the process can take a long, long time. Dan's sudden death created other problems with the life insurance too. You remember that very expensive return of premium policy that Dan bought, betting Dan that would live to be age 78, the one she paid 3 times or 6 times the premiums for? Well, that lost a huge part of its value because Dan Brophy died too young. Remember the $250,000 policy she bought in November of 2016? Well, that was still within the contestability period. In the Dearest Dan letter, Nancy Brophy talks about a guy named Schneider. I've always forgotten his name, but she says, when I saw him, I worried about you. Well, what had happened with Mr. Schneider is that he had purchased a life insurance policy on his life and his wife's life. And then Ms. Brophy, shortly before she wrote the Dearest Dan letter to her husband, Mr. Schneider had called and explained that his wife had died within the 2-year contestability period, and that he was having a heck of a time in his fight with the insurance company to get them to pay the claim. If Dan Brophy had died on November 6th of 2018, just 5 months after the day he did die, this would have been a much easier insurance claim to make. While Dan Brophy was alive, Nancy Brophy had a great listener, a wonderful lover, a consummate chef, and an entertaining travel partner. Most of all, she had an all-around best friend. She shared her life with a man who never failed to make her laugh. Nancy Brophy was blessed with a true partner who always looked out for her and always looked forward to a future with her, as she did him. After you've heard all the evidence in this case, we are certain that you will understand that Nancy Brophy did not kill her husband. Thank you.
All right, we're going to take our lunch break, which is typically an hour and a half. So we'll plan to go back on the record at, I guess it would be 10 till 2, but Ms. Lou will give you some instructions on when to be back here at the actual jury room. But with that, we'll take our lunch recess.
Okay, so we went from opening statements. You guys let me know if you can hear me. I'll wait a second to see. I'm trying to whisper. I didn't want to shock you. Are you shocked? Hello? Anybody here? You do? Great. How come my coffee's not highlighted? What coffee? I don't know. All right. So what we're doing, we did opening statements. Now we're going to go over to day 4. Then I think we have some from day 7. And then Nancy gets on the stand. Or what we can do is go straight to Nancy on the stand. You guys vote in the chat. Let me know what you'd like to do. Do we want to go straight to Nancy? pass it? Oh, psst. Psst. What they talk about in day 4 is, I believe, the insurance stuff. Let me just double check. I made notes. Day 4 is day 4. I think day 4 is some of the insurance crap. Day 7 is insurance. Okay. Yeah, that's what happened. So, do all the things. Do all the things, ma'am. Let's see. You want to hear all the things picks? Well, I want to make sure you guys get to know Dan and Nancy. So we'll do day 4. Let's do day 4, and it's the afternoon session. So we'll do this, and then do we want to speed it up a little, or? I'm sorry, Elizabeth. I only have it on 1.25, and I know a lot of us listen to things really fast, but I'll put it up to 135. How's that? Sorry to Elizabeth's cat. Let's see how it sounds. You guys tell me if this is too fast or not, okay?
Diagram here and put up a couple of pictures in a moment. We talked a bit about the storeroom. When you enter the storeroom, and you'll see in front of you States Exhibit 49. Do you recognize this view?
Yes.
Okay. And so where is this view on the map, States Exhibit 1?
So that's this hallway here, looking from here down this way into that term kitchen.
Okay. And so it looks like on States Exhibit 1, there's a doorway that's sort of at the end of the hallway before you get to the classroom doors.
Yes.
Is that door normally kept closed?
Yes.
I don't think that's too fast. That sounds pretty good to me. Tomorrow, what I plan to do, if we don't get through all of these today, we won't. I mean, there's not enough time. So maybe tomorrow we'll finish this. But I do want to move on to the testimony that's been there so far in the Cohasset case, Anna Walshy and her husband Brian, because we do have Bukaki, Procta, and a few others that I want to go over, because that trial, hopefully that trial is going to start soon. I'm not sure exactly when, though. Let me see when they have it scheduled. Let me look here. Yeah, it's not scheduled till October. So we had a May 19th pretrial hearing focused on DNA. June 18th, we had one. So let's see. Yeah, Andy, me too. All right, so we had January, we had an evidence motions hearing. May 19th and 20th, we had Sergeant Buchanan and Sergeant Smith discussing DNA testimony. May 20th, we had some issues with defense and arguments there. May 22nd, yes, we had testimony again from Buchanan, Fanning, and Guarino. The 18th, they focused on admissibility from his child's iPad. So let's see. On the screen right now, so they're showing the kitchen where Dan worked and where he was killed. So they're going to go over various things here. Um, Proctor was the lead investigator in the Anna Walsh case, and it looks like because of his credibility issues, prosecutors have stated they are not going to present him as a witness in Brian's trial. So, unless the prosecution reverses course, which probably isn't likely, all of Proctor's allegations and statements will remain outside of the courtroom, and he's not going to be taking the stand as far as we know right now in Brian's case. But that could change, so we don't really know. But I'm sure they asked Bukaki. So, all right, let's continue on with this, shall we?
And is it like a swinging door?
It is a swinging door that locks, and I'll retract and say, in the weekdays, depending on the amount of traffic. So first thing in the morning, that door is usually propped open all morning because all the chefs are coming back into the storeroom to get their goods and then back to the class. Once everybody's in their kitchen, if I'm going back to the back room, I'll shut that door on my way back in. Weekends, I don't know what the standard protocol was. There was a time where we felt there was some pilfering going on and we shut it, but that changes.
And when you say pilfering, what do you mean by that?
So supplies are kept open shelved in the main area there. So, oftentimes if a term 3 student got so comfortable, they might come back, and we had bins of apples as an example. So they're open, boxes. So apples, I'd see somebody eating apples while walking through the kitchen. I'm kind of guessing that they're taking those from the back. So rather than make a big deal out of it, we just close the door.
Was it ever a situation where you had outside people coming in and stealing from that storeroom?
Never.
And it sounds like you're even noticing something like apples, you're keeping a pretty close watch on that,
Yeah.
which was part of your responsibilities.
Yeah, it's just kind of my nature too.
And so when we look at this and then move to State's Exhibit 49, 48, the hallway we were just looking at is to the left of this photo. Is that right?
That's right.
And so when you enter that storeroom through the garage door, is this what you would see initially?
Yes.
Is that hallway to the left that we just looked at very apparent right away? Like if you come in through the garage door?
No. You'd see, as you see to the left of the refrigerator there, the beginning of some racking. As you saw in the prior picture, there was a scale, which is literally back this side of the refrigerator, freezer. And the hallway, you'd have to walk toward that freezer and look left to see the hallway. I think if you knew it was there, you'd know it's there. And if you were in a hurry, and you'd have to walk in to orient yourself.
And from this view, there are several doors that we can and can't see. And just to make sure I'm right, because we have the cooler door, your office door, and then around these shelves, is there then also a door to the right where that ladder access would be?
That's correct.
And then also the door outside.
Correct again.
Okay, so there's 4 doors kind of in this narrow hallway view.
Yeah.
All right. And then as you go into the school, into that main, what I'm referring to as the main hallway, where the door from 17th kind of goes along classrooms B, C, kitchen 3, and then into that other hallway towards what's labeled as the guest restrooms.
Yep.
Are there photos of the instructors that are displayed on the walls, or were there at the time back in 2018?
Yes.
All right, and I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 46. Are you familiar with this photo?
Very.
And who is that a picture of?
That's Chef Brophy.
And is that a picture that's been around the school for some time?
Yes, it has.
And I'd offer State's Exhibit 46. No objection.
46 is admitted.
All right, and we've talked a lot about the layout and kind of what was going on back in June of 2018, and I want to talk a little bit specifically about June 2nd of 2018, if that's all right. Where were you that day when you first learned that something had happened?
I was on my way up the gorge, probably just about Multnomah Falls, going fishing.
And how were you notified?
Chef Damon called me first to ask me where some supplies were she was looking for, and then very quickly afterwards called me to say that Dan was down. I asked for details. It was believed at that time possible heart attack. I asked if there was a paramedic en route or if she'd called 911. Students and Chef Damon couldn't respond clearly. She was in a state of panic, and the students in the background were identifying that yes, they had. I asked if somebody knew CPR. Yes, they did, and it was being administered. Told her I was turning around and heading back.
And so it probably took you a good 30 or 40 minutes to get back to the school?
Probably. I followed the response unit, or the big trailer, whatever you call it, across the Markham Bridge. So
the big police RV?
Whatever their command station is, yeah. Not knowing, again, in my mind, that was a heart attack. I was coming back to probably find an ambulance in front of the school. Didn't know what I was coming into.
And so were you, I take it when you pulled out to the school, you weren't prepared for the level of what you saw?
No.
And do you remember like where you parked or if you were allowed into, was the crime scene taped up at that point?
It was taped off. I parked in front of our corporate offices, which were on the corner of Madison, or excuse me, of 17th and Jefferson, just across from the school. I approached the yellow tape. To my memory, I was asked immediately who I was. I said, I'm Woody. I was asked to come across the tape by an officer who knew who I was, apparently. I was told to stay right there.
And did you remain there for some time?
I was told to, yes.
And what was the next thing that you remember happening?
Uh, Begging for answers from the officers adjacent to me. Um, Phone calls and texts coming in to me. By this point, the media had a hold of it. And so I was getting a lot of questions I had no answers to. Um, and that was at that point in time, most of it again, not being able. I saw Chef Wilkie over on the Madison side street, but I was not allowed to go speak with him.
And so at some point, once you arrived, I mean, obviously you knew something had happened to Dan. At some point, did you learn the extent of what had happened or the specifics?
No, at that point, we were still, from my vantage point, I could see that the garage door was open halfway. Yellow tape was everywhere. My assumptions were valid. I didn't know who could be involved. I forget why or who, but I was advised not to text anybody. I was going to text Dan. Don't do that. And that's what I remember at that time.
Were you later informed by police or by someone with the school about what had happened?
I've got word through, I can't remember who, by phone, that, it was likely Dan down. At some point, I was allowed to speak to Wilkie. And there was concern whether or not Nancy knew and what our response, if any, was going to be allowed at that time. I remained over on 17th. I don't know when it happened, but Nancy came up behind me and was on the other side of the yellow tape. In my frustration with the officer next to me, I threw out some expletives and identified that as Dan's wife. And I think I had a small breakdown at the time. And they brought her through and then walked her immediately over to the command center.
And did you have any conversation with her at that point?
No.
And at some point, were you eventually able to go either into the admin building or talk to Chef Wilkie and other people in the administration?
Yeah, I was there that whole day. And so, yeah, at some point I was able to get over to Chef Wilkie and Tom Bethel. We had very little to compare note-wise, really, other than a vague idea that something had happened to Dan. I had a slew of questions related to the garage door and why we weren't getting more information. We realized that the students, Chef Wilkie probably knew at that point where the students were being sequestered. I didn't. Then I started clearing up, and it was like, where are the students? What's being done there? Media became really popular around the area at that time too.
And I imagine you were getting a lot of, it sounds like you were sort of a point person for a lot of people associated with the school.
Yeah, that was one of the lesser great ideas of mine early on, was to give my cell phone number out to all inbound students as a contact point for school closures or not going to make it to school today, because I'm the first one in the building. It just made sense.
And so do you recall, were you notifying people like not to come to the school or any of that part?
No, I had very little, if any, outbound communication. I was dumbstruck.
At some point, were you interviewed by detectives or talked to detectives?
Yeah.
Later that afternoon, it sounds like.
Yeah, we were pulled into the offices on Madison and taken into Chef Wilkie's office and then asked questions. I couldn't tell you exactly what they were.
Fair to say that's sort of all a blur.
Very much so.
Do you recall if at any point, either that day or the following day, you went into the school to look around?
Yeah, I was asked actually to, and it could have been the same day. In fact, I'm pretty sure it was before the body was removed, to get the alarm code log book that I had in my office that identified Chef's alarm numbers. And then at the end of this all, to my horror, as the coroner left with the body and we were given access back, we were advised that we would be cleaning up the kitchen as well, which sent me off, kind of so.
Yeah, I imagine that was pretty difficult.
Yeah.
When you were allowed to go back into the school at that point, in addition to having to clean up, did you also have an opportunity to go through the school and kind of look through it?
No, straight to and straight out. That was, and we were supervised. When I went to get the alarm codes, it was with somebody.
What about after the police had left, either later that day or the next day or in the week that followed? Did you take the opportunity to go through the school and check things out at any point?
Yeah, we did a battle strategy for security because at that point we had no means of knowing what happened or from whom, whether we were still in jeopardy or if our students were in jeopardy. The population was uneasy for the obvious reasons. So first thing was to go through all of our procedures to see if there's anything that stood out that needed to be corrected right away. What we're going to do Monday for inbound students. We had a kind of like vigil plan for Sunday night, which we held, but it was at that point too that we met. Chef Wilkie and Tom Bethel and I met to discuss what we needed to go through Monday to be ready for.
And throughout that process, as you made plans and sort of your role with inventory and your responsibilities at the school, did you have a chance to determine if anything was disturbed or missing or damaged?
We certainly looked in that. I just remember that in particular because I, again, first back on Monday, but you can't help but wonder, did something get overlooked or was there something obvious that was amiss? And I looked quite a bit, but I didn't know what I was looking for. And when we became more organized, I believe we really were only looking at the security situation at the school itself.
In any of the time, as you started to look around or in the weeks or even, days or months that followed, was there anything that you became aware of that was taken or missing or damaged?
Not that I remember.
You talked a bit earlier about the cart that Chef Brophy had that he would bring in and sort of describes that for us. I think you said it was green.
Yeah.
Do you recall if you saw that in the school?
Yeah.
I'm going to show you what's a still image from State's Exhibit 5. Here. And it's a little hard to see from this image, but do you recognize that area as the lounge area?
Yep. And there's his cart over in the corner.
Okay, that green one back in the upper.
Yep,
left
with the
corner.
merry-go-round of spices right on top.
All right. Mr. Bailey, it sounds, and you talked a little bit before the break, like you and Dan Brophy were pretty good friends.
Yeah.
And that you spent, it sounds like, time together, both at work and outside of work.
Yeah.
And in your conversations with him, did he ever talk to you about details of his personal life and things that were going on?
In the small talk sense, yes. We often talked about ongoing project ideas for the school. One of his favorite things to do was creating these long goal projects that take time that could go through several terms of school. So we kind of go through those as we're traveling or talking. As far as other in-depth things from his side, if he had garden plans at home, the bees, he loves his bees. And so successes and failures, he'd love to talk about those and his new plan to change up whatever he had maybe failed at the year before in the garden and wanted to try something different.
Sounds like gardening and work were pretty important to him.
They were synonymous.
Did he ever talk to you about getting rid of his garden, moving, cleaning the yard up, anything like that?
No, there were some things that might be overrun that until you'd seen the garden and understood, as I finally did, what a master gardener's concept is, we look at things differently perhaps, where somebody else sees a symbiosis between what is a weed, but it's an edible weed, and a beautiful flower, but maybe an edible flower. It looks like a mishmash to most people, but they're meant to be together in the grand scheme. So with his guidance, I could understand a great deal more of his backyard, but anybody else might go say, oh my God, it's overrun or something like this. And no, but he never really shared any grand, like I'm going to rip out this and do this. He put my son to work a couple times, which was a great thing.
In his yard?
Had to break up the video games.
That sounds like a good plan.
Great plan.
Did he ever talk to you about plans to retire or retirement in the future?
No.
Ever get the sense he was moving that direction?
No.
Did he ever talk to you about financial problems or other issues like that?
No.
And what about firearms? Did the two of you ever discuss firearms in any capacity or ever talk to you about guns?
Yeah, we had a pretty big talk about that after the event. Chef Wilkie and I did, and when you start housing a number of students through a school, you get challenged with philosophies that counter each other at the student level. Inevitably, you're challenged as an instructor to vocalize maybe some kind of in between, whatever. Guns was never something Dan would, in our opinion, my opinion, I'll just state for myself. Dan didn't like guns. Dan would not have had a gun.
And in your, it sounds like you went to Dan's house on multiple occasions.
A few times, yeah.
And in your years of friendship with him, did you get to know Nancy Brophy at all?
A little bit, yeah.
And did you have many conversations with her? Would you see her often?
When I saw Dan or when I'd go to their house, oftentimes she'd come down to the school.
And what, when she came down to the school, in what capacity would you see her?
Usually bringing things either Dan forgot or to fill in blanks. And by fill in blanks, like the cart that you showed, for instance, was one of Dan's small little businesses. He also raised chickens, and I was an egg purchaser from year one. So, you know, those were the things that if something got forgotten, that was good revenue come Friday. And so Nancy would occasionally bring those down and kind of things.
And following Dan's death, did you have any contact with Nancy or touch base with her at all? Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Bailey, when do you think the last time you were over at their house would have been? Assuming it wasn't after June of 2018.
Last time I remember, his dad, Jack, was bringing something over. There was work to be done on the garage. And I was bringing something over from the school, but I couldn't tell you exactly when that was. I just remember I was there while there was a great deal of discussion about what needed moving, and being a body on premise, I felt maybe I was going to be employed somehow to help out.
You knew better than to go back after that?
It was not really always, Dan always managed to get right between me and the car at the right time.
Okay. And in which year was it that your son was doing some work? He got conscripted too, but it sounds like maybe he was getting paid.
Yeah, he got paid. Dan, again, an avid gardener, and would get coffee grounds from the Starbucks across the street. And one of his deals was he had these big 5-gallon buckets. And he taught my son that a properly planted plant, I forget what type it was, a hole needed to be dug 5 gallons deep, which really in the middle of summer is not that fun. And as a reward, he got to terminate some chickens that had cannibalized at the time, which was another story.
Mm.
Yeah, so I couldn't tell you the year. I'm sorry.
What's your best guess? How old was your son, do you think, at the time?
I'm going to say, you know, probably 2016, 2015, right in there.
Okay, a couple years before.
Yeah.
Not long.
Yeah.
Do you remember talking with the police? I think it was the evening, late afternoon, or the evening of the day that Dan passed. You remember talking with them about having a conversation with Dan about his relationship with Nancy not too long before he died?
I don't remember that.
Do you remember having the conversation with the police that
Well,
afternoon?
Do I remember any of it? No.
It sounds like that afternoon. Much of that day was a blur. Oh, that's 55, 56, yeah. That to yourself first.
Yeah, the highlighted parts.
That's the main part, sure. Read as much as you want.
Okay. Yeah, I do remember this. Yeah, I remember that.
Okay, so when you're telling the police about a conversation you and Dan had,
I'm sorry.
you were telling the police about a conversation that you and Dan had had?
Yes, related to her novel writing and him being kind of the sounding board for some of that.
Okay, and what was the time frame of the conversation that you and Dan had had? You're telling the police on June 2nd, but how recent was that conversation?
I couldn't say.
Okay, let me just show this real quickly.
Sorry.
Sorry, that's okay.
Sorry, give me that back.
I've given you more time, sorry.
That's okay. I don't see where it says when that was. Oh, okay. It was then within that last week. Sorry.
Thank you. Okay, so the conversation that you and Dan Brophy had been that last week before you were talking with the police on June 2nd.
Sure.
Does that sound right? At the time you were talking with them, obviously you were trying to give them really good, accurate information.
Yeah, and I would say that, you know, if you asked me what I said last week, and wrote it down now and then asked me 4 years from now, it's probably going to be just about as gray as it is right now
Yeah,
from
you
four
could get me
years
4
ago.
weeks and I'd have the same problem. I understand. So when you had that conversation with Mr. Brophy, now that you kind of focused on that again, can you describe as best you recall how that went? Sounds like you were teasing him a little bit.
Oh yeah, you had to tease Dan a little bit. So, again, the Dan I knew, and if you put romance novels somewhere to that, they don't, it's like oil and vinegar, or oil and water. It just seems to be really. But then he would talk fairly, openly about it and say, well, she's got these ideas, and if it's going to work, she's got to, have somebody to talk to about it. And he mentioned that she has groups of writer people that she's involved with. At some point, they had gone on a cruise with the writers group that I remember, and to Dan, anything that took him someplace, was kind of a good deal. But that's what I remember most, is just kind of giving him he always gave him a little ribbing if there was an opportunity to do it.
And was his response essentially when you were teasing him about his wife writing romance novels that he thought of it as something that actually kind of enhanced
Stoic.
their relationship?
Stoic.
Okay. All right.
Played a great straight guy.
I just have a couple more questions for you. You had described this, well, you're responsible for inventory, right? That you primarily are the person that would kind of keep track of what was needed and then order supplies.
Correct.
What was your system essentially? Were you trying to keep up with what classes were coming up, and so what would be needed for those classes, or were you actually keeping strict track of exactly what was in OCI?
Combination. So the classes are cyclical, and the exercises are documented with some variety cut in there depending on class population, student technical abilities in some cases. If we had a really difficult class of maybe younger folks, we knew we were going to take a little longer to get through a certain course. It was always the intent that they get the content of the course, not just get through the course. So any adjustments by volume or by ingredients often came down last minute. But by and large, I could predict a good month out what I was going to need a month forward.
Okay. And when these adjustments you're talking about, you were thinking that the newer chefs, the more untrained ones, might actually have to go through a little bit more to learn the skill just right?
Yeah, if I've got a class that's burning pine nuts on a regular basis, I'm going to need more pine nuts.
Right. Absolutely.
That's the way it is.
Okay. So afterwards, as you were going through, I mean, we've all seen the photos now. There was just a lot in that building. I know it's a good sized building, but I mean, roughly how many pounds of flour do you think were there at any given day?
About 400.
And do you have any sense, just off the top of your head, of how many different types of supplies were on hand by the time you count up the salts and the sugars and the spices
And as far as total count,
the different types of ingredients?
well, within total inventory, I had just under 1,000 items.
Okay. All right. How many kinds of alcohol did you keep on hand?
Usually I had 3 to 4/5 maximum in my office of, let's see, 14 probably different varieties of alcohols. The baking and pastry class required the higher quality liqueurs and things that were used in their baking. I got the lowest quality others for the culinary class, and then mixology in the management class usually took care of their own supplies, which meant that there was higher tinctures and alcohol or types that were kept in the restaurant office typically, or with Tom Bethel in Tom's office. And that was used specifically for mixology. And we didn't carry that particular course all the way through that I recall. I think we segued, you'd have to ask Chef Wilkie this, but I believe it was segued further into the wine offerings, and Chef Borcherding and Tom and one other or two other chefs in the restaurant management group would oversee that.
Okay, so as part of the management program, there was actually, I'm going to put this in more crass terms, but there was a bartender component to it.
No, initially that was kind of what they were aiming for, but to identify how you identify, the differences in a scotch.
Okay.
That lasted for a while, but seemed to fade out. Those inventory responsibilities were outside of mine. In other words, those were ordered for, inventoried for, and stored in separate areas away from me. And that was true, although I took care of the storage for the wine segment of the program in the sommeliers version from Chef Borcherding and those. I simply made space for their inventory to exist, which were onesies, twosies of various wines,
Okay.
not entire cases or that kind of thing.
So was the other, I'm not sure whether you said it was Tom Bethel or somebody else, but was somebody else responsible for the supplies for that dining room and the lounge reception area? I mean, there was a pretty regular lunch and dinner service, right?
No, just the bulk soda pop, the syrups, and that came out of the carbon dioxide area, which was by the restaurant, And again, the hard alcohol that was specific to the original mixology class, which again, I think faded out at some point. I couldn't tell you when or who the last instructor was. I know at some point Tom was teaching it. Chef Maxwell was one of the restaurant managers who also taught that course, set them up and basically say, okay, this is what somebody's looking for in a scotch. What's the difference between the single malt and this? Just to give them a general thumbnail of what the differences were. But mixology wasn't taught as a separate course.
Okay, all right. Now, back to the dining room supplies, were the students actually being taught to serve as well?
Yes, to serve food. Yes.
And did that include going to the extent of actually, putting nice linens on the table, putting candles on the table, all of that sort of thing?
Yes.
Okay. I think my last question for you is, it sounds like you were wearing a lot of hats and you were basically responsible for overseeing maintenance and security in a sense. Too. You were the person who was controlling the alarm codes and.
I wouldn't say I was in charge of security. I would say that I was the keeper of things.
Okay. Well, to the extent that anybody was in charge of security, who would you say had that hat?
We had a set alarm system from day one that was used until I came on board, as we had several numbers passed out and only one number used. And when I came on to the facilities manager position, I pointed out that created some problems with responsibility. And the biggest issue we ever had down there could be as simple as leaving all the lights on. Who left all the lights on, or left the water running in this kitchen, or turned off the stove in this kitchen? So first in, last out codes became something of, well, do you want to know? And the answer, yeah. So we reissued the codes out. And so to say I'm in charge of security, no. To say I kept track of the codes, yeah.
Okay. All right. Two more things, both related to that. Now, your office is the one that's in that well, I shouldn't call it little, it's a pretty good sized storeroom, but you've got the small office that's inside that garage door, right? Mm-hmm. Was that garage door sometimes just left open all day?
No.
Were you the person who was effectively sort of in charge of overseeing that?
Yes.
And what was the policy about that door?
Close it.
Why?
Security.
Okay.
There's a lot of food there. So I've got a high school that has regular students walking down 17th to go get lunch at Bellagio's. Drift in, drift out. No, I don't think that's a good call. So,
yeah.
No, we always closed it.
Okay. And what about the keys? Were there rooms that were keyed differently throughout the building, or was it all a single key? All the locks worked with the same key?
There were different keys, only in a couple scenarios. One was to my office and to the restaurant office. Those were separate keys. And to the storeroom, the last one that had the ladder going to the roof. That was the one set of keys, as I recall.
Okay.
Single key. And then the office across the street was a separate key.
Okay. So let's talk about that storeroom, the one with the ladder. How many people had a key to that storeroom?
4. And I'm being very vague, but I think there was Brian, Tom, myself, and then one that would be available if needed. And then we kept one out in the fire box for the fire department because the fire alarm system was inside that room as well.
Okay. And so there's one key that was out as it was needed, not the one for emergencies, not the one in the firebox, but the other one. Would the chefs know, would the instructors know where that key was? Was that a key that they could access without waiting for you to come down there?
There was always somebody on staff that could to get into those areas, and I couldn't tell you how weekend worked in that scenario. If I don't know how Chef Wilkie dished that out, but I wouldn't say that it was a very strict protocol that way. So we never had chefs that wanted the key or needed the key, or somebody was always around to get them back there if they needed it. No chef really needed to get back into the room that had the ladder going to the roof. There wasn't much back there for them.
Okay, but that was where you kept some of the more expensive supplies?
Yeah.
I can't think of anything. Thank you. I think that's it. Thank you.
Okay.
And I have just one last question. Is that all right?
Go ahead.
The sort of projects that you talked about Dan having and the cart that we looked at in the photo, and sort of his side projects and plans that you talked about kind of for the classes for the future, were those all things that he was still doing up until his death?
Yep.
No further questions. Thank you.
All right. May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
And for
Yes,
defense.
Your Honor.
All right, you can step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
And
Squeeze.
I did, unless they specifically.
Okay, well, I don't have any way of knowing because
All right, before we call for the state's next witness, I just want to ask the jury, did any of you need a comfort break at this point in time? Yes, okay. All right, so we'll take a break a little early. Why don't we plan on just breaking for 10 minutes? We may take another break a little later in the day, but for now, let's just plan on breaking for 10 minutes.
Okay, I will leave us the record.
Okay, let's forward here. They're on break. Who is this witness?
Swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, then you may be seated.
I'm just checking to see if
When you're
this.
seated there, Mr. Brophy. Oh, sorry, Judge.
That's all right. I was just going to say you can take off your mask if you'd like.
Okay, so this is Jack Brophy. I'm breathing hard because I ran up the stairs. Sorry. I was a little running sucker. So his testimony lasts about, I think he talks about what they were going to be doing to the house and stuff like that. And then they go to break in an hour. And then after that, is this her sister? No, this is Karen. Maybe his sister or his cousin? Okay. Oh, geez, you hate Kim? She's full of hate. Sheesh. You don't like Kim, huh? Okay, well. Emotions can be very cruel. She just spews hate. Well, she hasn't spewed any at me, so I don't know. And I don't follow her to other chats, so I'm not really sure. I stay out of most places these days. I just stay to my boring little channel, doing whatever it is I do over here. Pixie found that funny, and so did Cordy. I don't know. I don't know. You're back. Back from where? Where were you? Where have you been, Cordy? Off doing all the things? Haven't seen you in a month of Sundays. Then again, I don't go live very often, so I need to get back to going live, but it's been a challenge. I don't want to let my mouth slip and say crazy things about people, and I will, so I'm trying to just stay away from the crazy fucking drama that is this community. Really, Chasing? Really? Really what? You said I'm back, and I said, where have you been? Is that a bad thing? to ask. I don't think it is. Seems like a normal question to me. You got your other knee done. I'm alive and doing okay. That is good to hear, country. That is good to hear. I think we've just turned into trial nerds over here. It's kind of what we do. We will be live about the Brian Welsh trial, though. That's going to be a very interesting one, so we'll be doing live streams about that. And then just chit-chat lives whenever. I don't know. I'm trying to make a more firm schedule, though, so that I can set aside time. How's the recovery process on that country? Ugh. I am doing a drama-free stream. I could do a drama stream, Pixie. There's so much to talk about. The Summer Wells rumors, the Sebastian rumors, the Krama community, the Texas floods, which should not be used for drama, the Michaela from Save a Fox that shouldn't be used for drama. You know, all the things. No more rumors. What rumors? There are a lot of rumors right now. Too many rumors. That's what I'm saying. I could go live and debunk all of those. That'd be fun. But then I'd probably call people motherfuckers. That wouldn't be fun. So, well, it wouldn't be fun for them. It might be fun for me. Okay, recovery sucks, hurts, but gotta go to therapy. Oof. Yikes. Your whole kneecap was moved over, country. Lord God. Kim, yeah, it's so bad. It's so bad. It's heartbreaking. I find myself reading about it constantly, hoping they find anybody alive. And the destruction that it did. It's unbelievable. Because it wasn't even like it was a tornado or a hurricane or an earthquake. That was just flood water. Oof. Completely horrible. I can call you a motherfucker. I probably would have a few months ago, Cordy, but I won't now. Nope, I won't now. I'm also trying to figure out how to go live on my iPad because I really don't like going live on my phones. It's doing that weird thing. Heartbreak, what's happening? Did you see they were cooking hot meals for survivors? Yeah. Go find the helpers, right? Yeah, North Carolina's still not recovered from it all. So it's terrible what's happening. I was watching a video this morning. A guy was recording his wife. She was grabbing her horses and trailers to go down to help. You haven't typed in a while. Country, it's fine. It's fine. We can all read mistypes now. I think we got used to it. All right, I'm gonna put the trial back on. I will chat with you guys in the chat. So we have about an hour of Mr. James here, I think. Right? Or Jack. Yeah, it's right at an hour, I think. Yeah. Okay.
And there is also water available if you want it. Okay. And when you're ready, if we can have you say your name out loud and spell the name.
Jack Brophy,
And how do you spell it?
Jackbrophy.
Okay, Mr. Overstreet?
And Mr. Brophy, if maybe you could pull the microphone a little bit closer to you to make sure that we can hear you. Yeah, that works. That works. So, Mr. Brophy, is Daniel Brophy one of your children?
Beg pardon?
Is Daniel Brophy one of your children?
Yes.
And did you have other children?
Do I have what?
Did you have other children?
Yes, we had 3 boys.
3 boys. And was Dan the oldest, or?
Oldest.
When sorry, are you still currently working?
Am I working?
Yes.
Yeah, I just left work to come here.
To come here. And what is it that you do?
Oh, we feed the needy and the homeless.
Okay. And how long have you been doing that?
This is the 19th year.
Okay. And are you also retired?
That's what they say. I retired at 62 and been working since then.
Okay. Are you currently in your 80s?
Am I what?
Are you currently in your 80s?
I still didn't hear you.
How old are you?
Oh, I'm 85.
85.
Jason 86.
Okay. Still working. Is that a work ethic that you instilled into your son, Dan?
I still didn't hear you.
And Your Honor, I did offer a
Why don't you give me that crazy thing?
Why don't we try that?
This goes.
You don't even know.
Go this direction.
Oh,
Which ear?
actual headphones.
Yeah, I like that.
There you go.
Yeah, I'll stop it.
I thought I'd be talking to a real person and not a masked man.
Yeah.
Have you put those on?
I can do that.
Yep. I believe it.
Oh, okay.
And then right here, you can turn up the volume as much as you want, okay?
Oh, okay.
So up and down.
There you go. Clever what they come up with.
All right, Mr. Brophy, can you hear me a lot better?
A lot better.
There we go. Okay. I'll still try to speak up, but
Yeah.
All right.
It's these dainty women I have trouble with.
Okay. So what I was asking is that you're still working. You're 85 years old and you're still working. Is that sort of a work ethic that you instilled into your boys?
Well, whatever it happened, that's what happened. You just do live life by example.
Okay. Did you ever get a chance to work with Dan?
Oh yeah. I mean, in what respect?
Well, that's what I'm asking. In what capacities did you get the chance to work with Dan?
Oh, mostly as he's older and married at his house, in his yard, in his garage, in his house.
Okay. So helping him out around the house, doing things around the house.
Trying to, if you can make sense out of the mayhem he lived with.
Yeah. Yeah, we've heard a little bit about his garden and the chickens and the garage and stuff. Would you categorize that as mayhem?
Mayhem in the big time.
Okay. Did it seem to make sense to Dan, though?
Oh yeah, none of it was a problem.
Yeah.
I think it's genetic, I decided. Karen's dad was very much that way. I'd try and straighten out his shop or tools, and then it disintegrated. Same is true with Dan. I spent years trying to get his shop and tools and stuff in order, but to no avail. And then his mother has pretty much the same problem.
Was Dan much into the tools in the shop, or was he more interested in the gardening and stuff?
More interested in the garden. He was interested in the tools, but he spent his life looking for them.
In your opinion, did you, when looking at Dan and his work ethic, or just the amount that he was working, did you think that he worked a lot?
Oh, he worked a lot. He worked all the time.
Okay. And not just at work, where he's employed, but around the house too. Was he always busy?
Depends on what his interest level was at that given time. The chickens were top priority. If maintenance in his garage and his tools had any relevancy compared to the chickens, it would have been wonderful.
Okay. So chickens were the top priority.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the garden.
Yeah.
At one point, the garden was a big deal. That deteriorated as I don't know if he got older or he got more tired from working or what, but the garden just sort of overwhelmed everybody.
Did it seem to overwhelm Dan or everyone else around him that had to deal with it?
No, it would be with Dan particularly because not most other people didn't work with it.
Right. Did you also get a chance to work with Dan doing what you do now, gathering food and taking it and feeding homeless?
Oh yeah, he was really helpful at the culinary school in seeing that we got the foods that were in good shape and usable. In fact, I think we very seldom mash potatoes, or because they had a lot of potatoes that they practiced on, and then they'd give them to us, and we'd bring them over and put them in a pot, mash them, and serve them the next day.
Okay. And Dan would help coordinate that with you?
Well, no, that was sort of an automatic. It was set up that way. We would just show up, and whoever was there, whether it was Woody or one of the other instructors, and it would just be loaded into our van.
Okay. And but did Dan ever assist with that type of thing?
Oh yeah, if I saw him, but a lot of times he's busy teaching.
Sure. Okay. You talked about Dan working a lot, but as he was getting older, did he talk to you about his desire to retire, scale back, do less? Did he talk to you about that stuff?
Never.
Did he talk to you about a retirement plan that he had?
Nope, didn't know he had a type.
Did your son ever discuss with you that him and Nancy Brophy were ever having any financial problems?
No, we did not delve into the money situation.
Okay.
We tried to help him where we could in different situations, and it sort of got left there.
Okay. Did you ever loan them money?
Yeah.
Did you loan them money because they were struggling to get by financially, or was it a loan for a specific purpose?
Well, my understanding was it was basically with Nancy, not with Dan, and it, as I understood it, it had to do with the purchase of a sandwich shop.
Okay. So you loaned money to Nancy for something to do with a sandwich shop?
Yeah, that's what we were told it went for, and we didn't inquire beyond that because that was what we thought was needed at the time.
And how much money did you loan Nancy?
That's $50,000.
Do you remember when that was?
Oh, no. When you get older, you remember a lot of things a lot less. But it's probably been 6, 7, 8 years ago.
From today?
Yeah.
Okay.
When you think it's been almost 4 years since Dan's death, everything goes back, and you really lose track of it.
Sure. But you think you loaned him that money, or loaned Nancy that money several years before Dan's death?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Dan was really, in a sense, was not involved in the loan transaction.
Okay. You think it was basically between yourself and...
Yeah, it was just a verbal thing. You know, we set up repayment plans, and some of that happened, and most didn't.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask you about. Did you get your money back?
Most of it not. About maybe a quarter of it. About, oh gee, 6, 7 years ago, we were together for a meal or something, and we told both of them we just forget it because we knew it was not going to get paid back.
Okay. So they started paying it back at some point, but then stopped?
Yeah, well, I think it was as the need for money grew because I think there was less and less of the catering business, and the sandwich business did not turn out as well as she had hoped it would.
Okay. When you loaned Nancy that money, did she still have the catering business, or had that already closed?
No, I think she still had that.
Okay. But she was looking to open a sandwich shop in addition to the catering?
Yeah, I think that, as I understood it, that's the way it was supposed to work.
Okay. Did you get the sense that when they weren't paying you back, that at that point they were struggling financially?
It never got talked about.
Okay. What about the idea that they wanted to sell the house? Did you ever hear Dan or Nancy talk about wanting to sell the house?
Basically Nancy.
Okay. When did you hear from Nancy about wanting to sell the house? Do you remember?
No, not a specific date. It's just the fact that she seemed to be pushing it with Dan. Dan was more content with the chickens, even if it was a mess, than doing other kinds of things like that.
Okay, so I take it, since you said that Dan kind of seemed more content, that the conversations that you had with Nancy about possibly selling the house, that must have been before Dan had passed. Is that right?
I think so.
Okay. And are we talking years before, or are we saying like months before?
More like months, I would say.
Okay. And did Nancy seem to increase in the volume in which she was talking about that?
Not specifically. That seemed to come about more after Dan's death.
I see. But before, when Nancy was talking about this, did Dan ever talk about it?
No, I can't say that he did.
Okay. Just in your interactions with Dan, did it seem as if he actually did want to sell the house?
You know, I don't object. If we haven't had a conversation, I think this is calling for speculation unless we can lay a foundation for the basis of knowledge.
Yeah, I'll sustain.
I can ask a follow-up question. Did you have that discussion with Dan? Without saying what he told you, did you have a discussion with Dan about whether or not he really wanted to sell the home?
No.
Okay. Now, you said you loaned them that $50,000. Did you ever give them money on another occasion?
Oh, yeah. When the band transaction got into play,
Okay.
they had bought a Prius, and Nancy was basically using that. And then somewhere down the line, it disappeared.
Okay, I want to talk. Oh, sorry.
There was only one vehicle, and so at that point, we gave them the van, and there was only one stipulation on it, and that was that she changed the title because she had a habit of borrowing it now and then as they needed something, they carried something, and getting a parking ticket. Consequently, I would get the ticket.
I see.
So
Okay.
all I asked is that the title get changed.
Okay. Well, I want to talk about that a little bit. You said that at one point they had a Prius,
Yeah,
and that was what Nancy primarily drove.
yeah.
Okay. Did Dan always have this little white pickup truck?
He had a pickup truck, not particularly this one.
Okay. Do you remember? Okay, so but did he always kind of have his own vehicle?
He had a vehicle of some sort.
Okay. And you're saying that Miss Brophy drove the Prius, and then you said at some point it disappeared. What do you mean by that?
She said she sold it to a friend. We found out later that that was not true.
Did she tell you what actually happened to it?
She said she sold it to a friend.
Okay. But later on, when you said you found out that wasn't true, did you find that out from Nancy?
No.
Okay. So you said at that point, when they told you that they had sold the Prius, that you decided to give them your van?
Yeah, because I drive the church van. They had enough money that they could buy a van for hauling our foods and supplies. And so consequently, we didn't need a car and a van.
Okay.
So Nancy said, sum up with a figure that it was valued at $8,000.
That your minivan was worth about $8,000?
That's what she said. I never did check into it because I figured it didn't make any difference since I was going to give it away.
Sure. Okay.
And then, in addition to that, we gave them $2,000, and then we give the other two boys $2,000 because we figured it should be fair for everybody.
Okay. Was that just as a gift?
Yeah.
Okay. Not expected to be paid back?
No.
And you didn't expect them to pay you for the van?
No.
Okay. Can we put up? I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 52. Also up on your screen there, so if you can see it better here, go ahead and look at that. But I also have a copy, so you can take a look at that. After you get a good look at the photograph, do you recognize that vehicle?
Yeah, that looks like it.
That looks like the minivan that you gave Nancy?
It's a Toyota.
Okay. I know it's a little hard to see, but can you see the driver of that vehicle?
I can.
Does that person look like somebody you know?
Oh, yeah, but I wouldn't swear to it.
Okay, fair enough. But that looks like the van that you gave to Nancy?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, actually, I didn't give it to Nancy. We gave it to both of them.
And just on that point that I think you're trying to clarify, you're saying you did give the van to both Dan and Nancy?
Yes.
Okay. Was it your understanding that Nancy was the person who primarily drove the van, though?
Yeah, because she had a lot of book things, and it used to be before we gave it to her, she would borrow it now and then for some book presentation or something where she was carrying more book supplies.
Okay. And you said you drove that van as part of your duties at the church.
Yeah.
Did you have some sort of sticker or something that you had affixed to the van?
Yeah.
What was that sticker?
It was like this, First Baptist Church, FBC.
And you're pointing to your T-shirt there?
Yeah.
Okay. And it was kind of a sticker that looked like that, circular?
Up in the corner of the parking ticket.
That was your parking pass for the church?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember where on the van that you had put that sticker?
On the driver's side in the upper corner.
Okay. And does the sticker actually say First Baptist Church?
I think it says FBC.
Okay. And when you gave Dan and Nancy the van, did you take that sticker off or did you leave it?
No, we did not take it off.
Okay. Was there any damage that you remember to the van?
Yeah.
And what was that?
There was a scar on the driver's side. One day I parked up next to the curb and there was a garbage truck there, but I had room and I didn't know it till when he was gone because when he turned a little bit, it left about a 2 or 3 foot scar in the side of the van.
Okay. And you said it was on the driver's side. Was that more towards the front by the driver's door or near the back?
It'd be more towards the middle back.
The middle or the back. Okay. And you're saying a 2 or 3 foot long or tall or what?
Just long, just a little streak, not real wide.
Okay. Did that actually scrape the paint off as well?
Oh yeah.
Did underneath the paint, did that rust at some point?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you gave Dan and Nancy the van, was it still like that or had you had it fixed?
No, I did not have it fixed.
Okay. Did you ever have discussions with Dan where he discussed the relationship that he had with Nancy?
No.
You never talked about their personal life?
No.
What about with Nancy? Did you ever discuss their personal relationship with Nancy?
No, other than, I think mostly for Karen rather than me. She told about how Dan had changed.
What do you mean by that? She explained how Dan had changed.
No, I'm gonna object. This is hearsay.
Sustained.
I'm sorry, what is it? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm asking you if Nancy had told you about how Dan had changed.
He more likely told Karen than
Oh, okay.
told me.
I think I missed that part. I apologize. And so, were you aware of the sleeping situation at Dan and Nancy's house, where each of them slept?
Yeah. May I ask a question and aid an objection?
Sure.
Have you been at the Brophy's home in the morning when Dan wakes up?
No,
And have you been at the Brophy's home at night when Dan Brophy goes to bed?
no.
I'm going to make an objection based on personal knowledge.
Well, I don't know what his answer would be, and I don't know whether or not he has personal knowledge. So what I'll do is have the jury step out for just a moment. Sure, that's fine. Yes, but down the hall.
All right, so the jury.
Back to the chamber.
All the way down. Let me have to go all the way back there.
Okay, everyone can be seated. The objection is lack of personal knowledge, and that may well be the case, but I first want to hear what the state's question is and what the answer would be.
Yeah, so Mr. Brophy, were you aware that Daniel Brophy was actually sleeping in a downstairs bedroom?
Yes,
And how did you know that?
just from the debris down there.
Okay, so what do you mean by that?
Oh, lack of order.
Okay, so the room was messy?
That goes with Dan.
Okay, was there an actual bed in that room?
I think it was a Murphy kind of bed or something like that.
So the bed that's like on the wall and then you can fold it down?
I think that's what that room had.
Okay. And was there other personal belongings of Dan's in there that led you to believe that that was the room that he slept in?
Just his debris.
Okay. What about the bedroom that was up in, it's sort of an attic area? Have you ever been up there?
Yeah.
Okay. Was there any indication that Dan was possibly sleeping up in that room?
I had nothing that would indicate that it was so.
Okay. Was there more of Nancy's things up in that room?
I would say tended to be so, but there generally was not much stuff around like there is in a Dan situation.
In the den? Oh, in the Dan situation.
Yeah, because basically wherever Dan was, it was more debris.
Okay. And what about the bathrooms? Was there a bathroom with a shower up in the attic as well?
Yeah, there's a bathroom and a tub. I mean, a shower and a tub.
And was there also a bathroom with a shower or a tub
There's a shower
downstairs?
downstairs, not a tub.
Okay. Have you been in those bathrooms as well?
Yeah, generally doing some degree of plumbing maintenance.
Okay. Was there any indication that Dan primarily used the bathroom downstairs?
Nothing that would indicate that.
All right, let me just pause the line of questioning for a minute. I'll allow the state to ask these observational questions. To the extent the state wants to ask what Mr. Brophy concluded from that, you can. I'll allow defense to cross-examine on the conclusion as well. But the question should begin with his observations, not whether or not he was aware that he was sleeping downstairs or upstairs.
Okay.
All right, let's bring the jury back. And Mr. Brophy, you can sit if you want. If you want to stand, it's fine, but you can have a seat.
Doesn't make any difference.
Okay. right, and everyone can be seated. I've sustained the objection to the form of the question. So if you want to reword your question, Mr. Overstreet.
Yes, I will. Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Brophy, in the downstairs bedroom, did you notice whether or not there was a bed in there?
Yeah,
And what kind of bed was that?
it's like a Murphy bed.
Okay, so a bed that folds down from the wall or
Yeah.
something? Okay. Did you notice anything else about that bedroom that you took note of?
Well, just that there was the Dan debris.
Okay, what do you mean by Dan debris?
Dan's debris is scattered everywhere. There's identification of his clothing, his personal stuff.
Okay. You mentioned clothing and personal stuff. Is there anything else of Dan's that you noticed in there that would indicate that he was using that room?
No, I didn't spend much time in there because that, for the most part, didn't need anything done to it, like the bathroom.
You mean fixed?
Yeah,
Okay. But was it messy?
always.
Have you also been in the upstairs bedroom in the what's a converted attic?
Yes,
Okay. And did you take any note of anything in that room?
it was a lot more orderly.
Okay. And any indication that Dan was actually using that bedroom?
Nothing that I could tell. I didn't notice any of his clothes or anything in the upper bedroom.
Okay.
See, off of the bedroom, Nancy had a little room that was her writing room or book room or whatever. So, indicating she spent more time there than she did downstairs.
And that's sort of a little room, kind of closet area off
Yeah.
of that main bedroom upstairs.
Yeah, she had a lot of books in there.
In that room that we're talking about downstairs, it has these Dan's items in it. Was there any indication that that was like an office or some sort, and that's why Dan was using it?
Well, Dan supposedly had an office room upstairs. And I don't know how much time he spent there, but he had a lot of books there also, but it's mostly culinary kind of stuff.
And based on the layout and observations of both of the bedrooms, did you draw any conclusions as to where you believed that Nancy was sleeping and where Dan was sleeping?
There was no reason I had to draw a conclusion.
Okay, fair enough. Did Dan and Nancy ever discuss gun ownership with you?
Discuss what?
Gun ownership?
Oh, never.
Did Dan ever express a desire to own a firearm?
No, not to me.
Not to you, sure. And what about Nancy? Did she ever express a desire to own firearms?
No.
There's been maybe a mention that you own a firearm. Is that true?
If you call a water pistol a firearm, that's about it.
So you do not own a gun?
I do not. I haven't had a gun of any sort for 40 years.
Okay. Do you recall a large family gathering in late 2017 where everyone had gathered and there was discussion about who owned guns, who didn't own guns, and why? Do you remember anything like that?
No.
Do you recall some sort of family gathering where Nancy was walking around and asking family members individually whether they owned firearms?
No.
Do you know Dan and Nancy had a gun?
No.
Did Nancy ever disclose to you after Dan passed that she actually did have a gun?
No.
Did you ever hear Nancy talk about something called a ghost gun?
No.
Did you ever hear Nancy talk about the ability to purchase firearms on the internet?
No.
Did Nancy ever talk to you about the things that she wrote about?
No, she really never did. She may have talked to Karen at some length about that, but as far as I know, not to me.
Do you recall whether Dan and Nancy ever talked about life insurance with you?
No.
Did you know Nancy sold life insurance?
Well, I know she did something, but I'm not sure at what level. You see, a lot of it, what we thought was dealing with retirement and government things.
Like Medicare and stuff?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because she set us up with one, and then at some point wanted to switch us to another one and whatever. And she would set up at some malls or someplace and visit with people who needed to make decisions on health insurance.
Okay. And that sounds like it's more revolving around like Medicare and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's what I understood. But at one point, she had talked about starting an insurance company with somebody, but that never did fly. So I don't know what happened to that.
Okay. Sounds like Nancy maybe had a lot of business ideas. Are there some others that we haven't talked about?
Well, this was all after she sold her catering business, and she got into redoing furniture at some point, because I was able to help her assemble some of the stuff. But we don't know whatever happened to that, if anything come out of it at all.
Okay. Are you aware of whether she was able to sell any of her books?
Periodically, Karen would ask about that.
But you didn't talk to Nancy about it?
Did you want to?
My objection is just him repeating things that his wife has said.
Right, now I understand that. I'll allow the question since I haven't heard how it was going to be answered, but go ahead.
And I'm redirecting the question.
All right.
Did you ever talk to Nancy about her book sales?
No.
Were you under the impression that she was making any money from book sales?
She just would indicate she sold some books, but we didn't ever ask how many or how much money she made or anything. We try to stay out of their lives as much as we can because we don't need parents telling them what to do.
Sure. And I know, sorry, I'm kind of going back to her and insurance. Did she ever try to talk to you and Karen about your need for life insurance?
No,
Did she talk about her need for life insurance?
no,
And what about did she ever talk to you about the need for Dan to have life insurance?
no. We didn't have any idea what they had.
You talked a little bit about the interactions that you had with Nancy after Dan's death. You said that I think you were helping her kind of get the house ready to sale. Is that right?
Yeah, it was more so the garage because that's where the biggest disaster was.
I see. And do you recall having any? Well, let me ask you this: in the days after Dan passed, how quickly was it that she started to kind of wanting to get things moving along?
Very.
What do you mean by that?
Yes, how quickly? Very quickly.
Within a couple of days or like a couple of weeks?
Less than weeks.
Less than weeks?
Yes.
What about those chickens? Did she get rid of those?
Yeah, she got rid of those quite fast. We was amazed how that could happen so fast without having chickens too.
Took me a second there. Were you helping her in the days and weeks following Dan's death?
It was mostly in the garage
Okay.
and in the basement, but the biggest share was the garage. A couple of the guys from the church who work with us went out there and spent a whole day sort of sorting it out and trying to make sense out of it so that she could have it sellable. And I think she had a truck come and haul most of it away, and it was gone in like a day's time.
Was that something Nancy had asked you to do, was to come over and help clean that stuff up?
No, just felt that it was something that somebody had to do because nobody had any idea what was in there or why or what to do with it. So we had to make arbitrary decisions on what we thought was keepable and what was not.
Okay. On June 2nd, 2018, did you go down to the Culinary Institute?
Or was that the day that Dan was dead?
The day that Dan passed?
Yes, I went down there.
Do you remember about what time that you went down there?
It was in the morning. It was fairly early. You know, at that point we didn't know what had happened.
Did somebody call you?
No, Karen had suggested I go down. I don't know if somebody had called or I don't remember what happened, but she sort of pushed the button to go down and see what was going on. And I told her, I figured you're not going to find out anything, which I didn't. But I went back home.
When you went down there, you said you couldn't find any information out. Did
No.
Nancy show up while you were there?
No, if she did, I was not aware of it.
You didn't see her that morning? Did you talk to Nancy that day?
I didn't. Karen did.
Okay. When's the first time you talked to Nancy after Dan had passed?
I really don't know.
Okay.
You know, a lot is a blur after we found out it was Dan that had passed.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Brophy. I don't think I have any other questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hello, Mr. Brophy. I'm Lisa Maxfield. I'm one of Nancy Brophy's lawyers. Do you recall Nancy Brophy actually driving to your house on June 2nd, sometime around noon?
I don't even know what June 2nd was.
June 2nd is the day that your son was killed.
Okay. No, can't say as I do.
Is it possible that she came, but you just don't remember it?
I won't say yes or no to either one because I'm not sure.
Okay. Let me just ask you generally, are you aware of whether your son would have been able to cover the mortgage on the Brophy home without the help of Nancy's income?
No idea because we did not talk finances.
You talk about your son's, I'm trying to find your words, your son's debris. Can you tell me what we're talking about in terms of debris?
Well, whatever you want it to mean. It's clothes, tools, whatever.
You just mean stuff, like things he owned?
You know, it's just stuff you don't put away when you come in.
Okay. I say this respectfully, but I want to ask you whether your son was a guy who collected a lot of stuff.
I would say if it had to do with cooking, more likely, or seafood kind of thing, he would take groups down to the beach and study seafood, the wildlife there.
I want to ask you about the garage that you cleaned out. Can you describe that garage? Let me ask you first, whose stuff was in the garage?
Well, I imagine everybody's.
What did it look like?
Too bad you didn't get a picture of it because it just catastrophe. You'd raised chickens in there, so there was walled off areas or he'd block them out with 2x6s to raise little chickens till they got big enough to go out to the chicken house. So there was chicken food, there was probably straw, no cars, heaven no.
What else was in there?
Anything that fits your imagination.
And you did not see Nancy spend a lot of time in that garage, did you?
No, I don't think anybody, they didn't like to. I hated to go in there when I'd go to do a job, I'd bring enough tools to do the job, because if I'd asked Dan for a tool, he says, I got one, but maybe I better go buy one.
This garage space was Dan's space primarily.
I would say that to be true.
Okay, and it was filled with things that belonged to Dan, including chickens.
Chicken food, bales of straw, or whatever else you needed.
Okay. You also talked about being in the basement of the Brophy home. Describe the basement for the jury.
Well, that's hard to describe too. He was growing some starter plants for his garden, so there were shelves of plants with fluorescent lights for lighting for it. Then several times we had constructed shelving for their food items down there, and so then there was a lot of that kind of stuff, and that had gotten moved several times. It seemed like when the fire happened, that I think all changed, and then we reassembled some of them. So there was a lot of that kind of stuff. Canning, he was big on canning stuff and teaching canning at the culinary school.
Was the basement filled to the gills?
Oh no, it was a big basement. You had room for more stuff. See, they at one point had all the camping stuff down there, and I think that most of it went up in the fire.
Down in the canning area, you said that there were pressure cookers.
Yeah, several of them. He liked to use these great big pressure cookers for his canning.
How many were down there?
Well, there are two big ones, I think, and there may have been one or two small ones. I'm not sure. He didn't have time for the small ones because it wouldn't handle enough stuff to do what he wanted to do.
We've talked about the basement and we've talked about the garage, and you've talked about Dan's things being in a bedroom that was down on the main level.
Yeah.
That bedroom that was on the main level, at some point was someone living in that bedroom, not Dan?
Not that I'm aware of.
Do you remember Nancy Brophy's niece, a woman by the name of Susan Estrada, coming to live with Dan and Nancy?
Yeah, I think she did live down there.
And she lived in that room, didn't she?
She did. I guess so.
And then at some point, Susan Estrada moved back to Texas, and that room started to fill up with, as you call it, Dan's debris.
Well, it seemed that way.
Okay. Is it fair to say that there were parts of the house that Dan used primarily that would become filled with Dan's debris? And then there were parts of the house that Dan and Nancy shared that typically Nancy Brophy would keep quite clean?
Yeah, like the living room kind of thing.
Okay.
And I think her unspoken job after Dan did a meal was she generally cleaned up them because with Dan cooking at school, then I'm sure the normal pattern was he did the demonstration and whatever and walked away from it. And I think he did pretty much the same thing at home.
So Dan's job was to kind of create this chaos and mayhem, and Ms. Brophy's job was to kind of clean up after he did?
Yeah, I think that'd be a fair assumption.
And would it be a fair assumption that things like the living room or the dining room or even the kitchen, shared spaces, she was careful to clean up, but there were also rooms that Dan used primarily that Nancy just didn't clean up after him?
Well, I think that's true.
And so that room might be the garage, it might be the basement, it might be the spare room that he took over.
Yeah, and I think his office space was also a similar kind of thing.
Okay.
And I think she left that alone.
All right. This bedroom that you've described upstairs where you didn't see Dan's debris everywhere was a bedroom that Nancy Brophy used.
Was it what?
The bedroom upstairs
Yeah,
was a bedroom that Nancy Brophy used.
Yeah.
And it was a bedroom that Nancy Brophy kept clean.
Well, yeah, it didn't have the mess that went with Dan.
You talked about the downstairs bathroom, and the downstairs bathroom had a shower?
Yes.
And do you know whether Dan would have showered downstairs as opposed to upstairs?
No idea.
Oh, I'm getting a secret note. Stand by. Did you ever go through the drawers or the closet upstairs to see if Dan's clothing was upstairs?
No,
Okay. And do you know, for instance, where Dan kept his bolo ties?
no.
Do you know where Dan hung his shirts?
I saw some hanging downstairs.
Did you ever go upstairs to see whether there was his and hers clothing mingled within the master closet?
Oh, I think there was lots of it. Dan had a lot of T-shirts, and I think most of it was upstairs. He also had a lot of uniform stuff. And there was a big closet, and it was jammed wall to wall.
So let's talk for just a minute about the van. You have testified about giving Nancy Brophy a van. In fact, you gave that to Dan and Nancy.
We gave it to them,
Okay.
but we knew that Nancy would probably be the primary user.
Okay. So you knew that Nancy would use it,
Yes,
and you knew that because Dan Brophy had a pickup truck that he'd like to drive.
yes.
Uh, Did you know that that van was registered to Dan Brophy and not Nancy Brophy?
No. I just knew that I didn't get any more parking tickets.
That's a good thing. This van that you gave to Dan and Nancy was one that you had driven for years.
Yes,
And it was a van that you would drive to OCI to pick up your food items to take to the church.
yes.
And so you would go to OCI in that van 2 times or 3 times a week?
Generally twice a week.
Okay. And you said that when you would go by to pick up these items to take to the food for the homeless place, that Dan wouldn't always be there, but the other employees would recognize you when you would come up in this van, and they would scoot out there and make sure that you got the food items that you needed.
Yeah, Dan wouldn't necessarily be helping with that. He'd probably be teaching a class.
Okay. So how many different people at OCI would have helped you load your van up? Do you remember at any?
Maybe there's somebody like Woody,
Okay.
he's always around, or another chef or something that wasn't busy in class would
Okay.
help. Or if they just pointed in the direction and just tell us what we can have, then we can do it ourselves.
Okay. But many people at OCI recognized that van that you had been driving there a couple of times a week for years. Is that right?
I wouldn't say that because most of them didn't come and load stuff in the van.
Okay.
We pretty much took over once we knew what was the goal.
And how would you make it known that you had arrived?
Pound on the door.
And then someone would open that garage door?
Yeah.
And your van would be parked right outside?
And if they didn't do that, then I'd go around use the parking lot door and go in and find somebody.
Now, you testified about a Prius that Nancy Brophy had owned.
I guess she owned it. I didn't know if both of them had their name on it or not.
Okay. But you testified that then that Prius went missing or it disappeared, I think were your words.
Yeah.
And the explanation where you were provided was that it had been sold.
Yeah.
Do you know a friend of the Brophies by the name of Jesse Smith?
No,
Have you ever met Jesse at their house?
may have, but I don't remember names real well.
Do you remember a woman who was driving a Prius that looked a lot like the Brophies?
No.
Was there a time in November of 2017 that your family went to Fort Stevens with your sons from out of town? Or at least one of your sons and his wife from out of town?
I'll take your word on it. I'm not sure. I'm not really good on dates.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Do you remember any time that you were in Fort Stevens with a son who'd come to visit and his wife, Dan and Nancy, Nathaniel and Kate, and you and your wife, Karen?
Well, I would leave that up to Karen to answer because I can't specifically say yes or no.
You don't remember any time that could
Well, I
happen?
remember we had a gathering, but as to the time, I can't
Oh, that's fair.
confirm that.
Okay. Does your wife own a stun gun?
She said she had something. I don't know. One of the gals at the church gave it to her for after some stupid thing happened on the street. She thought she needed some protection.
Okay. And do you know whether your grandson owns guns?
No.
Do you know whether your son, Bill owns a gun?
Oh, he owned lots of them. He had a collection of pistols.
How do you know that?
Oh, because I've seen them. But I think in like that he sold them all.
And you're saying that you had no knowledge that your grandson owned guns?
No.
He's never shared that with you?
No, I don't ask about guns.
There was a period of time when you were living in Thailand, is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember what years those were?
No.
Before you went to Thailand, had you lived in Portland?
Yes,
So you were living in Portland, went to Thailand, and then came back to Portland?
yes.
And you do remember that, or you're aware that Ms. Brophy had helped you and your wife figure out the Medicare situation for the two of you.
Yes, she did.
But you have no memory of her selling life insurance?
Well, I don't know. She didn't ever approach us on life insurance, and I decided, and she probably knew I didn't want it because I figured when I die, nobody's going to benefit from it.
You talked about Dan's love for his chickens. Did Nancy love the chickens?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did Nancy even know how to take care of chickens?
I would imagine she does, but if they went out of town, it generally went to either I or Nathaniel to take care of them.
Okay. Had you ever seen Nancy take care of the chickens?
I haven't.
And I don't know anything about chickens, but how long could you let chickens go without providing some food or care or whatever chickens need?
Generally have it once or twice a day.
Your son was not a particularly social person. Would that be a fair thing to say?
Particularly what?
Social.
Social? Oh, don't think I would say that.
Okay. Do you remember having a conversation with detectives Posey and Merrill back in June, a few weeks after Dan died?
I'm not sure about the date, but I am sure we did have a gathering and talk.
A time that they came to your home
Yeah.
to talk to you? And do you remember at that time telling them that Dan did not have a lot of male friends or people like fishing buddies?
Well, he sure didn't fish, but I wouldn't say he didn't have a lot of male friends.
Okay. Were you able to provide the officers with the names of any male friends when they asked?
No. But in like manner, we never got into his or their social life.
When was it primarily Nancy Brophy who would reach out to either invite you and Karen to dinner or maybe find a time to go to OCI for a meal or to arrange for family gatherings?
Don't know who precipitated the invitation.
Well, Dan didn't reach out to you, for example.
No, not really. I think he used the phone as much as I do.
And how much was that?
Not at all.
Okay. So if the family was going to get together, it was pretty much left to Nancy Brophy and your wife, Karen Brophy, to make those arrangements.
That's true.
And how often did you guys get together? Do you remember?
No, I mean, maybe once a month, once every 2 months. I can't put a date on it.
And when that happened, was it typically a meal that you enjoyed together?
Typically Dan making the meal.
Okay. Dan making the meal either at Dan and Nancy's house or maybe at your own house?
Could be, yeah.
You were talking about cleaning out the garage, and I know, did you get it all clean?
As clean as it gets, it was in piles, and then like automatically it disappeared. And so we really don't know what good stuff disappeared or what stuff that was not good disappeared. They did find one thing that Nancy was interested in was the will.
And where was that will?
One of the guys found it in the garage, back in a corner someplace.
Was it in a box?
I think it was.
And that will was found, what, a couple of months after Dan died?
Oh, it'd be shorter than that. You know,
What?
it would be like weeks because
Weeks?
I know we went over fairly quickly because Nancy was sort of pushing the sell the house button, and we thought if we could help facilitate that, because I can't imagine anybody looking into that garage and wanting to deal with it.
That house would have been very, very difficult to sell without it being cleaned up, isn't that right?
100%.
And it would have been really difficult to sell that house without cleaning up that back lot.
That was an ongoing project.
The back lot?
Yeah.
And that back lot was overgrown in a way that it would have been intimidating to any potential buyer.
Objection.
Yeah.
Hold on a sec. Objection. Basis.
He's asking if it's intimidating to the buyer.
All right.
Personal knowledge.
I'll sustain the objection.
Would you have tried to sell that house without cleaning up the back lot first?
I wouldn't, but then I'm not like Dan.
Oh, you talked about a loan, and I think you said this loan had been made maybe just 8 years ago. And could you be wrong on that time?
Yeah.
Okay. Was this a sandwich shop where your grandson worked, Nathaniel?
Was what?
Did Nathaniel work at the sandwich shop?
I am not sure.
Was Nancy still running her catering company at the time of the sandwich shop?
I think she was.
Okay.
And I thought the sandwich shop was an addition kind of thing, and that was the reason for the financial need.
So the sandwich shop loan would have come before Nancy Brophy and Dan Brophy sold the catering company?
I think so.
Do you know whether Nancy Brophy was on the mortgage to the house?
I don't know. I have no idea. We didn't get into their financial affairs at all.
Did Nancy ever say anything to Dan in your presence that wasn't affectionate or tolerant of Dan's foibles?
Not specifically.
Did you ever hear her criticize him?
It would tend to be more about cleanup.
Well, who did the cleanup?
She did generally.
Did Nancy Brophy ever say anything to you and your wife that was short-tempered or unloving?
Not specifically, no, not that I can recall.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
All right. Redirect.
Yes, just a couple of questions, Mr. Brophy. You said that you had actually helped out with these chickens before.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Is it really hard to care for chickens?
No, you can do what you need. It all depends if they're running loose or not. You have to track them down and get them back in the pen. As far as taking care of them and gathering the eggs, 15 minutes.
Okay. And you just to feed them, you throw some food in there, some water?
Yeah.
Okay. And is it true they can actually probably go for about a week without actually being fed if you throw enough food in there?
That I don't know because I'd never try it.
Okay. Could you have helped Nancy with the chickens had she asked?
Oh, yeah, I did. But they weren't around very long after Dan died.
Okay. But after Dan had passed, you could have helped out Nancy with the chickens?
Well, like I say, they weren't there very long.
Sure. And I know you said you have a hard time recalling when things happened, but when you gave Dan and Nancy the van, I'm not sure we asked you when that was. Do you recall?
When I what?
When you gave Dan and Nancy the van?
All I can do it in terms of years is like 5, 6, 7 years ago.
From today or from when Dan passed?
Well, when you think 4 years had practically have passed, you got to tack on to that another 3 or 4 years.
So you think it was at least a few years before
Yeah.
Dan had passed? Okay. And then I just wanted to touch real quickly on this family gathering that you had. I had asked you if you remembered a family gathering in the fall of 2017. I know you said you couldn't quite remember, but defense counsel asked you if you remembered a family gathering at some point, and it sounds like you do remember that.
Well, it seemed like we got together, but as far as the details, I can't put it down.
Okay.
Because we really don't keep track of dates. And
Sure.
when you get to this age, they really don't mean much anyhow.
Okay. Understood. But you do recall some sort of larger
Yeah.
family gathering at some point. And so I just want you to think about that family gathering. Do you recall at that gathering that Nancy was going around talking to individual family members about guns and who all had guns and sort of surveying them?
No.
Okay. I don't think I have any more questions. Thank you.
All right. May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Okay, sir. You can put on your mask and go ahead and step down. And we did have one short break earlier. We'll take one more short break in a moment. Let's take one more 10-minute short break. Why don't you leave the record running, though? When you step off, I have a question for the attorneys.
I will leave what I
Okay. And let's try to be back on at 3:55.
3:55. Okay, good.
Roughly.
All rise for the jury.
All right, everyone can be seated. And just for planning purposes, I wanted to find out how many more witnesses the state anticipates calling today.
Just one.
Okay, and who's that going to be?
Karen Brophy.
Okay. All right, then we can go off. We can go off the record when you're ready.
You go off record and I will need it properly.
Yes, Cordy.
I think so. I mean, I don't think that.
Is day 21 of trial.
All right, Ms. Herman?
Good
What
morning,
can I
Your Honor.
do for
Nicole
you?
Herman, AGRMA, in bar number 126353.
All right, Mrs. Brophy, just
Let's do this. What are we doing? What would you like to do, Cordy? If it's just spiders, you could use them in the webs for Halloween. Sure. Oh, it's complicated, Hope. It's very, very complicated. It's a very complicated relationship Cordy and I have. I'm just waiting to see what we're doing before I start playing again. Can you guys hear me swallowing? Ooh, that's probably gross. I don't want to hear people swallowing. Let me push that away from my mouth. Pixie hopes they don't hate her. They love her so much that they hate her, allegedly. Allegedly. I don't know. There's that thin line, you know? Love, hate, all the things. Complicated. And what are we doing, Qwerty? Long relationship. Yes. Yes, Qwerty only hates Kim. And me a little. Just sometimes. Or all the time balanced with hate and love. I don't know. I don't know. Qwerty hasn't been around in quite some time, so. Why does everyone? Why does everyone? Yeah, I will, Elizabeth. You need a quick rundown of the case? Okay. Walking to the stand in the blue sweater is Nancy. She's 68 years old. She was married to Dan for decades. Uh, he was a chef. Everybody loved Dan so much. Everybody who knew them wanted a marriage like theirs. They were perfectly aligned, uh, affectionate, funny, all the things. And Dan was killed in his kitchen at his culinary school. The prosecution alleges that Miss Nancy did it. And Miss Nancy alleges she did not. Now, here's the other thing. She is a romance novelist, and she wrote a book called How to, like, the perfect murder on how to kill your spouse. She also built a ghost gun, which was interesting. And she'll explain why she did that as she comes up on the stand here. It is probably one of the most interesting cases I've ever watched. So, why does everyone no allow hate? No, I don't know. Cordy, you started with why does everyone, but then you didn't finish your sentence there, I don't think. I'll give it another minute and see if Cordy has anything that they'd like to say before we press play. Cordy used to hang to have fun all the time, and then I saw them mad on Deets Live. Saw Cordy at Sinners Last. Good to see you, Cordy. Don't stay mad. I haven't seen, well, I don't really go to Sinners, so I don't know. There you go. Give me one sec. I don't know. There's a lot of drama over there. And Sinners Live, I've heard. Lots goes on with Sinner over there, doesn't it? The Sinner and the Saint. No, I don't think he says Sinner and Saint. I would doubt it. Yeah, Opal, it all fell apart because of a trial. Or, well, maybe not even. I don't know. I don't know. It just kind of went bonkers, and then that was that. Cordy isn't somebody to back down. I'm not somebody to back down, and we both had our views, and then that was that. It's been a while since I've seen Cordy at Sinners. I don't go to Sinners either. I pray for you, Cordy. Hey, writers do some crazy things. I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt. Now show me the proof she did it. Yeah, well, she says that she was researching, and she will explain this in great detail. And it's very interesting what she has to say. Now, I told you earlier that she is a blend of people, and she really is. She is a blend of, I don't even know. I don't even know how to put her together. She's very well spoken. She's she confuses me to death. I follow her and then I'm like, I don't know what you're saying. 20 from Qwerty. Thank you, Qwerty. So Qwerty, the reason he put from Qwerty is because he used to go to live streams and super chat people and say from chasing. Sometimes I didn't even know who they were. I would get a screenshot saying, what is this? I don't know. I don't know what it is. Cordy. Cordy makes me very happy and very sad at the same time. As in multiples. Elizabeth, I'm not sure what you mean, honey. Oh, she bought a chastity belt. Yes, she did. Oh, chastity belts. Because you need chastity belts. All right, off we go. We're going to watch. Be prepared. Just get your coffee because there's not enough coffee in the world for this. There's not. You like to write sometimes. Well, yeah, Andy, I'm sure mine does too. Like, what the hell is she searching for? Is she okay? Is everybody in that house okay? Mr. President and I argued about Cordy quite a bit. Um, he didn't think that I handled it very well. And I typically don't get upset over people, and I was not a happy camper. So he wanted me to fix it, but I couldn't. Couldn't fix it. So I don't think so. I don't know. Do they? That would be terrible. I can't even imagine putting one on. Ugh. DG's horror? I don't know what that's a big word for me. Or a confusing one. I don't know. Writer personalities. Yeah, she is a character. All right, without further ado, I introduce you to Nancy Brophy.
Come on up into the witness stand and clerk will give you an oath.
I'll have you please raise your right hand. Under the penalty of perjury, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, then you may be seated and you may remove your mask.
I think we need to do something about the hearing thing too.
Yeah, can we get a hearing so that
Sure.
she can hear me?
Yep.
Should I just-
Oh,
That one's straight up there with her. I can help counsel.
I think you can probably unplug it.
Oh, hang on, disconnect myself.
And then if you just keep this device a little farther from the microphone so it doesn't have to
Okay,
be in your back.
okay.
And then because we're being recorded, once you're set up, if you could please state and spell your first and last name, please.
I will.
Thank you.
My name is Nancy Brophy. That's NancyCrampton-Brophy.
All right. When defense is ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let me know if you can't hear me,
I will.
because you can't read my lips.
Sorry.
Where'd you grow up?
I grew up in Wichita Falls, Texas.
And how big is Wichita Falls, Texas?
It's 100,000, but a lot of that is the air base that's there.
Okay. When did you move to Oregon?
1990 or 1991,
And why did you move to Oregon?
because I wanted to take a year off, and I thought going to culinary school sounded like a whole lot more fun than saying, "Oh, I'm just taking a year off."
Okay. Do you remember the first time you saw Dan Brophy?
Oh yeah,
Tell me about it.
I culinary school in Western Culinary, which was where I was, had a program where 101 was the first class you took. It was 6 weeks long, and you were separated out from the rest of the students. So when we joined the students, Dan had been hired either that day or the day before. So it was like we all came together at the same place at the same time.
Had you ever met a guy anything like Dan Brophy before you met him?
No, no, he was unique.
Can you tell us 5 things about him, maybe 5 things that separated him from the pack for you?
He was smart. He was really smart, and he was funny. I laughed all the time when I was with him, and a lot of people going, "What do you say? What do you say? What do you say?" Because he was very dry in his sense of humor. He was kind. He was so kind. That probably won me over more than lots of other things might have. He not only thought outside the box. This man lived outside the box. He really did not operate going forward the way most of us did. But the thing I probably liked the best about him, the thing he loved me. And if that isn't a big, I don't know, a big number one item, I don't know what is, and I loved him back.
How many years were you together?
24 years, 10 months, 2 days.
That's pretty precise. What are you measuring from? We were friends for a couple of years before before our friendship moved further. I count it from the time our friendship moved further. You can be friends with a lot of people, but it doesn't count. You know, once you said we're committing to other people in other ways, then that's where I start the counting.
Did you and Dan Brophy complete each other or balance each other out?
Completely. I'm a flawed person. Dan's a flawed person. We came together and made up one really good team. He, his weaknesses were my strengths. My strengths tended to be his weaknesses. And together, it just fit immediately and never stopped.
When the two of you were together, did you try to give him a platform from which he could do his very best work?
I did. I did. Dan was bright. He was funny. He was lots of things, but he was also humble. And this is a man who needed a cheerleader. And I was his cheerleader. And this was not a one-way street. He was mine as well. But I helped him become more known for who he was, and because he would have just stayed in the shadows. He was that kind of guy, and he needed somebody to say, hey, this guy over here, he's really, really smart. You ought to listen to him, you know?
We've heard a lot during this trial about Dan and his demeanor in social settings.
Mhm.
Is it fair to say that Dan was socially unaware?
No, no. Dan was very aware. He just wasn't a big participant. He didn't need to fill in the blank space. You know, a lot of times when there's a void in the conversation, somebody absolutely feels that they have to jump in and say something. Not Dan. Dan's perfectly okay with silence. So I'm sorry to say I lost the direction I was going there.
Okay,
I'm
let me
so
ask you
sorry.
this.
I was supposed to be paying attention, but I
Let me
went
stop
off.
you.
Okay.
Let me stop you. You've been described as the one who had better social skills, or the front of the house, I think is what someone said, and that Dan was back doing the cooking or
Mhm.
preparing meals or being the quiet guy to the side.
Mhm.
Were there times that Dan helped you socially?
Oh, yeah. Oh, if someone said earlier, I'm a chatter, and I don't remember who said that, but I am a chatter, and I can just start running. And I never met a rabbit hole I didn't like. And there were times that Dan would come out, and he would be so subtle, and he would make this little move, and I knew I needed to calm down, back up, because he was trying to help me not run away with things.
Let
But
me back you up.
oh, sorry,
This move.
this move,
And
and actually he did it. He did it with this hand because it was a C for chill. And it was real calm. If you were standing next to him, you wouldn't have noticed it. But if I was looking at him, I knew exactly what he meant.
if you were on your way down a rabbit hole, he had a very subtle way of kind of trying to bring you back.
Mm-hmm.
We've heard that Dan didn't always lock doors. Is that true?
True.
We've heard that he collected stuff, lots of stuff. Is that true?
That's true.
What did you think about that?
One, well, this is a complicated answer. All right. I was perfectly okay with that. And the reason why I was perfectly okay with that is Dan didn't collect stuff that didn't mean anything. Everything he collected, he had a purpose for, or he could see a future purpose for. It wasn't like, you know, he was gathering stuff he didn't need. It was gathering stuff that he could see he would need, maybe not today, but next week. To give you the best example of that, I was still catering in a kitchen I didn't own when Dan encouraged me, and I did it, started purchasing equipment. By the time I had my own kitchen, because of Dan's help on this, I was ready to go. I had all the equipment I needed. I didn't have to stop and buy equipment. Dan had the kind of vision where you could see it further down the road, and he had that vision for me, and he had that vision for himself as well.
Did Dan tend to, I don't want to use that word.
Okay.
Would it be fair to say that Dan's kind of working style, at least to the untrained observer, seemed chaotic?
Oh, yeah. Even to his wife, there were times when it seemed chaotic.
Was it?
No, no. He knew exactly what he was doing. He had a plan to get through to the end, and you may not have thought, if you were a stranger, that he really knew everything was going on, but I assure you, Dan knew everything that was going on. And later on, he'd start a conversation in which I thought, well, Dan wasn't even paying attention to that, but Dan knew every detail. That was not him. You know, he knew what was going on.
You said that you were flawed and that he completed you.
Mhm.
Were there parts of your personality or parts of who you were that maybe could be frustrating to Dan or exasperating to Dan?
Oh, I think so. I mean, I don't think that I'm not coming into this situation perfect by any wild stretch of the imagination. And I am a person who has been self-employed all my life. And if I see an opportunity, I tend to leap in feet first. And Dan is not like that at all. Dan is research, research, research. Okay, we'll do this. And here's how we'll do it. Me, I'm already in the middle of the water before I think, maybe a plan would have been a good idea. What do you think? How did you guys resolve those times when maybe your imperfections were coming to the surface?
Well, we talked, every night we sat in the hot tub and we talked, and the TV wasn't on, and we were sitting there, and he was giving me guidance on my catering company and what to do, and he was telling me about his day, and some frustrations we had were relatively minor, but I don't want to jump into a rabbit hole here, but there is an issue I could go to.
That's all right. We're going to try to keep you out of the rabbit holes.
Thank you.
In the nearly 25 years that you were with this man, did you ever doubt Dan Brophy's commitment to you?
No, and I never doubted his fidelity either.
Did you ever doubt your own commitment to him?
Never once.
What's it like to be without him now?
It's like you've lost an arm, like you're just not as good as you were when you were with him. When you were with him, you were the best you could be when you were together with him. And now it's like, yeah, I function, but there's something missing.
Do you think, looking back on it now, that you held up your end of your marriage?
Oh, I do. I do. And I would tell you if Dan was here, he'd tell you the same thing. And he would tell you he held up his end of his marriage, of our marriage as well.
Did each of you marry the right person?
100%, absolutely.
I want to shift gears for just a minute.
Okay.
And talk to you about money.
Okay.
There's been a lot said during this trial about how you and Dan handled finances.
Mhm.
At times, it sounded like maybe you were even being shamed by some of the expert witnesses. Did it feel that way to you?
I would say when I told you Dan thought outside the box and maybe didn't even lived outside the box, yeah. But I would say I did the same. We made choices that other people wouldn't have made.
Did you graduate from the University of Houston?
I did.
What was your degree in?
Economics.
And did Dan have a college degree?
He did.
And what was his degree in?
Biology.
Was Dan a very, very, very smart man?
Yes, he was. Probably one of the smartest men I've ever known.
Between the two of you, did you know how to run a business?
I did.
Did he know how to run a business?
It was a learning thing, and he learned with me as we went along.
And between the two of you, did you know how to run a household?
I did.
Now, maybe you did things a little different than other folks. Is that true?
Oh, yeah.
Financially, did things just kind of go off the tracks for you and Dan somewhere between 2014 and 2017?
Yes, they did. A series of things happened that all came together at the wrong moment.
Let me ask you this. Was there a reduction in the income that the two of you were making?
Well, that was one of the first things that happened. Dan had a second income, almost a second job, because he taught classes all over town. He taught a lot for In Good Taste. He taught a lot for Portland Nursery. He taught a lot for Bob's Red Mill. In addition, he taught private classes in people's homes, as demonstrated by Vicki Schmalz, who talked about the fact that he did classes in her home for people. He did this constantly. We had a strong second income. I don't know if it was 14 or 15, but In Good Taste closed. Bob's Red Mill decided to remodel, and it changed the ownership from Bob to the employees. The Portland Nursery decided that they wanted to go in a different direction, and did. So it was just a series of things that just kind of all in the same small period of time shut down that money.
Well, let me ask you this. In 2014, were you just about, was it 2014 or 2015 that you were about to turn 65?
I turned 65 in 15.
Okay. As you were looking at 65, did you want out of selling life insurance?
I did. And that was even more emphasized by the fact when I was having eye surgery.
I'm going to bring you back to that.
I know, but I couldn't work. And all of a sudden, when you can't work, you suddenly realize there's no income coming in.
Okay. Oh, you mean from life insurance?
Right.
During the same period that your income dropped, did you have some changes in your expenses?
Yes, we had a bunch of unexpected medical expenses, but both on me and on Dan and on the dog.
Dan's expenses were what?
Dan had a tooth that he had implanted, and it was $4,000. It wasn't, an outrageous amount of money, and normally we could have handled it. But if you put it on top of the fact that I just had $8,000 worth of eye surgeries, and the dog decided to have a seizure one night, and to the tune of $2,000, it was just suddenly all of a sudden we had an unexpected, what is that? $14,000 worth of unexpected expenses that year.
Okay, let me redirect you just for a second.
Sure.
You talked about your own medical expenses and your eye surgery. Was there a time in early 2015 when you had an alarming experience?
Oh, yes.
What was that?
I'm driving, and I'm driving, and I reached up and I scratched my face. I must have done it this way. Okay, let me think about this. I reached up and scratched my face, and the tail lights of the car in front of me disappeared. And I'm going, oh, that's wrong. So I spent the next little while going, is this a fluke? Is this a fluke? And it wasn't a fluke. Now, perhaps if I'd been more rational, this would have made sense. But my mother had been diagnosed with macular degeneration, and I knew that by the time she died, she was practically blind. I am scared out of my mind that I'm going this direction. And so, yeah, I thought that was an alarming experience. However, because I was so afraid and because I was an idiot, you can choose either one. I didn't go to the doctor right away because I didn't want to know what he was going to say. My mother certainly never got better. And, I'm thinking, oh man. So it took me a while to go to the doctor to get it checked out.
Did you finally go see a doctor at the end of the summer?
I did.
And what did the doctor tell you was happening with your eyes?
Well, it was not quite that straightforward. One doctor sent me to another doctor, who sent me to another doctor, who sent me to another doctor, and finally he said, "You have a macular hole." And so my left eye has. Let me do a demo here, which will not show up. But the back of your eye looks like this, and there's a divot here that runs down. I think it's the ocular nerve. Well, what happens is when you have a macular hole, it gets worse and worse. It doesn't get better. And so he recommended surgery for me.
What happened when you showed up for surgery?
Another little exciting moment in my life. I showed up for surgery. I was with my mother-in-law, Karen Brophy, and they took a blood test and said, you can't have surgery today. You've got diabetes. So I went home. I went to another doctor who got me on medication for diabetes, and finally got to have the surgery by having shots of insulin so that we could get through it.
Before you had the surgery, were you nervous that was going to be a risky surgery for you?
Yes. I'm from the generation who believes minor surgery is on someone else. On me, it's major surgery. And I was terrified. And I was terrified not only for me, but I was terrified for Dan as well,
I want to stop you for just a second. Mr. Breton, could you show Ms. Brophy Exhibit 203? And could you maybe, do you recognize Exhibit 203?
I do.
What is that?
That is what's been known in this case as the Dearest Dan letter.
When did you write that?
In the middle of the night. I got up because I thought, if I don't come home, Dan doesn't know where stuff is. I'm the keeper of the stuff. And Dan doesn't even know what we have. Now, we haven't paid for all this stuff all these years to have him leave it on the table. And he needs to be protected as much as anybody else in this. And I thought if I could write it out for him clearly and tell him how I felt at the same time, that he would have a basis to start with,
Let me ask you about in the third paragraph of that letter, it says, I saw Larry Schneider and realized how difficult it would be for you if I died in surgery. More than anything, I'm afraid your life would be worse because you would leave money on the table and help that would help you get through this period. Who's Larry Schneider?
He was a client of mine whose wife died unexpectedly, and I had consolidated a lot of their insurance policies. She died before the 2-year period was up, and the insurance company slow walked the 2-year period. It's not fraud. It's something. It's the insurance companies have 2 years after you purchase the property after you purchase a policy to come back and say, we don't think this is right. You don't get this policy. So if you die after 2 years, they don't have that right. And people would ask me questions like, well, this policy will cover everything, but if I commit suicide? And I would say, no, if you commit suicide after the 2 years, now this, then.
Rabbit hole.
Rabbit hole. I'm sorry.
Did Larry Schneider's wife died during a period of time in which the insurance company could contest the death benefit for her?
Yes.
Okay. And so during this time period, just before you wrote this letter, were you trying to help Mr. Schneider as he was sorting out?
I'd spent many evenings with Mr. Schneider, really doing nothing more than being a friend, and I pushed everybody I knew to push to get that insurance, to get the insurance to work.
Okay. I want to talk to you about some other parts of this letter. It looks like you've set out for him the policies that were in place on your own life. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you've given him the policy number, the amount, and I think there was a phone number there about who to call. Is that right?
That's right.
If you'll scroll down a little bit further, you gave him. Let me stop right there. You gave him some advice about selling the house. What was that?
The one asset that we had was our house, and Portland market being what it was, we had some equity in it. And also we'd lived there at that point for 15, 16 years. So we had some equity in the house. And so I was giving him my opinion on what he needed to do. I knew Dan well enough to know that he would do what he wanted to do based upon what the circumstances were. But I was giving him my input up front. So if he,
Thank you, Mr. Bretton. Go ahead.
I think we've gone rabbit hole again.
No, that's okay. That went missing.
Oh, sorry.
Did you talk to him in that letter about the need to fix up the yard if he was going to sell the house?
Right.
And why is that? Why were you telling him that?
Because the backyard had gotten away from us. He was, and I don't know exactly how it happened. Maybe we had a particularly rainy season and it got away and we just never got it back. But we also had, this other stuff going on, the medical, the lack of income coming in. And, I think we just lost focus. And so it had gotten away from us. So we knew in order to get what the house was worth out of it, we had to clean up the backyard.
Okay. The other thing you say there is, I understand you think you can live in a tiny house. Why did you say that?
Well, when Dan and I started talking about we were going to sell the house and we were going to make some adjustments, Dan said, you know what we could do? Because part of the problem thing was we talked about subdividing the property, which would make it more valuable. And Dan said, we could live on the back half and get two tiny houses, one I could have and have my stuff everywhere in it, and one that was tidy that you would want to live in. And I thought, Dan, you can't live in a 4-bedroom house. You certainly can't live in a tiny house. But we talked about the tiny house situation for quite a while.
And you thought that was a silly idea?
I did.
Okay, let's scroll down a little further if we could. I want to get to the part where you talk about your possessions. I think you have to go back up, if you would, Mr. Bretton, to the first page. I can't think of anything I care enough to worry about.
Oh, I can't except the wedding crystal and my jewelry. And
so in 2015, were those really the only possessions that you had that you thought really mattered much?
They were. Everything else was just stuff.
Okay. You and Dan made choices early in your marriage. Is that right?
It is.
Could Dan have taken a job, for instance, as an executive chef and made a lot more money?
He could have. He could have.
There was testimony from the OCI folks saying that they think they got salaries like in the $50,000 to $60,000 range, and those just never changed over the years.
That's true.
If Dan had wanted to make money with his skills and his intelligence, and certainly as well known as he was, could he have made a lot of money if he wanted to?
He could have. He could have, but everything is in life is a trade-off, and he would have had to have given up things that he loved, like the garden. But more than anything else, he loved teaching, and he was good at it. And he was the sort of guy who, when you came out of his class, you could identify the difference between rosemary and something else. You knew your herbs, you knew your product, and you knew your techniques. He loved teaching. He loved helping people who came to him and said, I'm not getting the math on this. Can you show me? So yeah, he could have made a lot more money doing something else. He could have been an executive chef for any number of restaurants in town, but we chose happiness over anything else. And so if he's happy and he's not making as much money, that didn't bother us. I was totally okay with what he contributed to the household and the fact he wasn't working 80 hours a week to bring that money in, that we were together.
We're going to get to this in just a minute. I don't want to talk about it now, but you also made some financial choices to do things that were interesting to you rather than make money.
I did.
And did Dan have any quarrel over that?
Not at all. He felt the same way I did.
Did the two of you, just kind of as a married couple, prioritize joy or fantastic experiences over things?
Mm-hmm.
Is that true, even though Dan had lots of things?
Well, yes, but that becomes much more apparent when you have a house fire and you realize how little things matter. But oh man, we love to travel together, and that was we were at our best when we traveled together. We love being together. Period.
I'm taking you back.
I know you are.
Taking you back. I'm taking you back between 2014 and 2017 when the financial wheels have come off.
Okay.
You've had this sudden loss of income,
Mm-hmm.
and at the same time, an increase in expenses.
Mm-hmm.
Did you think that was going to cause the economic upheaval that it did?
No. It was kind of like dominoes. I mean, one fell and then another fell, and you're thinking, really, you can stop falling now, and it didn't.
What did you do in the beginning? What did you do personally to address this upheaval? Did you have some Band-Aid solutions?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. The first year was easy to fix. The first year was a very small amount of money. And what we did was I wrote a life insurance policy on Dan, which immediately brought in a couple of $1,000s. The next thing I did was I borrowed money from an interest-free account that we had life insurance in, and that brought in enough money to get our house payments made, and it didn't cost us anything.
Let's talk first about that policy.
Okay,
Was that a policy that was taken out in November of 2016? Is that right?
that's right.
And how much was that policy? Do you remember?
250,000. I think it was 200, and there was some accidental on top of it.
And I don't remember which insurance expert, but it was suggested that you could have had a different $200,000 policy that would have cost you less.
Yes,
Is that true?
it's true.
Would you have gotten a commission on it?
Not the way it was suggested, but I wouldn't have gotten a commission, which would have been number one. And number two, it wouldn't have happened as quickly as the policy we chose. What he suggested was that we go through underwriting, and underwriting takes sometimes up to 6 months to make a policy come. We didn't have 6 months. We needed it to happen today. We had financial issues, and we were doing it more for the financial issue than we were doing it so we'd have another insurance policy. So we didn't have the time to wait for fully underwritten.
Okay, so this brought a quick influx of cash into your home.
It did.
And if you continue to pay the premiums on that policy for a year, you'd be able to keep the commission?
Mhm.
So was it kind of like a no interest loan?
That was exactly what it was like.
Now, let's talk about this other quick Band-Aid that you talked about, the Forester's policy. Forester's is a weird kind of policy, right?
It is.
I shouldn't call it weird. It's just unique.
It is unique.
And does it have a savings component to it?
Yes. You pay a premium. Part of it goes for life insurance. Part of it goes to a savings account. And the savings account at the time we bought it, I believe, was 5.85%. Now, real frankly, if we'd put our money in savings in the bank, we would have gotten somewhere maybe 1% of interest. This gave us 5.85, and it was required savings. You might not have noticed this, but I'm betting you did, that I am not a saver. And so being forced to save helped me, and that was what we liked best about that. Also, we're not going down that rabbit hole.
When you put money, when you paid this premium, part of it went into the savings account, part of it went toward the life insurance benefit.
Exactly. And when we borrowed from the savings account.
So you're actually taking money out of your own savings account.
That's right.
And when you pay that back, do you pay it back with interest?
You don't ever have to pay it back. They don't care. Because you're continuing to put more money in each month, but they don't care if you don't pay it back. It doesn't bother them at all. I never got a done letter from them, said, really, you need to pay this back. It was interest free, and we didn't pay it back.
So that was a good Band-Aid.
That was a good Band-Aid.
I want to kind of jump back in time because I can go down rabbit holes too. I want to talk to you about.
I've trained you well.
I want to talk to you about the earlier years of your marriage and talk about the financial stability kind of early on.
Okay.
There was testimony, I think, by Tiffany Couch regarding your 1999 tax return. After you got out of culinary school, did you start a business?
I did.
And what was its name?
Chef de Jour Catering.
And in 1997, what year did you begin?
When did we start? We started in 92.
Okay. And did it take a few years before that company started to make money?
Yes. They say if you start your own business, it takes 5 years. And at 3.5 years, we could see it. It wasn't there yet, but we could see that this was going to be a money-making thing.
Okay. And was it a money-making thing by 1997?
Yes, it was. 97, 98, 99, the year 2000, we made serious money. And serious enough money that we put $40,000 down out of Chef de Jour on a house. Now, Dan put down $10,000, which was a gift from his parents, but $40,000 of that came from Chef de Jour.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. We took a month-long trip to Asia, and in that month-long trip, we took a week-long cooking class in Bangkok at the Oriental Hotel. It was fabulous. That was a time in our lives where we had money and it was comfortable, and life is always easy when you don't have any external, issues. It's not going to get through the good times; it's going to get through the bad times.
It's true. I want to talk to you about buying that house.
Okay.
You said that you took 40 grand out of the business as part of the down payment, and that Dan got 10 from his parents to help with the down payment. When you first bought that house, were you both on the mortgage?
We were.
And how did you plan? What was your plan between the two of you for covering that mortgage?
The mortgage fell to me. One, I made more money, but two, it made more sense for me to pay the mortgage and for him to pay the other things. And that's how we worked it out.
When you first bought that house, you were on the mortgage. Were you also on the deed?
Yes.
Okay. And after 9/11, what happened to the catering business?
Oh man, I was scrambling to keep it together. And I was watching fellow caterers drop like flies. I used to joke that the only business worse to be in at that point was to be a florist. Nobody was partying. People were putting things off like marriages and things like that. And I mean, I was really working to hold on to it. And then we had a couple of fortunate things happen. Uh, that has allowed me to get through the rough period. But we tightened our belts and got through it.
Well, this period right after 9/11, when it all just kind of becomes difficult and stressful,
Mhm.
is that a period in which you refinanced the house in 2000?
Probably.
Let me show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 205. Was there a time when you had a conversation with Richard Freimark that he sent you this property report?
Yes.
Okay, and if you'll scroll down, Mr. Breton. You can see that better than I can, Nancy, because those are tiny.
Mhm.
And if you can keep scrolling down. Stop. Go back. So it shows that in 1996
Mhm.
that the two of you buy that house. Does that make sense? Or is that 99? I
It's
can't see from
99.
here. Okay. And at that time, both you and Dan are on the deed.
Yes.
Is that right? And then all of a sudden, Nancy falls off the deed, and now it's just Dan Brophy.
Mhm.
And that occurs, is that in 2004?
Yes.
What happened in 2004 that caused you to want to refinance that house?
Oh, we were struggling to keep our business together, and while the business may have been in my name, it was our business because Dan was just as involved as I was. So yeah, we refinanced to keep from losing the business.
Okay. When that refinance occurred, Dan was the only person on the mortgage?
Apparently, when we put it back in,
Okay.
this was a time when all the mortgages were being stated mortgages, and if we did it with Dan rather than with Dan and Nancy, I didn't have to show our income taxes. And since my income in the past few years had gone like that, we didn't think that was exactly what we wanted to do. So we put Dan on the mortgage because he could show a stable income.
Okay. Did you know then in 2004 that you'd fallen off the deed?
I didn't know I'd fallen off the deed. No, I thought it wasn't on the note.
Okay. After Richard Freimark sent you this property
Mhm.
report, and you realized what had happened, did you and Dan then take steps to put you back on the deed?
We did.
And do you remember about when that happened?
Not really.
Okay.
Uh,
It sounds like from what you're saying that there were times when the steadiness of Dan's income got you through various things.
it did.
You were self-employed and you had more the famine feast
Mhm.
cycle.
Mhm.
Even though you had these uneven times, did the two of you still kind of separate responsibilities where you would be primarily responsible to cover that mortgage?
Mhm.
And did that continue even after Dan was the only person on the mortgage?
Yes.
So what would happen then? How would that happen that this mortgage would get paid?
Well, I would put a deposit into Dan's account, and he had a Wells Fargo account, and then we could just slip the money from his account right into our mortgage account.
Okay. So Ms. Couch testified that when she looked at things, maybe from 2016 on to
Mhm.
2018, that she could see where this money moved.
Right.
Was that just always the case that that money would move from one account to another?
Mhm.
Did you eventually sell Chef de Jour?
I did.
When was that?
2005 or 2006. I
And-
think it was 6.
Okay. And by then, did the company have some debt?
Yes.
A lot.
Yes.
Were you able to? Did you use the proceeds from that? You didn't go bankrupt though.
No.
Were you able to use the proceeds from that sale to pay off that debt?
We paid off a large portion of the debt.
So after you sold your company, what did you do to make a living?
Uh, I worked for Typhoon Restaurants for a while. And then we were skirting I'd signed a 5-year non-compete, and we were skirting with the non-compete because Typhoon wanted to open catering. And it really was close on whether or not I was living up to the terms of my agreement when I sold it. And so in the end, I had a guy who called me one night, and I thought it was a headhunter. And he said, and I was pretty casual because I hadn't really had a plan. And he said, I'd like you to come in for an interview tomorrow. And I hung up the phone and I had to Google to find out what it was. And I said to Dan, I said, I have a job interview tomorrow. And he goes, with whom? And I said, selling insurance. And he said, do you want to sell insurance? I said, no. And he said, why are you going to the interview? And I said, because I committed. And so I went to the interview, and that was how I shifted into selling insurance.
Did you have modest success selling insurance?
Yeah, some years were better than others.
Okay. Did you like selling life insurance?
No, I didn't like selling life insurance at all.
Was it hard?
Yes, but it was when you're selling something that is intangible like insurance versus something that's tangible like big screen color TV. People can see the need for the big screen color TV a lot faster than they can see the need for life insurance. And so sometimes they made choices that I would think, what's wrong? But it was hard.
Your niece Susan described the two of you actually going and knocking on people's doors.
We did.
Uh,
But it wasn't cold calling, knocking. I mean, we had something that they would have sent in that said they were interested.
Okay.
And so we could, and you call people up and say, I got your form that said you were interested. And they'd say, oh, I didn't send a form in. And you just say, yeah, pretty much it is. And so a lot of times it was easier to knock on the door and say, see your signature? Is this your signature? Okay, here I am. Let's make an appointment for when we can come back. And you didn't have to argue really, I didn't sign anything and send it in. I don't know why. You had my name and number.
So when Susan described you guys getting in the car and traveling all around the state, like to the coast and all these other places, and going and just knocking on doors, was that what it was like to sell life insurance?
It was a hard travel. So yes.
And if you sold a policy, if you're lucky enough to have someone remember that they signed the form, and then actually was willing to make another appointment for you to come back to talk about insurance, and then you were actually lucky enough to get them to say, yeah, I'll buy that policy.
I'd like to think there was more skill than luck in that, but
Okay,
yes.
all right. But you sell the policy and you go away, and then like 3 months later they go, why the heck did we buy this policy? What happens then?
We're not going to die. Yeah. What happens then is they call the company. They say, we don't want this policy anymore. And the company notifies us. Hopefully, some of the companies notify you. Let me be clear here and say you have an opportunity to save this policy, and you might go back out and see them, or you might call them, or you might talk to them. However, some companies just said, oh, by the way, you had this fall apart, and therefore you owe us this many $1,000s.
So you'd have to pay the commission back.
You would.
And when you got paid a commission, did you get paid the whole commission, or did the company hold some back?
You got paid 9 months of the commission. 3 months were held back, the last 3 months of the year, so that which was kind of what was known as the bucket. And so you had money in the bucket all the time. So if the company suddenly says you owe this many $1,000s, they have something to take it out of.
Did that cause? And I don't know the answer, but Ms. Estrada has suggested that didn't really cause a lot of cash flow bumps, maybe because of the bucket. But did you experience cash flow bumps because of that commission payback?
No, Susan and I were a good team, and we were a good team together, and we pushed each other to continue. Sometimes being self-motivated is hard, but together we managed to keep things rolling, and we never had big bumps in our insurance when we were working together.
So how often could you sell a couple of insurance policies to the same clients?
Oh, that's not unusual.
Okay.
It used to be, to give you an example, we've all heard of double indemnity. And double indemnity is, okay, you've got this policy. If you die in an accident, you get double the money. Insurance companies quit doing that. They may say, oh, you get 25,000, something like that. But what they really did was encourage you to have a second accidental policy, so that you could say to somebody, hey, this covers you for any cause of death, but for really only a few dollars more. As you saw in my figures, Dan and I were both covered for $250,000 for $67 a month.
Let me stop you.
Am I
I had a different question, but that's okay.
Oh, sorry.
If you want to finish that answer, you can, but we're going to come back if it's okay.
Yeah. I'm so sorry.
No.
I'm rambling. But so they encourage you to do that. So that would be an opportunity where you would sell at the same time two policies, but you might actually come back to them later and sell them a different policy in addition.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
But to keep making money off of life insurance sales, did you need to keep finding fresh bodies?
Yes.
You need to keep buying leads?
Yes.
You need to keep knocking on new doors?
Yep.
You needed to keep finding new people willing to admit that they signed the form.
Yeah.
And let you in their house.
Mm-hmm.
Could you imagine going door to door like that and knocking on doors into your late 60s and 70s?
No.
What, as you and Dan are trying to figure out your solution to this financial pinch, we'll call it a financial pinch. Let me ask you this, was it unnerving?
The pinch? Yeah. I mean, this was the worst that my part of the finances had ever been. Most of the time, I'm basically a hard worker, and I worked. So this was the worst it had ever been. And it seemed like a lot of things were changing. Suddenly we're looking at retirement. Suddenly we're looking at the things that maybe we have been able to skirt along. One of the things, I'm not going to look at her when I tell you this because she'll say I'm going down another rabbit hole. But one of the things I heard about my generation of people is that we all believe we're 14 years younger than we are. So when we get to retirement, we go, how did this happen? And so, yeah, there was lots of things we had really not taken seriously that we should have that got us there.
Was Dan worried about whether you're going to be able to keep the house during this period?
No.
Were you?
No. Both of us knew we had the availability to, if we needed to, turn to family. We had the availability if we need to both of us take another job. There were things we could have done to make this work. Losing the house was never part of the plan. It was never even something that we got close to. We always knew, even in 2017, when I went a month longer than I thought we were going to go, we knew we had had worked through how we were going to do that.
Okay. So sometime after your eye surgery and as you're bumping into the 2017 period, did you and Dan sit down and try to come up with a more comprehensive plan to take you into the future?
Yes, we did.
What was your plan for making money for you?
Well, in this, I guess I'm going to tell you my in-laws saved me on this. They came to me and said, "Hey, look at Medicare. Can you help us with this?" And so I looked at, and I had other clients as well who were changing. You know, they like you. They're buying policies from you. They want to have your opinion on this. And so the first year that they did this, that they said, "Hey, we need help," and I said, "Hey, let me get trained so I can do it." I rushed down and took Medicare training so that I could do it. So I wrote 12 policies that year where I was scrambling to do it.
Sure.
About 10:45. Let's take our morning break and resume at 11.
So, what do we think of our friend Nancy so far? She's a character. Why are you calling me Nancy? Don't call me. Nancy is our friend. She's a little loony. All right, here we go. She's back.
Help.
Yes,
And what year was that happened?
that would have been 2015.
Okay. And you probably already testified to this, but how many policies did you sell?
That year, 12.
Okay. So 10 more than your in-laws.
Right.
How did it come to be that you were able to sell the other 10?
Because some of my clients were older and going into it, and they called me,
Okay.
and said, "What do you know about this? Can you help us?"
Does a life insurance license, a license to sell life insurance, also allow you to sell health insurance?
Yes,
And so is that how you were able to sell Medicare with your life insurance license?
that's how you're eligible to be able to sell.
Okay.
But they won't let you sell Medicare with that. You have to take a specific Medicare test. You have to, for every Medicare provider, you have to take their qualification test. And so it is, you spend a month to 6 weeks every year getting prepared.
And I'm trying to, I'm imagining there are a number of different Medicare products or
Yes.
different companies that sell Medicare products.
Yes.
And if you work for company A, could you sell company B, C, D's products or just company A's?
No, you could sell B, C, and D if you took B, C, and D's qualifying test, which meant that you would pass the initial test, and then they had their own version of it, which was essentially like training you on their product.
Okay. But in 2015, did you have both the licensing and kind of the company's leeway to sell any Medicare policy?
No, I was really limited in what I could sell in 2015. But by the time 2016 came around, that had expanded greatly.
Okay. Well, before we get into the different years, I want you to describe the advantage of selling Medicare over selling life insurance.
Well, if you sell a life insurance policy, you get a big hunk of money, which you may have to pay back if they don't keep the policy. Medicare doesn't work like that. One, it's complicated. Two, the people are all over 65 and they are not eager to change 18 times. There's not a huge significant difference between each policy. There are some reasons to have a different type of policy, but once you determine that, nobody's offering a better deal. It's really regulated a lot by the government. So people don't change that much. They find something they like, they find something that works, and you keep up with them and you check in with them every year. Here's the magic about Medicare. You don't get that much money for selling a Medicare policy. You can sell, a policy till the cows come home, but if I sell 12 policies in 2015 and I sell, I think 36, 50, 50 maybe in 2016. In 2016, not only, actually it's 2017 because you don't get paid till the next year, but you get the money from 2016 all over again, plus 2017. In 2018, now if you haven't lost anybody, you get 2016, 2017, 2018. Money will all come in 2019. So you can see if you worked hard for even a short period of time, like 5 to 6 years, you could have a retirement income that would continue on and on and on. And this was like a light coming on over our heads. We said, look at this. We have a retirement income if we do this right. So, for example, you could have $100,000 a year coming in retirement if you work for probably about 10 years. And you worked hard. This is not a question of you sailed through. I mean, you work hard during that period to pick that kind of money up.
But eventually you have a book of clients that would carry you through.
Yes.
As long as you made the minimal effort of taking care of them, making a call and making sure things happen the next year.
Right.
Okay. And I think you said that in 2000, did we start in 2015?
We did.
And you sold 12 policies.
Mm-hmm.
What happened in 2016?
I'm trying to remember the number of policies I sold. It's I want to say 50, but it could have been less than that. But in 2017, when we figured out how this worked, and Dan and I had come up with a plan, I figured out enough about Medicare that I wasn't fumbling in the dark. I sold 120 policies. I was considered one of the outstanding salespeople with United Healthcare who was operating with them, and they told me this on a regular basis because I sold that many policies. And it wasn't that hard. You just had to commit to things.
What did you have to do to sell those policies? We heard about kiosks because I keep talking about them.
Right.
Tell us about a Medicare kiosk.
Well, I'm trying to remember how many days a week it was, but it ended up being a total of 6 days a week. I was in a Fred Meyer's kiosk in Oregon City. In McMinnville, I was in a Walgreens kiosk. I occasionally had picked up other kiosk short-term visits. So what you do is you cannot go and approach somebody in the grocery store and say, hey, you look like you're Medicare age. You want to talk to me? That's not done. You sit there at the kiosk, and if somebody walks by and says, my mother-in-law's on this, you can start a conversation. And as you can see, when I told you I was chatty, I'm chatty. This is an ideal situation for me. People walk by and they chat, and sometimes we talk about books, sometimes we talk about other things, but I can talk to a stranger. And so for me, it was just like, and you sat in a kiosk and they came to you. It wasn't like you had to go and knock on a door. Now, other places, and I was with Providence, and that's who I'm thinking of first, and also United Healthcare would have these people who called in and said, we need information. And yeah, they all had in-house salespeople, but a lot of times they would have do what was known as a blitz, and they would invite you in, and you got to call these lists of people. And sometimes that would result in 7 to 10 policies. A lot of it was you had to just keep working. You had to keep you hang up the phone and you call the next person and you talk to them long enough to see if they really have a question. And sometimes you went out and saw people who you knew weren't going to buy another policy from you, but you went out just to solve their Medicare problems.
Let me ask you this: these phone blitzes, you're calling through people. You can't sell a Medicare policy over the phone, can you?
You could.
You could.
I would think it would be bad, but you could.
Okay.
People need to be able to know what they buy, and particularly with Medicare.
So typically, as you called through these people, if you found someone that was interested, you would actually go out to their home.
Mm-hmm.
Where were these homes?
Everywhere. Everywhere. Mainly, I would tell you they were, but you kind of got to pick. You had call lists from various places. Like occasionally I called Salem, but I tried not to get too far out into the boonies. But I went to the coast. I went to Vernonia. I went to, I'm coming back this way, Oregon City, and all those little towns around Oregon City, like Estacada, Malala, all those places. Down in McMinnville, there's Sheridan. There's all of these places around there that you call and you say, I'm in your area. And they would say, great. And you would come to see them.
So it would sometimes be that you do a phone blitz in the morning and find yourself out in Estacada or Malala in the afternoon, meeting with the client that you called earlier.
Yes.
Okay. So that it sounds like the upside of Medicare is that you can build up this book of clients that if you take care of them well, will provide an income stream all the way into your 80s.
Right.
How old are most of the people who sell Medicare?
Oh, I'm young. When we go to a Medicare meeting of people who sell Medicare, I'm the young one in the room. And it's generally men, so there's not a ton of women. And they're older. I would say old, but I'd have to include myself there as well, and so we won't go there.
So you have this job that you can do into your older age, that you could also just take the book of clients that you've developed over 5 years, hold steady, and just take care of those clients.
You could.
But if you wanted to, you could just continue doing what you're doing, heading out to kiosks and phone blitzes and build your book into
Yes.
your 70s.
You could, and beyond. And beyond. I saw men who easily had to have been 85 to 90 who were still out working it. And the problem with just letting your book sit is you end up with the law of diminishing returns. And so people die, people change, so you have to keep pumping air into the balloon to keep it up.
Okay. So what's the downside to Medicare, selling Medicare?
It is a very short window. 90% of the policies written on Medicare are written between October 15th and December 7th. That's when you get all those repetitive ads on TV, and you just pray for Medicare season to be over so you don't have to see Joe Namath one more time. But what I can tell you is that is a downside, and that is also the upside. As retirement income, you're only working 6 months out of the year to create this, and you don't have to work 365 days a year or whatever it breaks down to with weekends and holidays.
Well, is there another disadvantage, like when you get paid?
Oh, major disadvantage. Okay. So you go out October 1st because you have a 2-week prep time. You go out October 1st, you're lining up appointments, you're doing what you can do. You work like a dog through Thanksgiving and into December the 7th. And so in the following January, your money starts to trickle in. So you've now worked since October 1 to the end of the year, and you've got not one dime. What you did, but in January it starts to trickle in, and it trickles in January and February. But I've had it trickle in as late as April. So it's a real cash flow crunch, and you have to be prepared for that. And that was kind of what caught us up in 17, was that we knew it was going to happen. You just really aren't prepared to work as hard as you're working and realize you have no money coming in, and you have to figure out a way around that.
Did Dan? You said you had to be prepared for a cash flow crunch.
Mm-hmm.
Had the two of you talked about and thought you were prepared?
That was when our program really started coming together. Yes, we had talked about it. And yes, we came up with a solution that we hoped would work. But it really wasn't until the Medicare season had ended that we thought, yeah, this happened, and it's happened the way we planned it to happen, and we can see that the light at the end of the tunnel is not another train. So,
well, here you're having this happy time, and your house is almost in foreclosure. So what's that about?
Okay, so let's go back to what the plan was. The plan was pretty simple. I was going to start taking Medicare myself. That eased up a couple $100 out of Dan's employment benefits every month because I'm now paying through a different source. Okay, we're going to take a loan out of his 401k, which we had done before and paid back, and we were going to take a loan to make up house payments and just get us started on getting the house ready to sell.
When did you take out this? Before we talk about the loan, I want to talk about one other thing that changed. The other thing that changed wasn't just your income.
Right.
The other thing that changed was Dan's income.
Right.
And what was that?
A friend of ours, Tanya Medlin, needed a weekend chef, and at that point, she needed somebody who could get food out on time in a reasonable hour that tasted good. And she said, "Do you think Dan's got any students?" And I
Did you
said,
say weekend?
At that point, he was working days.
Okay.
And I said, Dan would probably look at doing it. And she said, "You're kidding." I said, "No." And I went home, and Dan said, "Sure." And so for the first time in several years, Dan has a job where he's actually cooking, and he likes it because he actually gets to cook for somebody other than me. Not that I'm not appreciative audience, but this appeals to him. So.
And would Ms. Medlin give Dan some of the better shifts?
Yes, we were very lucky. Tanya would say, "Come and work Christmas Eve," and it was more money. Work Christmas morning, and it was a lot more money. And we rearranged our schedule to hit the high money times.
Okay. What did you guys agree to do with the extra income that Dan was bringing in?
We had credit card debt, and we had 3 things we were worried about. We didn't have car payments, but we had credit card debt for 2 credit cards, and we had a second lien on the house. And Dan was paying those off, and you could see it happening in that woman's testimony, that she could see how we went from having 20,000 to down to almost nothing in the period of about a year.
And that's what the Avamere income did for you?
That's what the Avamere income did for us.
And if Dan had stayed alive and was able to continue working at Avamere, when did you think he would be completely out of this credit card debt and the second mortgage debt?
Oh, we would have been out of that. It might have taken till December, but the second mortgage debt we planned to take care of when we sold the house. So that part would have probably been a little faster.
Okay. And now you're starting down a rabbit hole, and I can't remember which rabbit hole I started going down.
We were talking
Oh.
about what was the plan.
Yeah, okay. So part of the plan was to reduce your debt.
Yep.
Part of the plan was for you to make more money selling Medicare
Mhm.
and hopefully to withstand the cash flow crunch.
Mhm.
Part of the plan was for Dan to make more money working at Avamere.
Yes.
And we've talked about this as a plan, but it sounds to me like much of this you've just sort of stumbled into.
Yes, I would. We had the plan. Okay, where it probably started was with the 401. Was with the loan from his 401k, but the rest of it kind of blossomed around that.
Okay.
So that we had Dan knew that the credit card debt was going to kill us, and so he, you can only sustain so much interest, and so that was really his first concern was let's get rid of debt. My first concern is let's also get the house ready to be sold because that was our major asset, and in addition, let's figure out how we're going to have an income in the future, and that turned out to be Medicare.
Okay. So this 401k loan that you just described,
Mhm.
you took that out in September of 2017?
That sounds about right.
And at the time you were behind on your mortgage, what about $8,000?
Mm-hmm.
Somewhere between $8,000 and $9,000? I can't remember. That sound right?
That sounds right.
But Dan took out a loan for $35,000 against that 401k.
Mhm.
Why take out that extra money from his 401k when you're only behind $8,000?
Well, we did it so we could get the house ready to sell. We knew we were going to have to invest some money in that backyard to get it back to where it could sell, and we knew it wasn't going to be cheap. There were also little things the house needed, a touch-up paint job, stuff that we thought we could do, but we thought the 35,000 would cover that. And our plan was he was now making these payments of $500 a month, but it wasn't really $500 a month because I had pulled out my insurance out of it, so it was really more like $300 a month he was making to pay it back. And then we were. Oh, I lost my thought.
That's okay. Let me take you back.
Sure, thank you.
So you took out this loan for $35,000.
Right.
You took the loan for $35,000 out of Dan's 401k.
We did.
And we called it Dan's 401k. But did you guys ever consider this is my money, this is Dan's money?
No, that was our 401k.
Okay.
And while it doesn't look like I contributed as much, keep in mind I'm making house payments on a house that has serious equity in it. So I see it in my thinking is that I'm contributing to our retirement in the house, in making the house payments and having equity in the house, and Dan's contributing to our retirement by having a 401k.
Okay. So at least in September of 2017, when Dan takes the loan against his 401k, it sounds like Dan is in agreement that you guys need to get the house ready to sell because he actually borrowed money to do it.
He is. And I think, not everything in life is clear in terms of how you feel about something. Very seldom do you feel 100% about anything one way or the other. And I think Dan wavered back and forth on this because I think he loved the house, he loved the yard, but the excitement of I have a new yard that I can rethink the plan on. Because for Dan, I mean, his motto was life is a science project. And if somebody says life is a science project, that means that once they kind of at least work their way through this science project, they're willing to go on to a new one. And that is really how I thought he saw it.
Let me stop you for just a second.
Sure.
Before you ever took out this loan, had you and Dan the two of you had a conversation with Richard Freimark?
We had.
And was that about subdividing your property?
It was.
What did you learn about subdividing the property?
Well, I learned that we live in a unique neighborhood. So our neighborhood is unincorporated Washington County. And what that means is we don't have curbs, we don't have street lights, but we have large lots. And not only did we have large lots, so did all of our neighbors. So the neighbor just north to us had subdivided their property into 3. The neighbor further down the road was in the process of subdividing their property. There were, you don't have houses.
I can help you with a picture.
Oh,
what about
good.
that?
Hey.
Can we show Ms. Brophy Exhibit 330, please, Mr. Britton?
Oh, this is good.
What is that?
This is our neighborhood. Can I gesture?
Sure. You might have to stand up.
I may have to unplug too. Okay, so this is our house right here.
Can you show me where your house is? Right there. Okay.
Right there. And this is 108th. At the end of this road, with a little jogging, is Walker Road. At the end of this road is Canyon Road, to give you an idea of where we are. 217 is right over here. So we are on the east side of 217, which also makes it desirable. Don't fall down, Nancy. So this is our house. Now, the house to the north of us is this house, which was there just like this when we moved in. Then they subdivided this and built this house. So the people who they sold this house. The people who owned all the lots at one point or another were these people. They got a job somewhere else and sold this lot in the middle to these people. Further down, and you can't really see it, but there's another subdivision here. It's an interesting neighborhood which you can't see, but it's an interesting neighborhood because everybody has chickens or alpacas. They're like little farms right in this area.
Where are
So
the alpacas?
the alpacas are right back here. And that
So Ms. Alva really was feeding alpacas?
she was. She thought she was feeding llamas, but yeah. So that property is an interesting property because it runs like here. When she said it was 5 to 6 acres, she was exaggerating, but she was right from the standpoint it's bigger than all of our lots. And they have alpacas. And this house at one point or another had been a house where you could rent rooms for something. It was like, a retreat place. But you can see how this is just a unique neighborhood for Portland, and we love this neighborhood. We lived there for 20 years. We knew all the neighbors. We took Christmas cookies to all the neighbors.
So I'm looking at your property though, and
Okay.
your property looks like it's all cleared out. Was that photograph taken while you were living there?
No, this was after this is after it was been sold. And we felt because our house extends back slightly than this house, that what we wanted to do was rip out the garage, bring the driveway all the way back, and not divide it into 3, but divide it into 2 pieces of property so that everybody had an adequate yard.
Okay, can you sit, or you got more to say?
No, I just, I can sit.
I didn't mean it that way. It sounded bad.
That's okay.
I'll ask you to roll over in a minute. Okay. So that's what your thinking was regarding subdivision.
That was.
And had one of your neighbors who was just a resident, Mr. Frymark's a commercial realtor.
He is.
Had one of your neighbors who had some residential real estate experience looked at the property?
They had.
And after getting all this input from other people, did you have, I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but did you have a notion about how much more you could sell that property for if you had it not subdivided, so to speak, but ready to be subdivided?
Right.
And how much more could you make?
We expected it to sell in the neighborhood of 700,000+.
Okay. If you were able to do all that.
Right.
Were you going to be able to do any of that with the state of the backyard, of the back lot?
Not at all. That absolutely had to be dealt with. And even though we talk about the backyard, it creeped through the side yards as well. It, it was, the yard needed work.
Was that something that, we know that Dan's really, that he loves being outdoors, that he loves being in gardens. At this point, he's what, 63, going on 64. Would he have been able to do that?
He wouldn't have been able to do the bulk of the work. But he would have been able to continue to garden in an area that was cleaned up.
Okay, but could he have cleaned up that property so that it could be sold?
No.
Did he know that?
Yes. We discussed several options. One of the options we discussed was bringing in goats to get rid of our blackberries. And we looked into that quite seriously for several weeks and decided against that. And so then we started looking for who turned out to be the yard warriors.
Throughout this trial, there's been a suggestion that Dan maybe didn't know that there was a plan to sell, or maybe Dan wasn't in favor of a plan to sell, or maybe Dan had decided not to sell. You said your house was your primary asset.
It was.
Was it also your primary debt?
Yes, it was.
And how long do you think it would take to pay off that mortgage, the mortgage that you had on the house, if you didn't sell the house?
I would have been in my 80s and he would have been in his late 70s.
Okay. Did it seem reasonable to either one of you that you would keep working at the pace that you were working in 2017, 2018, at that pace that you were working when you were 80 or in your 80s and Dan was in his late 70s?
No.
If one of you got sick while the mortgage was still due, would the other one have been able to carry the mortgage by themselves?
It would have been incredibly difficult.
Okay. You have a degree in economics.
I do.
But it wouldn't require a degree in economics to know that selling the house and downsizing was a reasonable choice.
Yes, but there was also, that is absolutely true. And you didn't have to have a degree in economics, nor did you have to be able to teach math. Everybody in the family could figure out what was going wrong with our plan. But our plan had been built in from the very beginning. When we looked at the house and we bought it, I was 49. And we have a flight of stairs that goes from the first floor to the second floor, and a flight of stairs that goes from the first floor to the basement. And we knew, with a history of medical issues in our family, we knew that we would not have been able to keep this house in the old age. We talked about that in 1999 because of the flights of stairs and the fact that it was not set up for people who in their 80s would be climbing those stairs. And they were narrow stairs because it had originally been attic stairs.
Okay, so the house, just the structure of the house itself was going to create challenges in old age.
Mm-hmm.
But my question to you is, you said that, yeah, if Dan could do the math.
Mm-hmm.
Did Dan do the math?
Dan did the math.
we talked about kind of the state of that garden that had been Dan's pride and joy.
Mhm.
By 2017, 2018, was Dan enjoying his garden like he had in previous years?
No, he still gardened, but it wasn't the same. And also, his gardening had changed because at that point he had picked up. This must have happened also when when we talk about our income going up. Dan picked up cucumbers. And a couple of the restaurants in town pickle their own cucumbers. So we would grow little cucumbers to be pickled. And Dan had this whole little concession thing going where he planted 2,000 pounds of cucumbers a year for these restaurants, and he would go and harvest and take them down and go and harvest and take them down and go and harvest and take them down. So that was also how we, but it was a struggle, more and more of a struggle as we kept losing more and more of the backyard.
Okay, so he didn't have the same area in which to garden.
Right.
You talked about taking out this loan against the, and right around the same time that you took out the loan, did you also rent a storage unit?
Yes.
And where was that storage unit? No, the name of the company. Was it Public Storage?
It could have been, yes.
Okay. Now, the state has suggested that you secretly rented this storage unit. Is it true that that was a secret?
Not that I know of, because
I'm gonna stop you for just
Okay.
a second, okay? I want to show you something. I want to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 212. Got your glasses on, good. And I just want you to read this. Don't read it out loud, just read it to yourself.
Okay.
Is that an exchange between you and Dan Brophy?
Yes, it is.
A text message exchange?
Objection.
To have the jury step out for just 1 second.
All right, for the jury?
All right, so earlier I had ruled that Exhibit 212 in its entirety could not come in. However, I had left open the possibility that individual text messages might. I don't know which text message we're talking about right now. I don't
Can
know.
we put it up on the screen? Would that be possible?
I'm not sure either.
Okay, yes, why don't we do
Which
that?
sub exhibit is it?
212.2 or 212.1, is that right, Ms. Weiner? Yeah.
Yeah, you might as well go through all
Oh,
of
that's
I can't.
like, that's teeny weeny.
Okay, hold on, I can read that on my screen.
Yeah, I can read it out loud if that helps. Yeah, let's do that. Let's make each individual one big if you would.
Okay, I've now had a chance to read it, and just so the record reflects, the initial message, which is sent from a phone number listed as Nancy, says our yard guy is coming by after 2 today. Then there's a reply from a number associated with Dan saying, okay, does that mean we wait to visit storage? And then there's a response to that which says yes. All right, I'm not sure what you were about to ask, Mrs. Brophy, but the state objected, so let me hear the state's objection first.
The objection overall is hearsay, Your Honor, because these are out-of-court statements made by Nancy and by Dan. Specifically, of course, the one that I'm focusing on is the one made by Dan. I believe the defense is attempting to get this into rebut some sort of assertion that the state made. First of all, I don't know that we made that assertion, but second of all, that's not a hearsay exception anyway. So the statement by Dan saying, okay, does that mean that we want to wait to visit storage, being offered for the truth of his knowledge of the storage unit. And so we would object to that.
All right, and Ms. Maxfield.
Well, Your Honor, the statement itself is, does that mean that we wait? Whether they wait or not is irrelevant. This is offered to show both that Nancy Brophy shared the knowledge with Dan Brophy that they had a storage unit and that Dan Brophy was aware of the storage unit. It goes to Dan Brophy's knowledge, Dan Brophy's state of mind, and it rebuts the inference that's occurred during the course of this trial, that this was somehow Nancy Brophy's storage unit and one of which Dan Brophy didn't use and was unaware.
All right, I agree. I do think it's not being offered to show the proof of the matter asserted. The matter asserted is Dan's questioning if they were going to wait or not wait to visit storage. I think the purpose for which it's being offered and the purpose for which I'll allow it is to show he has knowledge that a storage unit exists, which I honestly don't recall, Mr. Overstreet, if it was directly implied. that he was unaware of the storage unit, but I think there's been enough of an inference that I will allow this. But I would ask, are there other text messages that defense is wanting to go through with this
Yeah, we
witness?
should. Pardon me?
Because I think we should address them now rather than excuse the jury each and every time.
Your Honor, I would ask that the statements, I understand you're ruling on Mr. Brophy's text message, but the ones that appear in blue from Nancy, I would ask that those not be presented to the jury as well. Yes.
Let me, well, let me ask the defense what their argument would be for that.
Well, I'm not sure whether, I mean, I think whether the yard guy is coming after two is irrelevant to what this is being offered to show. This is an exchange between husband and wife in which Ms. Brophy is talking about the yard guy coming after two, and Dan Brophy, he doesn't sound shocked. Who's the yard guy? But he also is acknowledging the fact that there's a storage unit. But we also have a couple of other text messages that demonstrate Dan Brophy's knowledge and acquiescence with respect to the yard work.
All right. I'm going to allow this first one, and I think just contextually there has to be, I'll call it the rule of completeness. I do think just standing by itself, okay, does that mean we wait to visit storage, which just seemed odd. For contextual purposes, I'll allow this first exchange.
And Your Honor, I understand your ruling, but may I just make a record that under State v. the rule of completeness does not apply?
Well, having tried that case, I think it does, and I'll allow it. All right.
Never good when the other guy tried the case. I think there's two other exhibits that we should maybe look at right now before we go on with Ms. Brophy, and I think they are called, are they 212 and 212.2 and 212.3, each one referencing the yard warriors.
Now, I'm going to assume there's an ongoing objection to these, but if the state wishes to state additional grounds for objection, I'll hear that too, but let me read this one. So this is one that says, from the number associated with Mrs. Brophy, I don't know where the yard people are. Maybe they don't work in the rain, but the maids are here already, so you ought to be able to come home with regular time. I'm getting my hair cut at 3 o'clock. Hard to keep that burn barrel going in the rain. Okay, so what is this being offered for?
Your Honor, again, it's offered to show both Dan's acknowledgement of the yard work that's being done and the fact that he's not resistant to the plan, and the fact that he can even understand why the yard work isn't going to carry on because they can't keep the burn barrel going. It goes again to show both his awareness and his acquiescence in the fact that they have yard warriors. But the other thing that it proves is that there is a delay in the yard efforts due to weather.
And what's the relevance of that?
Well, the state has suggested that there was not much yard work that was done between December and April, and that really the yard work starts to pick up rapidly after Mr. Brophy has died and Ms. Brophy is left as the sole decider. From that, they've suggested that Dan Brophy did not want the yard work done and that Ms. Brophy had to kill him so that she could get the yard done because he was resistant to that effort. And there was even questioning of Mr. Denny on that point, and he explained, no, it was just too wet for us to get our machinery in there during certain parts of the year. But the state, with the questioning of Mr. Denny, had inferred that this really had to do with Mr. Brophy's resistance and Ms. Brophy needing to get Dan Brophy out of the way so that she could continue to clean up the property.
All right, the state want to put any more objections on the record for this one?
Well, I would just, what I didn't state on the last one was I do believe there's a relevancy objection on this one as well to hearsay. Also, I would just note that the testimony, not the lawyer's questions that were presented to the jury, was that Dan was aware of the plan and went along with it, was part of it. That was what the testimony was. So I don't know what the defense is attempting to rebut when their own witness stated that about Dan as well.
All right, I'm going to hold off on this one for just a moment. Let's see the next.
212.3.
Okay, all right, it's in that. All right, and does the state have an objection to this one?
It's the same objection, Your Honor.
All right, and this one is just to make sure I've got the full thing. This is just the
Just
one.
Dan Brophy. It's just Dan Brophy, and again, it goes to show that, can you show that big again, Mr. Breton, so that I can see it?
All right, I've read it. It says, so this is from a number associated with Dan saying, got it, see you in a bit. Are the yard warriors in action today? And I think, Ms. Maxfield, you're saying this shows that he kind of has an awareness of and an acquiescence to yard work taking place.
That's correct. And again, the statement, are the yard warriors in action today, is asserting nothing. It's a question. It's not an assertion of fact.
Right. I will allow this one. Is that it? I'm sorry, were those the three?
Well, we didn't have a ruling on the middle.
I know we
Oh,
didn't. I just
okay.
wanted to see if
No,
there were
those,
any
that's
more.
all we got.
All right, let's put that middle one up again, just so I can, if you could enlarge it. All right, I'm going to allow this one as well.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And I'm just asking for planning purposes, because I do plan on breaking at noon for lunch, but we can do a little more questioning before then. I'm not going to hold you to it, but for defense, can you tell me roughly how long you anticipate direct going total?
No,
That's fine. That's fine. Fair enough.
some parts of our examination are unpredictable.
Okay, then let's bring the jury back in and go till 12, and then we'll break. Yes, please.
It is talk time. I had to grab Callie and bring her upstairs so she wouldn't be alone on my porch because she's a little
All right,
shithead.
please be seated.
Oh, this is the end of
Okay,
that one
I did
anyway,
overrule
so
the
hold on.
objection.
Ping.
That's correct. I want to show you what's been marked as defense.
We'll go on to the next one here in just a moment. What is math of life? It's a suspicious one. What do you guys think the math of life is? Life math. I don't know. Let me see. Life math. Let's search it on YouTube. They got nothing. Math is the hidden secret to understanding the world. TED Talk. Wow, 1.9 million views. That's a lot. Simple formula for life. Math plus history. TED Talk. The Mathematics of Love by Hannah Fry. Another TED Talk. Very interesting. Who's Callie? My dog. You've been gone a long time, Cordy. Isn't it a concept? It is. It is. I guess, what's the question? So what's the answer, right? That's how you decide. You need the question and the answer. But isn't that like up to interpretation too? Life math. I would assume so. Callie, what are you smelling? Get back. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. There's nothing under there for you. It's hotter than hell outside. It is. It's very warm. It was nice and cool this morning, though. Ooh. But it got hot quick. I think it's mid to upper 90s today. Tis. Callie. No. No, thank you. You think the question has shapes? It might. It might. I don't know. I asked AI and it gave me some crazy answer, as it does. I said, what is the math of life? So here's what I got, okay? It can be interpreted in a few different ways depending on how deep or philosophical you want to go. But at its core, it means this. Life adds, subtracts, multiplies, and divides, sometimes all at once. Addition. People come into your life. You gain experience, knowledge, memories. You grow by adding moments, relationships, and meaning. Who and what you let in becomes part of your equation. Subtraction. You lose people. You let go of toxic habits. Time subtracts from your years. Grief, endings, and fading connections mark change. Some subtractions hurt and others free you. Multiplication. Love, kindness, or pain can multiply rapidly. Your choices ripple out. One small action can impact many. You build momentum. One success can create another. Your effort multiplied becomes your legacy. Division. Life divides your attention, your time, and your energy. Sometimes you're pulled in too many directions, but it also teaches sharing of joy, burdens, and resources. What you divide, you still carry with you. In literal terms, life is math. Your heart beats a rhythm, your aging is a countdown, relationships are a balance, and success often comes down to patterns, timing, and calculated risks. What happened to your dog, the innocent? Which dog? I still have 7 dogs. I was never good at math. Well, it's an interesting question. So it's like a philosophy then. Yeah, Andy, I would think so, right? It has to be. I mean, what else could it be? But Cordy's not giving us a question or an answer. So, I don't know. Maybe if I had the answer, I could figure out the question. You'll still try to save me even though I don't know the answer? Callie. I see you wagging your tail. That's not really helping me, ma'am. I don't want you under the desk. Come out. You big horse of a dog. Get out of there. Everything's philosophy, I suppose, Andy. And don't eat Legos, you beast. Get back there. That'll make you sick to your stomach. It will. It will. Okay, back to Nancy, I suppose.
It's exhibit 380. It'll show up there on your, oh, that's not it.
Can we take that down?
Did you show that to me?
I did, yes.
Okay.
Hold on 1 second.
I don't have a 380.
You have the
Let's hold
on-point
it.
records, don't you? I forwarded it to you.
All right.
I'm guessing they need 377.
Your Honor, it's a page out of the on-point records that have already been admitted in their entirety.
Okay.
First of all, that's an on-point account statement record, is that right?
That's true.
And was that on-point account a joint account that you had with Dan Brophy?
Yes.
And actually, Mr. Breton, that's the wrong one. So we'll come back to that, okay? Just pull that down, we'll come back in a minute.
The other thing I wanted to talk to you about that was just a little stray thought that had not made its way into an earlier conversation that we were having. James Denny talked about the fact that he could see that Dan's, underneath all the brush and everything, Dan's garden was actually just a beautiful treasure. Is that right?
That's right.
And did the two of you believe, you talked about the fact that you were going to sell the house,
Right.
but did the two of you believe that if you could get that garden restored to something of its past glory, that it would increase the value of your home?
Yes, we did.
So the two of you decided to get the house ready to sell.
Mhm.
And that decision started to kind of come to the fore in what year, do you think?
Where we were truly starting to work on it, I would say was 2017.
Okay. But we can tell from your Dearest Dan letter that at least you'd been teasing through the idea of subdivision maybe as early as what, 2015?
Yes.
Okay. So as it starts to become sort of this idea that now is gelling, what did you think you might do after you sold the house? Did you know?
No, and we went through a lot of different plans.
Okay. We've heard testimony from people who talked about that you were talking about going to Portugal.
Yes.
Was that one of your plans?
I thought that would be fun. And I think Dan flirted with the idea, but in the end, he put a little pin in my balloon and said, you would be miserable. I would be miserable if we were that far from family. And I agreed with him.
Okay. But did you and Dan like to travel together?
We did. We thought we were their best.
Okay. Did Dan offer a compromise to maybe moving to Portugal?
He did. He felt like what we should do is take a multitude of smaller trips rather than a big trip. And so that he could continue to garden and I could continue to do what I needed to do as well. And yet we would still have the experience of being together and going places that were fun and different.
Okay. In early 2017, did you do one of those trips?
We did.
What'd you do?
I was invited to speak on a cruise ship for a writers' conference. I have a talk I give called Redeeming Your Antagonist. Do you think I could remember? Redeeming Your Antagonist. And I said, you want to come? And he said, sure. And so we flew to Fort Lauderdale, took the cruise, took a cooking class, and came home.
Okay. Did you take another trip later in 2017?
No, I think, to the beach, yes. Yes, but we didn't really regard that. We regarded that as, a good weekend. That wasn't really a vacation plan so much, but we went to the beach several times.
Okay. And then was there more of a planned trip that happened right at the beginning of 2018?
There was.
And what was that trip?
Dan's favorite restaurant in the entire world, and we've traveled enough that I think it's a fairly thing. At one point, used to be considered one of the top 5 restaurants in the world. It's just outside of Victoria, and it's on Vancouver Island, and it's called Sook Harbor House, and it is in the town of Sook Harbor. It is a B&B, and it is a restaurant, but they were one of the first in the nation who did sustainable and local. And so everything you eat there comes from Vancouver Island, which, as you know, is not big. So we had eaten there several times over the last 25 years. I'm going to say 6, 7 times. I'm pretty sure we took Dan's parents there. It was just a place we really liked. And we'd never been able to stay at the B&B because we'd never had our timing right. Well, we discovered that we had an extra week for Christmas in there that we weren't expecting. And so we called Sook Harbor House and said, could we stay? And they said, well, we close for a month in, I think, the 5th or 6th of January. So we scheduled 3 to 5 days, I can't remember, and stayed at the B&B, which has, by the way, become a small hotel since then, and ate at the restaurant every day. And it was a great trip, and the food was fabulous. But to get there, sorry,
whoa. I know if we're going to get there. Now we are in the rabbit hole. So
sorry.
Was there another trip that you took after that?
We went to Monterey Aquarium again. We had been to Monterey a few years earlier when Dan had been asked to speak at a mushroom conference in Santa Cruz, and we'd driven down to Monterey. This time we stayed in Monterey, and
remember when that was?
That was in March of 2018.
Did you take another trip that year?
No, but our next trip that we had planned was for the July break. Dan had a week off from school, and we were going to go to South Dakota, to the Black Hills, because I had never seen Mount Rushmore. And Dan grew up in that area of the country, and he wanted to show it to me.
So I don't remember which witness it was, but one of them talked about you being at that stage in your planning where you were just kind of throwing a dart at a map and had maybe new ideas each day about what you might do next.
I think that's pretty accurate for what was happening.
Did there come a time in 2018 where you started to coalesce or gel around a particular idea?
We did. in the fall, particularly when I was selling Medicare, I was looking for, because I was out in McMinnville and out in Oregon City and what have you, I was looking for property that I thought might work for us. And as we would discuss it, the more and more and more we discussed it, the more I looked. Dan didn't really look because we weren't really to that stage yet. What really happened is Dan had fallen in love with Delilah's property. And
Talk about Delilah Marvell.
Delilah Marvell. And so it had some advantages. He wanted to be halfway to the coast. He wanted to be in mushroom hunting location. It was places that he wanted to go. And so the more and more we talked about it, the more we kind of came to a little area that we would want to look in.
Okay, and that's the area around Banks that Ms. Marvell described.
Right.
I want to shift gears. I almost don't want to shift gears, but we probably need to, and talk about insurance.
Okay.
You love insurance,
I do.
life insurance.
I do.
When did you buy your first policy?
I was in probably 35.
And you insured yourself?
I did.
Were you married?
No.
Did you have kids?
No.
Or you bought a policy?
Yes.
After you and Dan married, did you buy insurance to protect the two of you?
I did. We were doing our first trip overseas. We were going to the Orient, and before we left, we did our wills and we bought insurance.
And were those policies identical?
Yes, they were.
One on your life?
Yes.
One on Dan's life?
Yes.
And who was the owner of the policy that insured Dan's life?
Dan was.
And why was that?
Because when you own your own policy, you control it. You control who the beneficiary is. You control what happens if you have changes in your life. If Dan and I had been divorced in 1999, he could just change the beneficiary and he could have kept the policy. It would have been his policy.
That was a policy that belonged to him?
Yes.
And the policies that insured your life belonged to you?
Yes.
We had earlier, what's the dearest? We had earlier talked about the Dearest Dan letter. I wanted to pull that up again and ask you about a part of that.
Okay.
Could you pull up 203, Mr. Breton? On the second page of that policy, you scroll down, keep scrolling, scrolling. Back. Can you see it? There in the middle of the page, it says the 23rd, $266 Americo. What are you talking about there?
That is a policy that we bought for Dan and scrambled to get it to him on time when he was 59 and a half, because after that point, he couldn't get it anymore. And
that's a policy that insured Dan's life.
That's right.
But this is a letter that talks about the policies that insure your life.
That's true.
Why are you telling Dan about this policy on his life that costs $266 a month?
Because it's a special type of policy that's also part of our retirement planning. So it is a policy that we got that if I wasn't there to remind him, I wasn't sure he would remember what our plan was. But basically what happens on return of premium is you pay the premiums, and if Dan doesn't die, which was our plan, we get all the money back for the premium. So once again, this is another forced savings account for us. So at 78, we would have gotten back $67,000, something like that. I could be a little off, but I think I'm pretty close.
Okay, so up until this time that you buy the American policy, in fact, even when you buy the American policy, have you attempted to each time buy one policy insuring Dan, one policy insuring you?
That's true.
And did you try to keep it even?
Yes.
We've heard about a policy that was in place that was paid for by the school that insured Dan's life.
Yes.
Did you include that policy as part of your retirement planning?
Absolutely not.
Why not?
Because we didn't expect the school to be there when we needed it. You know, Dan had gone through a different culinary school. He'd left that school. That policy stayed with the school. It didn't stay with us. We didn't expect, if Dan left the school tomorrow, 31 days later, we would not have that policy. So we did not regard that as a real policy. I mean, it was a nice employee benefit, but that's all it was for us.
Okay, so you couldn't count on that taking you into your 70s or 80s? No. Okay. And the year that you bought this Americo policy, and I forget what the amount on that policy was that a $100,000 policy, the Americo?
Yes.
Okay.
No. Yes, it was.
Okay. And at the same time, did you put a policy on your own life that had a $100,000 benefit?
Yes, I did.
But it wasn't an Americo policy?
No, it was not.
And the policy on you was just like a 10-year term policy for $100,000, right?
Right.
So why did you buy this different policy for Dan?
I would have bought the policy for me too if I hadn't been too old. I mean, this was a policy I regarded as a good policy for people who do not save that would force us to save. Yes, I'd be the first to tell you there's no interest attached to it, but I would also be the first to tell you that having $67,000 come into us at one lump sum at the end of our 70s might be a real nice windfall.
Okay. You heard the testimony of our insurance expert.
Right.
And he said that you paid between 3 times and 6 times the premium each month that you could have paid for a simpler $100,000 term policy on Dan's life.
That's right.
So this is a premium that cost you between 3 and 6 times as much.
Yes.
but you pay it. What are you betting when you pay that?
I'm betting Dan will live and we get the money.
How long does Dan have to live for you to get the money?
20 years. Actually, it's 19, but yeah.
So when he turns 78 is when, so that's the bet you've made.
Yes.
Now, we already talked about another policy that you took out that did create an inequality in this.
Right.
And that policy was the one that, the policy that you took out in November of 2016 when you needed a commission
Right.
to cover some cash flow issues that you were having.
Mm-hmm.
And you needed the money quick.
Mm-hmm.
And that was in November of 2016.
Mm-hmm.
We talked earlier about Larry Schneider,
Mm-hmm.
and I think you were struggling for the term, but was the term you were looking for the contestability period?
Yes, it was. Thank you.
And that contestability period, do you understand it to be 2 years?
It is.
And I think what you testified to earlier is that if someone died within the 2-year period, the legitimacy of a policy was much more likely to be challenged by the insurance company.
At the very least.
Okay.
Uh,
But if someone died after the 2-year period, the insurance company's legal ability to challenge the policy became much more limited.
yes, it did.
So if you took this out in November of 2016,
Mm-hmm.
When would that contestability period end?
Either October or November when they put it into effect of 2018.
So the contestability period would have ended 5 months after Dan Brophy died?
Yes.
And you testified previously about the pressures that you were feeling and how you're sometimes resorting to Band-Aids and later resorting to more long-term solutions to the financial pressures you were feeling were real. Is that right?
They were.
You came up with some solutions, some short-term, some long-term. Were you feeling that same financial pressure by December of 2017?
No. No. In fact, by December of 2017, I could see that what we had put into plan, what had been an idea plan was actually going to work. You know, it wasn't just a plan in the air. It was a plan that was going to work. I could see our credit cards were being paid off. I could see I'd had a hell of a good Medicare season and that I could continue that and that would provide an income for our retirement. I could see that our bills were paid. We had money in the bank and we had money coming in, which would be the shortfall money that we didn't have in October. I thought we were over the hump. I thought things looked good. So good that, you know, I was kind of doing a little dance of happiness.
Okay. Did you ever, after December of 2017, did you ever feel that same financial pinch that you'd experienced before September of 2017?
No,
There's been some made of the fact that part of the pinch was alleviated by this loan that you took.
that's true.
But were you using that loan just to kind of keep your head above water, or was that loan going to be used for something else?
No, that loan was to get us back in the black with the house payments. And that loan was to get the house ready to sell. And the loan was to be repaid when the house was sold. That was the first thing that we did with the money afterwards. Even before we bought another piece of property, we repaid that money. And in the meantime, of course, Dan was making payments on that money.
But you also had we heard from Ms. Couch that your income went up in 2018.
Right.
And was that increase in income from 2018, these Medicare policies that you'd sold between, August and just whatever that period is?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And that was something that you expected to continue year after year?
It was.
You're a romance writer.
Yes, I am.
What kind of stuff do you write?
Romantic suspense.
And we've heard from some of the other writers about writing devices or things that writers use to write their books. What kind of writing devices have you used in the past, or you bought?
Bought or traded. For a while, I loaned some money to one of my employees, and what I held in as their collateral was a pair of night vision goggles. I thought I got the better deal on that, real frankly, but he did come up with the money and I had to give them back.
Did those night vision goggles make it into, or whatever we call them, night vision?
Oh, yeah.
Did they make it into one of your books?
Oh, yeah. And I learned a lot about night vision goggles.
What other kinds of things have you either purchased?
Well, we had expensive handcuffs. We had real handcuffs. We had fur-lined handcuffs. In fact, we had a couple of sets of those. We had, what else? Oh, we took a trip to Montana because I wanted to see some property that I thought would be a good location to set a story in that I never wrote. What else have I bought? Oh, man.
What about binoculars?
Oh, yeah. We have a really nice set of binoculars, which started out as a writing tool. And as I moved on, they became a tool we held on to.
Okay. Did you spend a lot of money on your writing?
Yes, I did.
Did that bother Dan?
Not at all.
Dan, Dan spend a little extra money on his cooking?
He did.
Did Dan have some really, really nice copper cookware?
So nice that when they were filming Grimm's TV show here, they called us and asked us if they could rent it from us. And we said, yes, you know.
And was that something that Dan just wanted? He just wanted it. He just wanted it.
He wanted it, but we made a concession on how we bought it.
And how'd you buy it?
Our birthdays are 9 days apart. And so every year for our birthdays, rather than buying each other a gift, we bought a copper pot.
Is that you built that collection of Dan's favorite cookware over a period of time?
Yes.
Can you describe just generally your writing process, your creative process?
I can. A lot of people plot more than I do. But what I do is I sit down and I like to have the story start to formulate. I like to know who all the characters are. I like to know what's known as GMC, goals, motivation, and conflict are. I like to work that through in my mind long before I put a pencil to a paper, or in my case, fingers to a keyboard. So I frequently have a large part of my story written in my mind before I ever sit down. And that means you spend a lot of time staring off into space. You spend a lot of time giving automatic answers to people who are thinking, you're not listening to a word I'm saying. You just kind of sit there and work it through.
Your Medicare practice you talked about driving all these different places.
Right.
Did that bother you?
Oh, not at all.
Why not?
Because it was meditative for me to drive, because most of the time I'm thinking about my plot. Almost inevitably, I have a notebook on the car open with a pen where I'm writing along and driving along and jotting things down.
I want to shift again and talk about firearms.
Okay.
In 2017, did the seed of a new story come to you?
It did.
And how did that come to be?
I read an article about a guy in California who bought a gun online, put it together, and killed his family. And I am amazed by this. I'm amazed you're able to do this. But I'm sitting there thinking, what if it was a woman who was afraid? What if it was a woman who bought the gun online or bought gun pieces online and put them together to protect herself? And so once I kind of flipped the story in my mind, I started building it. Now, the cool thing about the article, and there was other articles that followed it, was that it had links in it. And the links took me to various sites that showed me what was available.
Sometime in November of 2017, is that the article you're talking about?
Yes.
And the links that you're talking about, do you remember what they were to?
One was to ghostguns.com and one was to Ghost Gunner, something. There was another similar title to it.
Okay. Did you go, after reading that article, did you go there?
I did.
Before you read that article, did you know that guns could come in kits?
No.
So as you're thinking about the story in the beginning, how did you imagine it would come together?
What I really thought is, when I was thinking about it, was that you would buy pieces one place or another. Maybe gun shops had them. Maybe gun show people. Maybe bought them online. But I was thinking there's got to be these pieces available where you could put a gun together. And then, lo and behold, there are kits. You don't have to go and shop everywhere.
Okay.
You just.
So was that a challenge in the beginning, trying to figure out? Well, let me back up. The story that you had.
Right.
How did the gun parts fit into the story arc?
Well, that gets to be really important. The way I was going to write the story was each month a piece would come to her in the mail, and so that would be the beginning. And as the gun built, so did the story arc, and so did her character arc. And what did you learn from putting a gun together? And how did it compare to your life? How does that solve some of your problems as you're working through them?
So it was piece by piece, chapter by chapter.
That's how.
But did you know what pieces to put into your story before you found out about gun kits?
No, but I figured that I would research it. I mean, in detail. People love the internet, but real frankly, I don't know a writer who doesn't have a library card. And I don't know a writer who doesn't go to the public library to look up what they want. Yes, it's online, but it's not necessarily correct online. It's just online.
Okay, so let's go back to the New York Times article
Okay.
that had the links in it. How did you use that article, or how did you use the links?
Ghost Guns had more appeal to me, so I went back to that site 2 or 3 times. And I will say that sometimes my lack of totally planning can be a problem. But it was, they made it sound like it was really easy to put this gun together.
Was there a video on that site?
there was a link to a video.
Okay, and what was the, can you remember what the video was about?
It was about how easy it was to put this gun together. Yo ho ho, some guy whipped it out and got it together, and it was just nothing. I mean, it was harder than Legos, but not much, according to this video.
Okay, so you looked in November of 2017 at this site.
Right?
Did you buy a gun kit?
I did.
No, in November, did you buy a gun kit?
Oh, I didn't buy a gun kit then. No,
Okay.
I went back and forth on buying the gun kit.
How many times do you think you went to that site before you bought a gun kit?
Oh,
if
I'll
you
bet
remember?
7 to 10.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so now, you said there was a time that you came up to buy a gun kit. When was that?
December the 24th. Dan was working, and once again, these were good hours, so we knew it was more money. He had texted me he was on his way home, and I had been looking at this site. And real frankly, everything in our life was going well. You know, Christmas was bought and paid for, it wasn't charged, and it was wrapped, and we were ready to go. I was drinking wine, which probably one might construe to be a mistake. And Dan had texted me on his way home, and when he walked in the door, I said, "Guess what I'm buying?" And I gave him a glass of wine because guess what I'm buying? You know, that kind of thing always helps. And he just laughed and said, "Go for it." And that's where we ended up.
So you bought the gun kit
I did,
as a gift to yourself?
as a gift to myself.
Just kind of generally, Dan was there when you made the purchase?
He was.
And he texted you before coming home to let you know he was on his way home?
He did.
And do you know how long it takes to get from On Point to, I'm sorry, I'm looking at my notes. Do you know how long it takes to get from Avamere to your house?
I would say somewhere between 6 and 10 minutes.
Okay. And let me show you what's been marked as, I want to make, I got nervous by the last one. I just want to look over his shoulder. I want to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 377. It's an On Point bank record.
Mm-hmm.
And again, this is that joint account that you have with your husband.
Yes, it is.
And it looks like the date, at least that statement period, is from 12/9/17 to January 1st. Is that what it says, of 2018?
No, January 8th.
Okay, I have bad eyes. I wonder if you can scroll down, Mr. Breton, to a purchase that was made on December 24th. Do you see it, Ms. Brophy? You can see better than I can.
Well, I'm looking. Apparently, I went to KFC.
Can we scroll down just a little bit further, Mr. Breton? Maybe it shows up a little later.
Maybe. Oh, here it is. On December 26th, it shows up, ghostguns.com.
Okay. So again, that was a purchase you made with your own credit card,
Mm-hmm.
or with a debit card, it looks like,
Mhm.
out of that joint account?
Mhm.
Okay. I would move to admit, does this have a number, Ms. Weinmiller?
377.
Okay, I would move to admit Defendant's Exhibit 377. I think the On Point records are in as a whole, but this is a sort of a standalone.
Okay. All right, 377 will be admitted. And just so I'm clear, is that 8 pages then?
Ooh, is it? Yeah, it is. It's the
Okay.
entire statement.
Bless you.
Okay, you can take that down. Thank you. After Christmas Eve, then you and Dan were planning for this Sook Harbor trip.
Yes.
And what happened before you left for Sook Harbor? Did you do anything? Was this gun going to get delivered while you were gone? This gun
Yes.
kit? Okay. And what, if anything, did you or Dan do in preparation for this trip?
Dan had the mail held, and which was, I generally dealt with the dogs and he dealt with the mail. And I took the dogs to the kennel, and he had the gun kit, had the mail stopped.
Okay. So the mail was stopped while you were gone?
Mm-hmm.
And you came back. Did you come back over the weekend? Do you remember?
I don't remember exactly what day of the week it was that we came back.
Do you remember whether on the Monday after you returned, you went in to do these blitz calls, these Medicare blitz calls?
Right. I did that. And that usually takes, depending on how long they let you do it, anywhere from an hour to 4 hours.
Okay. When you came home that night, was the mail indoors?
It was.
And was the gun kit there?
Well, a box was there.
Okay.
And so I waited for Dan to come home, and we opened it, and he probably did not see the joy in it that I did, but I thought it was great to open it and see it.
Okay. When you opened it, counsel for the state had passed out this little plastic bag that was filled with, looked to me like 5 billion parts.
I think that count is accurate.
Yeah. When you opened that and saw little parts like that and the other things that it was going to take to put together this kit, was that a little daunting?
It was. It was. I was not expecting it to be quite as intricate. You know, they said, oh, the bottom part. They said the gun kit's 80% together. So you think, how hard can the last 20% be? Well, it turns out harder than I was expecting.
Did you ask Dan about tools that you would need to put that
Yes.
together?
I said, do we have a drill press? And he said, no. But I also knew that if we didn't have it, other people would. I wasn't that worried.
Did you talk to any of your writer friends about this story of the woman who puts together a gun from parts?
Oh, yeah.
Who did you talk to?
I talked to Darla.
Darla who?
Darla Lukenbaugh. And Sue was in the car, but I'm not sure how much Sue was paying attention and how much she was dozing. But we were debating the gun kit, and I would not say she used the word sucker, but it could have come up. She really thought this was not a particularly good idea.
Okay. Did you talk to any other writers about this purchase?
Oh, yeah. I talked to Jessie Smith, who actually knows a fair amount about guns. And I think her feeling was, this is going to be a lot tougher than you think it is. And I'm thinking, oh, great.
But you did talk to writer friends about this storyline.
I did.
And did you tell each of these people that you talked to about the storyline that you'd actually purchased a gun kit?
Yes.
Your mother-in-law testified that, leaving the gun kit aside, your mother-in-law testified that you had actually said something to her about thinking about buying a gun, like a gun, not a gun kit.
Yes.
And just so that I'm clear, this gun kit, is that separate in your mind from the gun?
Yes.
Why?
Well, because the gun is a gun and it's for protection. The gun kit is a toy and it's for writing.
Okay. So do you remember having a conversation with Karen Brophy about thinking about buying a gun kit?
I do.
And do you remember about when that would have happened? If you don't, that's okay.
I really don't. I really don't. I think the topic came up more than once, but it wasn't a constant topic. It was a fleeting topic.
Tanya Medlin has testified that sometime around Christmas of 2017, that she had a conversation with Dan and also had a conversation with you about buying guns, not gun kits.
Right.
You weren't there for the conversation she had with Dan.
No.
But do you recall the conversation that she described having with you?
Yes. And Dan and I discussed, did we want to do this?
Okay. How worried were you about Dan going out mushroom hunting by himself?
I was worried on two or three fronts. Mushroom hunters, and Dan is included, do not give away their spaces. Dan may have taken his class mushroom hunting, but it was never the places he regarded as his and special. He was frequently in the woods. He on more than one occasion told me he had gotten turned around. He on more than one occasion told me he could hear hunters not that far away. And he, I was worried for him. And he went mushroom hunting a lot. He had places where he would call and say, I'm going halfway to the coast, and I knew where he was going. He had other places where he was going all the way to the coast. I know he and Nathaniel in the spring would go over to Astoria and go in areas they knew about over there. But mushroom hunting is not all that safe. I mean, you have a lot of people who are territorial. The mushrooms are worth a lot of money, and maybe more so to a chef than to, well, not to somebody who makes their living off of it. And there's certainly people who make their living off of it.
Were you worried that he might be in physical danger?
Yes, from other people who were mushroom hunting, from being accidentally shot from a hunter who was too close or something. Yes.
When you and Dan would talk about buying a gun, was one of the reasons because you wanted him to carry a gun when he went mushroom hunting?
Yes.
What did he think of that idea?
I think he was quietly neutral on that until the gun came. And then he suddenly found he had a voice on it and he wasn't going to take it with him.
Okay. Sometime in the beginning of February, maybe January 31st, February 1st, did you actually use your computer to look online for gun stores in Portland or in Oregon?
Yes.
Did you buy a gun then?
No.
Do you remember what it was that prompted you to look for a gun store?
It had been a conversation that had gone back and forth between us for a while. And so, like any good writer, I'm doing research.
On February 14th of 2018, did something happen that kind of changed everything about guns?
February 14th was the Florida shooting. And it was a shooting in a school. And it seemed not worse than other shootings, but kind of worse in some ways. It got a lot of publicity that on top of the other shootings that had been in the area at the time. I mean, there was the Las Vegas shooting. There were, we were just killing too damn many kids. And
So,
And I reached the point where I said, Dan, it's time. And he said, okay.
did you then do some research online?
I did.
Did you research how much a Glock would cost?
Yes,
Did you research gun safety classes?
I did.
Did you research the Portland Expo Gun Show?
I did.
And why the Portland Expo Gun Show?
Well, everybody told me that it's cheaper. Go to a gun show, they'll negotiate, buy a gun there. And it was interesting when I got there that there were so many different prices for the same gun, depending on which booth you're at.
Okay. Before you went to the gun show,
Yes?
had you got kind of a ballpark idea of what you expected to pay?
Yes.
Did you take out, how are you going to pay for that gun?
Dan gave me $400 in cash, and I took $400 out of our joint account.
How much did you think a gun would cost?
I was expecting in the $600 range.
Okay. Now, you said that this time when you brought it up, that Dan said, go ahead and buy a gun.
Mhm.
Was he enthusiastic?
No, I would not say enthusiastic, but I think he believed that if this makes you feel better, if this makes you feel safer, then this is what we need to do.
So, the gun show wasn't on February 14th. Do you remember when it was?
It was a Saturday that followed.
Okay. So if the Saturday that followed was February 17th, does that make sense?
Mhm.
I don't know, maybe the 18th.
Somewhere in there, yeah.
Okay. And you went to the gun show?
I did.
Describe what you did at the gun show.
Well, when you first walk in at a gun show, you have to turn in a gun if you're carrying it. And that, I'm sort of surprised that this, not that that makes perfect sense. It's just that, I didn't know anybody who carried a gun with us. So I was surprised at how there was this long line to turn in their guns. But then you go into a room and they're set up like booths everywhere. And I walked around and I compared prices. I'd already decided that I wanted a Glock. And so,
Why did you want a Glock?
well, several reasons.
Had it been recommended to you?
It
by
had been
anyone?
recommended to us. That was probably the biggest of the reasons. And also the gun kit was a Glock, so that I had similar guns in terms of, I didn't have different working parts.
Did you think that you were going to buy a Glock 19 that had been put together?
I did.
Was that your goal?
That was what I was thinking when I went in.
What happened when you sat down to actually buy the gun with the people from J&B?
This guy was not only a nice guy, but he said, you're going to be so much happier with a 17. A 17 doesn't have the blowback that a 19 has. And as a woman operating it, this is more of a gun that you will find easy to manage. And I thought, I don't need a 19. I need this gun that's easier to manage.
So you bought the gun that he recommended?
I did.
Did you use your ID?
I did.
Did you go through the clearance and
I
register
did.
the gun?
I did.
When you brought the gun home, did Dan look at it?
He did.
Tell me about that event.
Well, sometimes you think that if you do this, this will solve your problems, that you will relax, that you will stop worrying things to death. And it turns out that you look at the gun and you think, well, that didn't help. Dan looked at it and said, I'm not carrying it mushroom hunting. And I said, okay. And then he said, maybe we ought to look at selling it if neither one of us are enthused, if it didn't do what we wanted to do. And I said, okay. And I said, or I could take it apart and then I could put the other one together. And Dan said, no, we've seen you in action before. No, do not take it apart. And I said, okay, which made sense. It really did.
Were you afraid that if you took the whole gun apart
Right.
and then put it back together, that
I'd kill myself in the process firing it when it fired backwards? Yes.
that you'd create a dangerous gun? Is that what you thought? Okay. So you brought it home. Dan is not enthused.
Mm-hmm.
He's told you he's not going to carry it mushroom hunting.
Mm-hmm.
He's thinking maybe you should sell it.
Mm-hmm.
You raised the idea of maybe taking it apart.
Mm-hmm.
He says no.
Mm-hmm.
What did you do then?
I bought another piece of gun. I bought a slide. And I think I bought the slide almost immediately afterwards because I thought, okay, at this point, I'm obsessed with these gun parts. I'm kind of amazed at how obsessed I am. And part of it cuts back down to the writing. But I bought it and I thought, well, I can take this bare piece apart. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. And it's not a big deal. But that's how I bought a slide.
Was that within a couple of days of when you were on your way to a writer's retreat?
Yes, it was.
And was that the retreat that was held at Rockaway Beach?
Could have been. Yes, that sounds right.
Were you home when the slide was delivered?
No.
Let me ask you this. Let's go back to the gun show.
Okay.
If you decided to buy a slide at the gun show, could you have just bought one with cash?
Yes.
Like the extra money that you brought?
Mm-hmm.
Could you have just gone up to any one of those booths and negotiated a good price on a slide?
Mm-hmm.
And would they have asked for your ID?
I don't think so.
Would you have had to register it like you did the gun?
I don't think so.
So you could have just paid over your cash, left the gun show with a slide,
Mhm.
and you wouldn't have had to leave your name behind.
Mhm.
You wouldn't have had to leave a credit card receipt behind.
Mhm.
You wouldn't have had to leave your home address behind.
Mhm.
But this slide that you bought on the internet,
Mhm.
did you have to give a credit card?
Yes.
Did you have
Well,
to
I use PayPal.
use PayPal?
Mhm.
And the PayPal's linked back to your credit
Bank
card.
account.
Is your PayPal account in your name?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I want to, again, I just want to make sure we have the right, I want to show you what's been marked in just a minute as Defendant's Exhibit 379. You can just play it now, thank you. It'll show up on your TV.
Oh, okay.
Again, this is your joint on-point account, is that right?
That's right.
And can we scroll down somewhere, maybe closer to February 17th, 18th? I don't know where it'll show up. Tell us when you see it, Ms. Brophy.
Okay.
Do you see, oh, you see it yet?
No, I do
Okay.
not.
Is that it, that PayPal transfer on,
On
226?
226.
and how much was that?
$364.99.
Okay. So that was a PayPal transfer, and did they require shipping information?
Yes,
And did you have that shipped to your home?
I did.
And, whatever that is. Oh, this is what it is. Oh, can I also show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 378? And does that look like the transaction receipt for the slide?
It does.
And it says that it's shipped to you. Is that your real name?
That's my real name.
Your home address?
Yes.
It looks like the United States Postal Service was going to bring it to your house.
Okay.
Is that right?
That looks like it. Yes.
USPS?
Uh-huh.
Okay. So the slide that you purchased carried somewhat of a paper trail behind it. Is that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move to admit Defendants Exhibit 378 and 379.
Any objection?
No objection. This already exists as a state's exhibit.
Okay, all right. Well, they may be duplicative, but
Oh, sorry, Your Honor. What we have as 378 is not what defense is showing us.
Well, it is that first page. There's that attached to it.
What are you saying?
Are you only attending to this one page?
No, I think I just had her look at one page, but I think it's, how many pages are in the document, Mr. Breton? Pardon me?
20.
20? Wow.
Yes, so I would have an objection.
okay.
I realized there were 20 pages. I'm
First
sorry.
2 pages, I do not have an
Your Honor,
objection.
I will modify that and offer the first page later, because that's the one that I think is important. Whatever's the actual receipt that shows the shipping address.
Is there an objection to that particular page?
No, it already exists as a state's exhibit.
Okay,
So no.
all right, so that particular page can be admitted as, this is Defense Exhibit 378.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And
I
then
will
with
modify
regards to
it.
379, is there any?
No, Your Honor, that's the on-point records. We don't have any objections to any of the on-point records.
All right, so 379 in its entirety is admitted.
Were you home when this slide was delivered to your house?
I don't think so.
Okay. And you listened to the testimony of one of these cell site location experts, and I don't remember which one. But Dan was home. And do you, I think what they said was that you were in McMinnville at the time of delivery.
I think that's absolutely true.
And what would you have been doing in McMinnville, do you know?
It's Medicare or seeing, if it wasn't because this was in February, it was probably seeing a Medicare client.
We saw a couple of different, there've been reference to a couple of different YouTubes or videos that you watched. And did you watch them with us? Do you remember seeing them real time?
Yeah, I had seen them before. It wasn't a total surprise to me.
Let's shift gears again. I want to talk about the week before Dan Brophy died.
Okay.
On the morning of May 26th
Yes.
of 2018, did Dan injure himself?
He did.
What did he do?
He had decided to take a shower downstairs so it wouldn't wake me up. And he took a shower and he must have twisted or jerked this glass shower door we had because it suddenly shattered into a million little pieces. And I didn't hear it shatter upstairs, but Dan came upstairs and he said, "We've got a problem." And his palms were bleeding and apparently the bottom of his feet were bleeding. So he'd gotten out of the shower and managed to make it upstairs. He was doing a class. He wasn't doing a class. He was on a panel for a class at PCC that day. So I said, "We got to go to the hospital." So he has Kaiser insurance and we went to a Kaiser hospital that was as close to PCC as we could get. and he ended up having stitches.
Okay, so while Dan was getting cared for at the medical center,
Right.
what did you do?
I got in the car and drove over to PCC, and he'd given me a map as to where to go. And I went up to where the panel was, and I said, I know Dan Brophy's supposed to be here right now, but he's having this medical procedure, and he'll be here as fast as he can. And they were all real relaxed, and they said, that's great. You know, when he gets here, he gets here. And so then I drove back over to Kaiser, picked Dan up, who was finished close to then, and we went over there, and he went to his panel.
What did you do while Dan was giving his presentation?
He was in the, what I would call the student union building, although I'm sure it has a different name. And so in the bottom floor, there's a cafeteria type place and a lounge where you can sit. And I was going through my emails. I had my computer with me, and I was going through my emails, and
Did you get an email that excited you?
I did.
What was
I
it?
did. In the Witches trilogy, I had gotten an email from an editor saying that they would like to look at it.
I'm going to show you what's, I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 209. Is that the email that you opened up?
That is, and I misspoke. I said it was from an editor. It was from an agent.
And I think I misspoke because I said it was the 26th and not the 25th.
Oh, okay. Yes. And so it's an email. It's an email that tells me how to submit it because they would like to see it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Britton. I don't remember if this has been admitted, but if not, the defense would move to admit Exhibit 209.
Not sure either. Does the state object?
I think it's been pre-admitted, but we don't have to.
All right. It may have been, but in abundance of caution, 209 will be admitted if it hasn't already.
I confess to losing track. Over the next several days, over the next week, where was your head?
Oh, I'm trying to shape the story up to send it to this agent. It's a trilogy, and I'm finished with book 1, although it needs editing again. I'm finished with book 2, and I'm 60% through with book 3. So I have to make sure that I've got everything I need in book 1 that I'm going to need in book 3. I know that doesn't make sense, but you live and die by the first book. You can't suddenly introduce something in book 3 that because you need it if you didn't refer to it in book 1. So what I was doing was trying to finish my story, trying to get the first story together so I could send it to them, reading it through one more time to make sure there wasn't something stupid that stood out in it.
Was there something stupid that stood out in it?
Oh, there's always something stupid that stands out in it. That's, half of writing. You realize that after you've looked at this story 25 times, you misspelled the title, It's just one of those things that happens.
Was there a plot hole in, I think it was the third Witches book?
There was a huge plot hole, and it had to do with bending time and bending light. And I was frantically trying to figure out how to bend light in a tunnel and get my plot moving along. And there was several plot holes with it, but I was working on it night and day.
Okay.
I would say 97% of my time was spent on these characters.
When you say working on it night and day, were you working on it on your computer, working on it in your head, working on it in a combo of those?
All those above. I'm jotting notes places. I'm doing everything I can do to put this story together.
Were you completely immersed in that story?
Completely.
On June 1st, the day before Dan died, do you remember what you did?
Yes. We met for breakfast at,
Who's we?
Dan and I met for breakfast. He had gone down to school to drop off his carts. Or at least I assume right now that that's where he'd gone down to do that. But he had gone down to school to do something. We met at the Six Corners Cafe, which is this little breakfast place that we like to go to that's had about 1,800 different names. But it's at the intersection of Shrewsbury.
Beaverton Hillsdale Highway.
Yeah.
Let me help.
Thank you.
What'd you do after that?
We drove back toward our house and stopped at St. Matthew's rummage sale. And there's a Lutheran church that has this great rummage sale every year, and we had talked about going to it, and we went.
Did you find anything at the rummage sale?
We did.
What was it?
Well, for Nathaniel, Dan had found a food dehydrator. And so I know that he had been in contact with Nathaniel, asking him if he wanted a food dehydrator before he bought it for him. And then I had found this kind of adorable little toy box that was a little beaten up. The wood was fine. The paint job needed serious work. And I thought, great, this is perfect. So I bought this little toy box because Nathaniel's wife was pregnant and we had a new baby on the way. And he had another daughter who was, I thought this would work out really well for them. So I bought this toy box.
Now, is that something that you did?
Yes.
Took things like that and restored them or refinished them?
It's very, It's a great thing to do when you're a writer because you don't have to think about a lot of the stuff you do. I mean, when you're slapping gray paint on something because you need a primer coat, you can do that in the dark. Well, you can't, but you know what I'm saying? You don't have to pay attention to every brush stroke. It's very meditative. You can think about your story.
So when you got home, did you actually do that, start to begin?
I did.
That chest?
I did.
And were you still pretty much immersed in your story?
Yes.
What were you thinking about when you went to sleep that night, or did you go to sleep?
Well, it was another night where I wasn't sleeping well, and part of that I blame on age, but part of it I blame because I am trying to get this story solved so I can move on, so I can get it sent off. Because if it's got I don't want to be the slow one on the end of somebody who says, we'll publish your story for you. I want to be the one who's there and ready. So that was what I was doing, was, working through how to bend light.
You said that you had trouble sleeping. Did you ever get to sleep?
It was probably off and on.
Okay. Was there a time in the night that you got up to go to the bathroom?
Yes. Yes, but I think what you're referring to was I came to bed much later than Dan because I was working downstairs on some of this, and there was water on the floor, and I realized we had a leak under the sink, and I pulled up the wet towels and threw them in the sink and what have you.
Does Dan usually get up earlier than you?
Much.
And do you, does he get up the same time every day, or
I would say within a 30-minute time frame, he gets up the same time every day.
Okay.
Even on days he doesn't have class, he still gets up early.
Okay. June 2nd, though, he had class?
He had class.
And June 2nd, he had not just class, but a special class, live fire, is that right?
Yes, yes.
What's the first thing you remember about the morning of June 2nd? Remember waking up?
I do. And I'm looking at Dan, who's leaning over the sink, looking at wet towels, going, what are these wet towels here for?
When you saw that, do you know whether Dan had already had a shower or whether he was planning to have a shower?
I don't know. I just don't know.
What's the next thing you remember?
Him going downstairs with the wet towels.
Do you know where you were when you
I was
saw
still
that?
in bed.
Okay. What's the next thing you remember?
I leaped up out of bed and put on as minimal clothes as I could.
You say minimal clothes, what do you mean?
I mean tights and flip-flops. I already had a nightshirt on. And
on most Saturdays, or most days when you don't have to go to work, when you don't have to go to a Medicare kiosk, how would you spend your mornings?
I'd go get coffee at Starbucks, and I'd come home and get back in bed and write.
How many mornings in the last several years did you go without a Starbucks?
Oh, not many at all. Dan and I used to joke that we were pretty sure we were building a retirement home for this guy.
Okay. So typically on a morning that you didn't have to be at work, you'd get up, you say you would leave your nightshirt on?
Yeah. Who's going to see me? I'm running to Starbucks. I'm going to the drive-in. I'm coming back home.
And then writing?
And then writing.
You remember putting pants on or tights on?
Right.
Do you remember anything else from that morning?
No. The next thing I remember from that morning is the phone ringing and it being Maxine.
That's Maxine Borcherding?
Yes, it is.
We heard from her earlier in the trial.
We did.
And where were you when Maxine called?
I was in bed writing.
What did Maxine have to say?
She said, do you know what's going on at the school? And I said, no, what? And she told me about the fact that Potluck in the Park had called her and there was some sort of police interaction going on down there. And so I said, let me call Dan. I'll call you back. So I called Dan and he didn't answer, and I texted him and I called Maxine back and said, I'm not getting an answer.
When Maxine called you, did she talk to you about some sort of a news report?
She did. She said, it's on the news. And I said, okay. So the whole time I'm dialing Dan, I'm flipping channels on the news to make sure, to see if I can see anything at all that tells me what's going on.
Okay, so you talked to Maxine and then you try to reach Dan?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know how you tried to reach him?
I know I called him, and I know he
Ask you
didn't.
this, why didn't you leave a message if you called him?
I may have, but I don't think I did, because if he doesn't answer his phone, he's going to see it's me and he'll call back. And I texted him, because usually he's better at texting, particularly when he's got a class going on, and he didn't respond. And I talked to Maxine and said, I don't think I'm going down there, because you know how you can hear your husband laughing in your mind, where you're saying, yes, I came down to rescue you. And he's going, what are you thinking? If it had been a problem, I would have called you. You know this. And so I'm hearing this in the back of my mind. But at the same time, I'm worried that this text message is going unanswered and there's police there. You know, this is not looking good. So
At some point before you called your mother-in-law,
mhm.
did you have any information about any more details about what was going on at the school?
Somewhere in there, I had learned there was a shooting. At that point, I wasn't sure that I knew there was somebody was dead, or even somebody was injured, but I knew there'd been a shooting.
What did you do then?
I called my mother-in-law. And, you know, Karen Brophy is a sweet, sweet woman, but she also has a core of steel. And I have looked to her to be the mother that I lost, because
What did you say to Karen Brophy?
I said, I don't even know why I'm calling you. It's just I wanted somebody to worry besides me. And Karen came back and said, I'm sending Jack down. You go down and I will pray. And I thought, okay, that's the plan. We'll do that. And when we hung up, I immediately put on clothes and went down.
Okay. Now, I know there's been some confusion about this. Did Karen Brophy have to call you another time to prod you to go?
No, she did call me another time. She and I agreed there were 3 phone calls. She called me, the next time she called me, I was standing in front of the police, and she calls me and says, what's happening?
Okay, so I want to back up a little bit.
Sure,
You decide to go down to OCI.
I do.
Did you have to change your clothes? What'd you do?
Well, I'm still in a nightshirt. So yeah, I had to put on clothes. You know, I may run to Starbucks in a nightshirt, but most of the time I'm not running around downtown in pajamas. And so I put on clothes, and I didn't take a shower. And I know that because I had paint on my hands. And I leaped into the car and hitting the buttons as I'm driving, trying to find more news reports. Now, I don't know exactly when I figured it out, but I knew by the time I got to school, there'd been a fatality.
Describe, just kind of help the jury understand what you're feeling, what's going on in your head as you're driving to OCI.
I'm feeling, you know, that feeling in your throat where you can't swallow and you think you want to throw up and you aren't throwing up. And I realized that my hands hurt, and I looked down and I realized my hands hurt because I'm white knuckling the steering wheel with one hand as I'm pushing the buttons with the other. And I'm feeling really mixed. If I get down there and it's nothing, Dan is going to laugh, but that's the worst that can happen. The best that can happen, I can get down there and everything will be okay and everything will be fine and what have you. But the fact that I still have an unanswered text from Dan, the fact I have an unanswered phone call from Dan, and there's police everywhere down there, and there's been a fatality, you know, I am not thinking things look good. I am working myself up into a state without knowing anything. And I can also hear Dan in the background going, well, you know what we say, it's never too early to panic. And I know that I'm doing that, but I can't seem to stop myself from panicking at this point.
When you got to OCI, what did you do?
I kind of found a place to park. I kind of invented my own little parking spot. And on Jefferson, at the corner, there's yellow police tape all the way across. So when you get down to Jefferson, you absolutely have to turn on, what street am I on? 17th. You absolutely have to turn on 17th because the police aren't letting you through. And there's a cop car right in the middle of the yellow tape. And I walk over to the cop car and I said, I'm Nancy Brophy. And he didn't even ask what I want. He said, I want you to wait over there. And I said, okay. And I went over to where he pointed. And he said, somebody will be out to see you.
What
And
could you see from where you were waiting?
I could see lots of people. There was lots of people milling around. But the most important people I could see milling around were the people Dan worked with. Woody Bailey, Brian Wilkie. All these people are standing around and nobody.
Can you find Dan?
No. And he would have been with those guys. These guys were his friends. And I know he would have been there and he wasn't there. And that worried me a lot. Just a minute. Hold on. Anyway. This worries me that I'm seeing all these people who know him. It worries me that every time I look at the people who know me, they're not looking at me, they're looking down, they're looking away. And I'm thinking, this isn't good.
What happens then?
The police come, this police woman and a couple other people come and they get me and we walk half a building and they're saying, stand over here so you're out of the light of the media. And I said, okay. And I'm crying. And a police woman who if you asked me later, I would have told you was 100 pounds, but it turns out she wasn't. Reaches out and hugs me. And that's the exact moment when I knew. Just a minute. When I knew Dan was dead. And I knew it because I don't know how often you've been hugged by the police, but I don't get hugged by the police all that often. And so this is not a good sign. And she's hugging me and I'm crying. And apparently, according to the tips woman, wailing, which didn't really horribly surprise me when she said that. And then 2 detectives walk over and said, we'd like to talk to you, and led me to the van. We're not even 5 feet from the van when Karen Brophy calls me again.
What do you say to Karen?
She said, what do you know? And I said, it's Dan. And Karen starts to wail, and I want to wail, but I'm dealing with the police who are standing right in front of me, and I have to tap everything down, and said, I'll talk to you later when I'm talking to the police now. And she said, okay. So we hung up the phone. It was a very short call. And so
Did you go into the van, the police van?
we got into the van.
Who's inside the van besides you?
Well, the van has a table in the back, and so I've slid around to where I'm kind of at the very back. Detective Posey sits next to me, and Detective Merrill sits across from me, and that's who's in the van. You know,
What's going on in your head while you're sitting there?
I'm trying to pull myself together because, these guys want to talk to me, and they're the police, and I'm okay with that. But everything in my mind is screaming, Dan is dead. And I'm really having to struggle to get that out of the way so I can answer questions semi-intelligently when they ask me, and that's, once I went through menopause, my hands were never cold. And what I can remember is my hands were ice cold. And my heart was thumping, 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 thumping. And I'm probably sniveling just like I am now. And all I really, really, really wanted was for them to tell me it was a mistake. You're wrong. This is wrong. Yes, he's hurt, but he's not hurt bad. He's certainly not dead.
Did you try your best to answer their questions?
I tried. I tried to pull it together enough that I could sound like I knew what I was doing. But most of the questions that they were asking, I wasn't thinking about the questions. I was thinking about, what is his routine? Okay, here's his routine. This is what he would do. I'm sure this morning was the same, except,
Whose morning do you think they wanted to know about that day? When you're talking to Detectives Posey and Merrill, whose morning did you think they were focused on? Yours or Dan's?
Oh, Dan's. I don't think they gave a rip about what I was doing.
Is that what you were trying to help them to understand? What
Yes.
Dan was probably doing?
Yes, so that maybe some weird little thing had happened and they would spot it right away and say, aha,
They asked you whether Dan owned guns and whether he might have brought a gun to school. Do you remember that?
I do. Do.
What did you think? Did you get a sense of why they wanted to know that? Or did they tell you why they wanted to know that? Why they wanted to know if Dan brought a gun to school?
Well, I assumed, and perhaps this is just assuming, when we're talking about a shooting, there are guns involved.
Okay.
So
when they asked you about Dan's gun ownership,
Mm-hmm.
Did you think they were asking you about a gun kit?
No.
Did you think they were asking you about gun parts?
No.
What did you think they were asking about?
I thought they were asking me about the Glock was sitting on a closet shelf that hadn't been messed with much since we bought it.
I don't want to get too far into your politics, but is it fair to say that they are somewhat left of center?
I think that would be fair, yes.
Okay. And for many years, would you have told people that you are anti-gun?
I would have. My first husband was a police officer, and he had a gun collection. And we negotiated when we were married that he, in fact, would not have the gun collection in the house. Yeah, I felt that strongly.
Do you have good friends and family members who are adamantly anti-gun?
I do.
Would you say that before June 2nd would you say you were still anti-gun?
No, I would say my thinking had shifted on that over the last 2 years, that the country had gone crazy. And, we were having all these school shootings, and that didn't happen in the last 2 years. That's been over the last, 10? But I was less anti-gun than I had been in the past, but I was more worried about our safety than I ever had been.
On June 2nd, after you learned that your husband had been killed with a gun, how did you feel about your decision to buy a gun?
Well, in the lighter moments, I thought it was karma kicking me in the ass. But in the heavier moments, I thought, we own a gun and it didn't protect us. We bought a gun to protect us and it didn't do its job. Job. Sorry.
You told the police that...
Wait, I need to wait.
Sure, I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. Okay.
You told the police that you thought the gun was ugly.
I think at that moment I'd never hated that gun more than I ever did. In that
You told the police that you were embarrassed to have bought the gun.
I was.
You told the police that you decided you really weren't gun people.
Yes.
Were you embarrassed at that point by gun ownership?
Yes, I was. I was embarrassed that we had a gun and it was at home and Dan was dead, you know. And I think embarrassed is only one of the emotions I was feeling at that moment.
After you talked with the detectives, did they ask you to speak with a young woman?
They did.
And did she testify in this case? I don't.
She did.
And at the end of that conversation, did she give you a little booklet?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 237.1. It'll show up on your screen there.
Yes.
And what was that inside the booklet that she gave you?
Yes. But I didn't open the booklet when I got home. Sue Lute, Darla Lugenbach, and Linda Smith had come over, and one of them opened the booklet and said, "Hey, there's really good information in here." And that was when I looked at it and thought, these are things I need to do.
Among the things that you need to do, did they tell you to notify insurance companies?
They did.
And can you scroll down and look at all the things that they tell you to do? No, you can't. He has to do it for
I
you.
know,
Ms. Brophy.
but I'm seeing one of those comments right here.
Okay. Is it too little now to see, or are you good?
Okay, so it says notify insurance companies, including automobile insurance, of immediate cancellation and request any refund. Carefully check all life and casualty insurance and death benefits, including Social Security, credit union, trade union, fraternal, military, etc. And there's someplace in here, or maybe it was in another sheet, but that it says, get your insurance policies together, get your will together.
Okay. Sometime in the next couple of days, did you try to find the will?
Yes.
Did you
Yes.
find it?
I had, yeah, where I thought it wasn't. Karen Brophy came over several times in those periods, and at one point or another, she and my niece Rachel, they said, "What do you think you need to do?" And I said, "I need to find the wills." And we went through. My upstairs bedroom was an attic, and so it's long, but it has these cute little cubby holes off of it that are storage for stuff that, in our case, we stored Christmas ornaments in that and other things along those lines. But we went through everything in there because there was also boxes we hadn't unpacked from the fire we'd had 10 years ago. And I said, I haven't seen this will in a while. And so we're going through these boxes trying to see if I'd tucked the wills in there.
Did you begin to pull together all the life insurance policies?
The life insurance policies were easier for me to pull together because I had a file cabinet that had life insurance in it. So it wasn't that hard for me to pull them together.
Based on your experience, what was your sense of how quickly a life insurance company would pay a death claim in the case of murder?
I'd never had a client who had been murdered. I had no idea. But when I talked to the insurance agents, it's the insurance companies, because you call them and you say, I need to set up a claim, and they ask you questions, I immediately began to realize it was going to be, this was not going to be a quick payout by any wild stretch of the imagination. That, they said, well, send us this, and this. And so I'm taking notes and saying, okay. But part of it was stuff that, I didn't have even yet,
Did one of the insurance companies tell you that you should call the police to get a letter of exoneration?
They did. That was Forrester's.
Before you made that call, did you talk to your sister?
I did.
And is your sister a lawyer?
Yes, she is.
And when you told her that's what the insurance company had told you to do, what was her reaction?
It was strictly humor. She said, yeah, that'll be happening. The kind of sarcasm that runs in our family anyway, where they were saying, and Holly and her law partner had dealt with a lot, because they're probate lawyers, had dealt with a lot of these things. And I relied very heavily on her in those days as I was quizzing her on what I needed to do and what have you.
We've heard the call that you made to Detective Posey.
Yes.
And I don't remember now exactly when the call was made, but it was soon after Dan's murder. Is that right? I want to move forward again.
Okay.
After when you were arrested?
Mm-hmm.
When was that?
September the 5th. I had gone to a United Healthcare meeting, and I had come home, and I needed to fax. I was having, what was it? I was having a printer problem at that point, and I needed to fax something to someone, and so I'd driven to Office Depot and faxed it and come home.
And you were greeted by police?
I pulled in my driveway, and a car I didn't know pulled in right behind me.
Pretty soon you're standing in the middle of your lawn in handcuffs?
Pretty soon, that's exactly how that happened.
At some point, soon after you were arrested, the police described to you the evidence that they had, or at least some of the evidence that they had?
Yeah, I sat in a holding cell for, I'm going to say, well, I got arrested 2:00. I'm going to say it was between 6 and 8 o'clock. They finally.
I want to just ask you some specific questions.
Okay.
Though. Did you learn that the police had video, or were you told that the police had video of you driving in Beaverton?
Yes.
Did that surprise you?
No, I could believe that.
Okay. Did they tell you that they had video of you near the murder scene?
Yes.
Did you believe that was true?
Not for 1 second. I thought they're making this up. This isn't true.
So shortly after your arrest, were you represented by a lawyer named Katie Dunn?
I was.
And at some point, did Ms. Dunn come to show you some of the evidence in the case?
She did.
And did she show you a photograph that kind of shook you to your core?
She showed me a photograph of what looked like my van and what looked like me in it and what looked like me in clothes I recognized.
Which was clothes you recognize?
That nightshirt that we've talked about, the nubbly black one with the white lace applique. And I was obviously somewhere near the school. I can't remember if the backdrop was Bellagio's or whatever. I wasn't that involved with the backdrop, but I can tell you it looked like me. I can tell you that I was, oh man, I was frightened to death. You know, you know what they say? They say old age isn't for sissies. So what happens is I turn 65 as I'm starting to lose my eyesight. Then I'm starting to lose my hearing. I'm looking at this and thinking, oh man, I'm now losing my mind, because that's what you think. You think, how can this have happened and me not remember this? How am I sitting here in a vehicle and have absolutely no memory of how I got there? And they're saying it happened at this time, and it's video stamped. It's not like it's, trust us, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. It's this time. It was not that. It was this picture, and I'm sitting there thinking, I'm not even sure what I was thinking, to be perfectly honest, because even now, as I think about it, my mind kind of goes blank with the horror of it,
Are you familiar with that Goose Hollow neighborhood?
Oh, very much so.
How familiar?
Probably the entire time I have spent in Portland has been associated with the Goose Hollow neighborhood. I went to school there. I worked at 19th and Flanders for over 10 years. Dan taught there. Of all the neighborhoods that I'm comfortable with and that I feel I know where I am all the time there, that would be Goose Hollow.
And have you written, kind of used the Goose Hollow place as a writing place?
I have.
What's attractive about that neighborhood for writing?
Well, one, it's shady. Two, even though I know it is a home for a great many homeless people, and I know it is a neighborhood that has a lot of drug people associated with it, I still felt safe there. I had been there enough that it was just comfortable. It was more comfortable, in fact, than the neighborhood I'd lived in for 20 years.
When you would come into Portland from Beaverton,
yes,
how would you come into the city?
I'd leap on 217, leap on 26, get off at what's that exit called? The one right after the zoo that takes you right down right down on Jefferson.
Okay, is that typically how you enter the city?
Yes.
Later, after Ms. Dunn had shown you this photograph,
yes,
did you watch videotape surveillance of the footage taken near OCI?
Yes.
Did any of that video spark any memory of what you might have been doing on June 2nd?
Yes. So I am seeing myself sitting at this park writing. And the reason why this sticks out is it was a parking lot and it was empty, but there was a white van there. And there was some guy who kept walking back and forth, walking back and forth, walking back and forth. And I think he was working on the van, but it was just enough to throw me out of where I was that I moved. I said, no, I can't pay attention to him and think about what I need to think about. And so I moved the car.
So in this memory,
yes,
is it a real memory? I mean, this is a real memory, right?
Yes.
What are you doing when you're in the car?
I have a pad of paper. I'm jotting things down. And it's a pleasant day. I can remember that because it wasn't raining. And it's shady. It's, I'm just sitting here pulling it together. But that's when I can remember is that it would be a place I would have felt very comfortable writing. And so I'm sure that that is a true memory.
Do you know whether, you said you had written in that neighborhood before?
I have.
And you're saying that this video triggers this memory.
Yes.
Do you know whether this event that you're describing occurred on June 2nd?
No.
Do you know that it didn't?
No.
There was testimony from your cousin
Yes.
about coming to visit you in August
Mhm.
and having you get lost while driving home from the airport,
Yes.
and lost again when you were driving to the forestry center.
Yes.
How many times had you been to the forestry center?
Hundreds. We did a lot of catering there. The zoo was right there. We'd taken our granddaughter to the zoo. We'd gone to the zoo. The mushroom show was held at the forestry center every year. I've been there hundreds and hundreds of times.
Were those 2 times that she described the only times that you got lost?
Oh no. I spent a lot of that whole summer pulling up my GPS and trying to figure out where I was and where I was going.
Can you just describe, Your Honor, you're looking at the clock?
I am, but I think you've got time for a question and an answer, so let's
Okay.
go ahead.
Can you describe generally, just describe for the jury, the days, weeks, and months after June 2nd? What's going on in you?
Okay. Dan dies. And I'm walking around in a fog. And I have people who are coming to see me all the time and are really working hard on taking care of me. Making sure that I'm eating right, making sure that I'm taken care of. And just about the time that I think I can probably start coming back to life, my brother dies. And so it's like another body blow. So now, because I was left as the executor of the estate, I'm going back and forth to Texas, functioning. I'm putting on my, I'm okay face. Oh, I'm okay. And my smile that is neither sincere nor humorous or anything. And I'm getting through my days. Step, step, breathe, step, step. And you know what they tell you? They tell you that when you grieve, you go through these 5 steps. And we've all read this. We know this. We know the 5 steps. It doesn't work like that. They don't tell you that the steps, that it's not a little smooth transition. Okay, now I'm in this step. Now I'm in, no. I could go through all 5 steps in the morning and still be ready for the afternoon. I am in a fog. I have no idea what's going on 90% of the time. And fortunately, I have people who are just kind of stepping into my life and helping me out. My family sends Susan to me, and I wanted Susan to come. It wasn't that, but they keep her with me until they think I should be able to function. And I'm probably alone for a week then when my cousin Janet comes. And all it is my family saying, we're with you. We know you're suffering and we're just here to help if we can. Then my uncle Ed dies. And when Janet described him as the Mr. Rogers of our family, he truly, truly was. He was probably one of the nicest guys in the whole wide world. And then I get arrested, and that's my summer. And I'm thinking, nowhere in there have I had time to grieve for any of the losses, much less Dan's. And I'm in a fog, and I go into the one thing you can tell you when you get arrested. There are 2 things that never happen. It is never quiet, and it is never dark. And it's been 4 years since Dan died, and I know one thing. I know I still haven't grieved appropriately for him. I know. I know in 4 years I should be in a different place than I am. And I think a lot of that is because of that summer and how it happened.
Go ahead and take our break now. We'll come back about 3:36, 3:30. I'm sorry, 3:32.
This thing is ringing in my ear. Why are you ringing, sir? I don't know. Okay. Let's move forward. So before we go forward, your grandmother's case. Okay, so how many of you have heard the name Ezra McCandless other than Gavel? Because Gavel probably did. Ezra McCandless. Sounds familiar. Kim says no. I know you do, Gavel. I'm sure you do. I've heard the name, don't know the case. Okay. It's a wild one. How many of you have heard the name Celeste Beard? You don't know Ezra either? Oh my god. That might be the next one we have to cover while we're waiting for Brian Welsh's trial to come up in October. No Celeste either. No, not you. Gowl, do you know Celeste? I don't know if she does or not. It's not one of the most popular cases, but oh my, it's something. She knows that one too. Everybody knows Betty Broderick, of course. It's one of the crazy ones too. There are a few more that I keep in my playlist that are nuts. Let me see here. Jenny probably knows all the things. I have Nancy Kissel saved, Susan Polk, but I haven't looked at either of those yet. Howard Hoxie case? I have not. Was she, Gavel? Oh boy. Yeah, Pixie, I heard Travis Decker might have been spotted. I hope they find him. I'm shocked if he's still alive, though. That one really surprised me. I didn't think he would still be alive, but you never know. He's running and hiding. How are people not finding him? Unless he's a really skilled outdoorsman, I suppose, right? And he might be. Let's see. Okay. I hope they find him too. Yeah, a little bastard. All right. I'm going to keep playing. Nancy is on here for the next quite a little while here. So if we're at 2 hours, she's on for another hour. Do you guys mind if I speed it up a bit? Because Jace will be getting home probably around 5-ish, somewhere in there. So I'm going to speed this up. If anything, you can slow it down if you need to, but
When we broke, you were talking about the fact that that same summer there had been other losses.
Yes, it was.
I just want to have a better sense of just kind of what's going on with you during the summer after Dan died. We talked about the fact that you got lost, but were there other ways that you were just disoriented?
And again, if you wanted to take off your mask, you could.
I'm sorry, thank you. Yeah. Oh, just weird shit. I found food in places that it shouldn't have been food. Like the tomatoes were in the linen closet. And, I was constantly having to think of my way through every step of my day, saying, okay, we're going to do this now. Step, step, breathe, step, step. Yeah, Dan used to claim we had a pair of glasses within 10 feet of us at all points. And I went through periods where I couldn't find a single pair. It just, everything, when I went through the house, every room was memories. And they were all good memories, but they were all sad memories at this point because Dan wasn't there. My friend Rita came to see me, a couple of years before. And I was cleaning up and I turned to Dan and I said, I could use your help here. And Dan says, what do you want from me? I had put out the welcoming squash. And all over the living room, tucked into all bookcases and everything, were squashes, winter squash, because he grew winter squash. And so now when I'm sitting in my living room, I'm looking at this and I'm remembering the winter squash. And I'm laughing and crying all at the same time. And that's how the whole house is for us. And I expect him to walk in the door any day and say, they made a mistake. I don't know how it happened, but here I am. I saw him walking all the time. He would be a little ahead of me, and I would want to run up to that guy because there'd be something about him, and I knew it wasn't him. I expected him until actually fairly recently to walk into the crowd and go, what the hell is going on? He probably wouldn't swear that much. But, he's gone and he's not gone. He's with us all the time. I talk to him every day. He's a little quieter than he was. But I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. People have testified in this court that you didn't display the appropriate grief.
Yeah.
How do you feel about public grief?
I hate public grief. I don't even like crying when I'm alone. I think crying is so worthless. It doesn't accomplish anything. I think this is, in fact, I'm sitting here now like I'm a watering pot gone astray. It's just embarrassing. How do I feel about crying? I hate crying, but I really hate public crying. And when somebody dies near you, there is a real thin line between sympathy and pity. And man, when you think you're starting to cross over that line, you really, really just want to be away from everybody. My whole plan after Dan died, I had a plan. It was to go upstairs, pull the covers over my head, and wake up in 2050. It wasn't to have to deal with Mark's funeral and Uncle Ed's passing and, all this stuff. So people tell you all the time, they say, oh, there's no right or wrong way to grieve. You'll work through it yourself. And then they're sitting there with a check mark list saying, oh, no, she's not showing enough emotion. There's no right or wrong answer here because, well, there is a wrong answer, and it's always a wrong answer no matter what you're doing. So they may feel that way. I certainly feel I didn't grieve enough, and I still feel that way. But, people think looking at me, I wasn't sad or wasn't brokenhearted over losing my husband, they would have been wrong.
After Dan died, you prepared to get that house sold quickly. Is that right?
I did.
Why is that?
Oh, okay. So I've got all these deaths going on around me. And then I get the cheery little news that I'm not on the note. And Wells Fargo can, whether I'm behind on the payments or not, doesn't matter. They can foreclose on the property because the note holder is dead. And I'm thinking, oh man. So now I get to add this to my list of stuff. If it was up to me, we could have waited another year to have sold the house, except now I've got Wells Fargo breathing down my neck. And he said, be careful, don't let Wells Fargo know. Well, what does that mean? Does that mean I don't talk to Social Security? Dan wasn't on Social Security, so that wasn't a big issue. But, do they not read the papers? Do they not say, look at this, a guy died? It wasn't like it was a big secret, but.
Were you in a hurry?
I felt more in a hurry once I heard that news. I felt like I didn't have any leeway.
Did James, Danny, and Tamara Alva pick up the pace of trying to get that backyard cleaned up?
They did, but it was also summer and it dried up enough that they could get the big equipment back there.
And did you have friends coming over to help you get things cleared out?
Oh man, everybody helped. I mean, honestly, you really find out who loves you when something terrible happens, because people came over and said, I'm here, what can I do? And the people who didn't say that, when they saw me, said, if you need anything, call me. Friends organized other friends, and they would come over in groups to help me pack. Susan called her boyfriend and told him to come up. It was like like they were trying to make up for how much Dan had meant to me because they knew how heavily I relied on him.
Part of cleaning out the house was to clean out a lot of Dan's stuff.
It was.
We heard about for example, we heard about the downstairs, just filled with canned goods.
I gave Jack half-gallon containers. I gave him 48 half-gallon containers of fabulous stock so that he could use it at the homeless shelter. And it was duck stock, and it was chicken stock, and it was turkey stock, and it was beef stock. It was the kind of thing that if you were a foodie, you would have said, I'm moving in here. We had a stove where if you were a foodie, you would have said, I'm moving in here. You know, our house was dedicated to Dan's cooking in lots of ways.
And all those canned goods, did you try to find homes for that?
I did. Some of them, I thought people were going to start closing their windows when they saw me coming because, oh no, Lord, give us any more stuff, you know.
What about some of the other things like cooking things and utensils and things like that? His multiples of tongs and.
We had enough friends who were foodies or cookers or chefs or what have you, that a lot of that stuff I was able to give to people who I knew would use it. But some stuff, you know, we gave to Nathaniel specifically because we knew that he also loved to cook and there would be things he would like.
Who's we?
Dan and me. I mean, he's not here. I'm sorry.
How many different people do you think were in and out of your house helping you move things around or pack things up or throw things away? Both friends and people who were hired. How many do you think came in and out?
Probably somewhere between 25 and 35.
Did you know them all?
Yes, I did actually.
What about the people like that, oh, my brother's guy?
No, yeah. Okay, I didn't know those people, but that was, you're right, I didn't know them all. I didn't know the guys that Tanya sent over. I didn't know the All My Brothers guys. But they came for a specific piece of what I needed to have done. And for the most part, not Tanya's friends, but for the most part, they were paid for it. You know,
Did you watch every box get packed?
Oh, Lord, no. Most of the time they said, just leave, just, you know, go find something else to do and let us do this. You know, we would, at the end of the day, where I felt like I had done nothing, which was probably a pretty good, accurate statement of what I'd done, we would have 20 boxes that we'd need to take to storage, you know. And Susan organized everything. I mean, she has some strong organizational skills. And when the police got there, they must have just groaned when they saw how many boxes were in there. Because a lot of the stuff I couldn't get rid of, you know.
The police found the gun kit in storage.
They did.
Marked GK.
I packed that box.
You gave them the gun, the Glock 17.
I did.
That had the little zip tied through it.
Right.
But there isn't a slide in evidence. You know where that slide is?
On the day I was arrested, if they had asked me, I would have said it was either in storage or in the house. I hadn't seen it for a while, but I had no idea where it was.
You know where it is now?
No, I would have thought that somebody would have found it.
Once Dan died, was there time to subdivide that property? Or once Dan died, was there time to subdivide that property?
No. At that point, I was just trying to get it cleaned up and put it on the market, and so I didn't lose my equity in it.
Because Dan died by murder, were all the insurance claims kind of come to a screeching halt?
Yes.
Slowed down?
Yes.
Did you make all the claims
Yes.
that you were legally entitled to make?
I'm pretty sure I did.
Did you feel guilty about making claims on policies you've been paying on for all those years?
No, that's why I had him. I would have thought if the circumstances were reversed, you know, I would have expected Dan to behave in exactly the same way.
Would you have wanted him to behave in the same way?
Absolutely. You know, we didn't pay on that for any other reason than to protect the person who was left surviving.
Dan died and he was 64 years old.
He was 63. He would have been 64 on June 27th.
A couple weeks.
Mm-hmm.
That very expensive return and premium policy that you bought, was that worth much more than the 100,000 term policy?
It wasn't worth any more than that. I could have, if I'd had a crystal ball that was working, I could have saved hundreds of dollars every month.
But because he died before the age of 78, all the extra payments that you were making were to no benefit at all.
That's right.
Now it's August. You're cleaning out the house as fast as you can.
Mm-hmm.
About the time you got arrested, how empty was the house?
It was actually pretty empty. I'd gotten rid of most of the furniture, either in storage or I'd given it away. There were still boxes in the office, and I still had the bed upstairs. But pretty much we were close to being ready. We still had repair work we had to do, but I had done a lot of the inside touch-up painting toward the end of August. And so, you know, we were pretty close to ready.
How soon did you think you'd be able to have it on the market?
I thought by mid-September. And so what, I got arrested the 5th. I would have said 2 to 3 weeks after that. So maybe late September.
You weren't going to make this extra premium of subdivision, though. You didn't have time to do that.
No.
Where did you think you were going to go after the house was sold?
Well, I had had a slew of offers from people to come and stay and visit or stay, period. And that's happened up until even today, that I get offers from people who are friends and family who say, when you're out, you can come stay with me, But I didn't have a plan. Step, breathe, step doesn't allow for planning.
There had been testimony, I don't remember which witness, but there was testimony that somehow you were talking about moving to a condo.
Mm-hmm.
Was a condominium in one of the possibilities that you were considering after Dan died?
Well, sure. I mean, why would I want a farm when the farmer's dead? I don't want to maintain a couple of acres. I don't want to maintain a big house. A condo seemed ideal at that point, but it was like all other ideas I was having at that point. It lasted about this long before I went to another idea. I didn't have a firm idea. It was just an idea I flirted with. So,
was there ever a time that you were expecting for even a second that you and Dan were going to leave that house and move into a condominium?
Oh, never. No. Even when Dan and I were living together before we were married, we were living in an apartment. And the thing I knew early on is that we had to get into a place where he could garden. He just needed the garden. He needed the earth more than anybody. When I told you he was different than anybody I've ever met, he was. But he and the earth were one. And they were one in some kind of unique ways. But he felt he was saving the planet one thing at a time by the way he collected stuff and by the way he recycled when he planted. For example, do you care if I just go on?
No.
We had, utility sink, those square plastic sinks. Dan picked those up for a song, and he buried a lot of things in those plants that had decent drainage, and there were water lilies on top. I mean, he really utilized every inch of what he had, and he really cared. If it had been up to Dan, the entire yard would have been edible landscape. I just couldn't see corn growing in my living room. I mean, we really were. That was a joke, and it wasn't even funny. I don't know why I told it, but he really cared about the environment in such a way that it was serious. He had an arrangement with Starbucks where he would go over and get these 5-gallon buckets full of coffee grounds week after week, and every week he came home with at least 8 to 10 of them. And I mean, really, our whole backyard, when we have to tell you we had good soil because Dan worked on it. We had good soil because he did this thing called lasagna gardening, and that's where in winter you layer your soil so that in spring when you're ready to plant, it's got newspaper in it. I think it's got straw in it, but it's several layers of different things, which is bringing nutrients back into the soil. There was, if I had ever said to him, well, I did say to him, I said, the kind of radishes I like the little long radishes that are called English radishes or breakfast radishes. Guess what we planted that year? We had English radishes or breakfast radishes.
Okay,
sorry, I'm running
rabbit hole now.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Sorry.
That's okay. I guess what I want to know is that was that farmer's life,
Yes.
that layered lasagna garden,
You're right.
the corn growing in your living room if that were to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Were those things that were going to happen with Dan?
Mm-hmm.
Could you imagine them happening without Dan?
No, and I couldn't have imagined it happening with anybody, even somebody else who loved gardening as much as he did, because he just had a unique take on the world.
So I know that the summer of 2018 was disorienting,
Yes,
maybe even blurry.
yes.
But when you imagined what life was going to be, was there any way to imagine that it was going to be the same?
Oh, no. One of the things that I said to the police and that embarrassed me endlessly was that I knew I was supposed to be thinking about Dan and what have you. And all I could think about, and this has probably been true the whole time, is how am I going to get by without him? If I had been given the choice, I would have much rather been the one that died than Dan, because I think he would have done better than I would have done on his own.
Still talk to him?
Every day.
Suggestion that your marriage deteriorated or that somehow something had changed over those 24 years, 10 months, and 2 days, and that you felt differently about him in June of 2018?
Oh, no. If anything, I said this earlier, and I truly believe it. It's easy to be married during the good times. It's easy when there's no adversity. And for some people, adversity tears you apart and you realize you can't be married to this person anymore. For us, adversity actually brought us closer together. When we had the house fire, we were a team. When we went through our financial upheaval, we were a team. When we came up with a plan for our retirement, we were a team. There was never a point where we said, this would certainly be easier with somebody else, because I never felt that way, and neither did he. When the detectives apparently we had some discovery, and they said, oh, they found someone Dan was having an affair with. And I said, not in this marriage, they didn't. And I was absolutely right that it was an earlier affair during the first marriage. And, but I knew he had never cheated on me. I knew I'd never cheated on him. When the joke about you have to kiss a lot of toads to find the prince. Well, when you find the prince, you quit kissing the other toads. There's no percentage in it. So, and I thought we both felt that way.
And that never changed.
It never changed.
Did you kill Dan Brophy?
No, I did not.
I have no further questions.
Thank you.
All right, cross-examination.
Yes, thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Ms. Brophy.
Good afternoon.
Back in 2018, did you carry a purse?
No,
Carry a wallet?
no.
How did you carry your critical pieces of information, like an ID and stuff like that?
In my bra. I know that's weird, but so much of what I did was not aided by having a purse. So I had my phone in my bra if I needed a driver's license or a card, and I rarely had cash. So in my bra.
And you wrote this letter to Dan in 2015.
I did.
That's been referred to a couple of times. After you wrote that, did you print it?
Yes.
And what did you do with it?
I put it in an envelope, and it was a purple folder, and I put it on a desk that we shared. So if something happened and he came back and had to go through the desk, he would see it first thing.
And that was the only thing in that envelope?
Yes. Oh, no, there was probably copies of the policies in the envelope in addition, I not only did I give him the information, I gave him the policies themselves.
And how would Dan know to have looked for that letter after, if you were passed during that time?
I figured sooner or later he would go to our desk, is what I figured. That sooner or later he would be looking for something and there would be the photo with Dan on it and he would see it and read it and realize what he had.
Okay. So you put this letter and some policies, perhaps, and put them in this envelope, put it on the desk.
Folder.
I'm sorry, what did I say?
Purple. You said envelope. It's a purple folder.
Okay. Purple folder. And did you write his name on it?
Yes, in big letters.
Did you say something about a picture? Did you not say that?
I don't think so.
Oh, I'm sorry. So it says Dan on it?
Right.
Okay. And is this a folder that closes, or like, is there a snap on it or anything like that?
Can you hold up that orange folder? Thank you. It's a folder just like this. It's a folder, and it's purple.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
And so when you got back from your surgery,
Right.
was that folder still there?
It was.
Right where you left it?
Yes.
Was there any indication to you that Dan had ever read that letter?
No. As far as I can tell, Dan never read it.
In that letter, you direct Dan to keep paying on the Americo policy because he'll get the premiums back in 9 years.
Yes, my math skills were a little iffy there.
And that's what I was going to ask you. Is your math wrong, or did you just have a typo, or what?
I'm going to tell you my math was either wrong or I had a typo. I had no idea, but it is wrong. You're absolutely right.
Because it's actually 19 years, right?
No. And by that time, it was probably more like 15 years.
So probably not a typo then, because the 9 is... But he had about 15 more years that he needed to pay on.
I did.
Okay. And you knew that. You knew that about the policy.
I did.
And you also knew that if you were to get to that point where you were collecting, or I'm sorry, had the ability to collect the
Right.
premiums back, you knew then that if you were to take that money back, that you'd actually have to give up the policy.
Nope.
You didn't know that?
No. I could continue paying on the policy for Dan, but I could take the money out of it.
Didn't your insurance expert testify, did you hear him testify and say that if you were to take that money out of that policy, that you would have had to forfeit the policy?
If they said that, I didn't understand, but I can tell you this. They have a schedule in the policy that shows what happens if you have this money. For example, if Dan died when he was 78, we didn't get 100,000 back. We got 167,000 back. But if we took the 67,000 out of it, we could continue paying for the policy. Now, that's not to say it was a 20-year term. That's not to say they might not raise the premium on it, but we could continue paying for it.
You disagree with your insurance expert?
I disagree with that aspect if that's what they really said.
Okay. And this, you said, was part of a bigger retirement plan, correct?
It was?
Correct. And so, this idea that, would you agree it's pretty risky?
What is risky?
Well, the one, you have to live to be able to collect on the policy, right?
Well, yeah.
Okay. And if you don't want to give up that, well, I guess you disagree with that notion that you have to give up the policy. So I guess I'll just ask you this. You agree that you paid 3 to 6 times
Yes.
more for that policy than what you could have bought a similar coverage for?
I do.
And so,
Purposely.
and just asking, did you guys have the thought that, well, maybe we should put this money away and actually be able to access it whenever we need it, instead of risking not getting it at all? Did you have that discussion?
Okay, I need to break that down and answer your question.
Let me ask you in a series of questions.
Okay.
Did you have the discussion with Dan that, well, maybe we don't want to spend all this money on a policy right now. Let's pay for a cheaper policy, but let's put some money away, like as if we were putting it in to the life insurance?
We would have had that discussion if either one of us were savers. But at that point, I knew I was not a saver. So I understand this about myself. Part of the reason why I have forced savings policies is because I know I'm not a saver. And if I can put this money away where I can't get to it, we will have it later on when we need it. If we're just doing a savings account or we're investing in the stock market, I'm not good like that.
But you agree that you treated the forester's policy that also had the savings component. It's forced savings, but you were just taking the money.
I took the money out when we needed it because it was there, because why we had it was for A, retirement, but B, emergencies, and this qualified as an emergency.
Not much of a forced savings, though, if you were just taking the money out, right?
That is true.
And in fact, you didn't pay that back either.
No, we did not. But part of our plan was to pay that back. When we sold the house, we were going to overfund the policy.
Sure. And in that Dearest Dan letter, you also told Dan, or you were writing at least, that he should try to collect on a Conseco policy, even though you knew that it wasn't really enforced, correct?
No, it had been, let me go back and explain that a little differently. It had been Universal Life. Conseco had an iffy reputation at that point. We had decided to let that go. But when you have Universal Life that you can't borrow against, it continues on because the money you have in there continues to pay the policy. So I knew it was being paid, even though I had stopped paying on it. I knew there was a real good possibility it was in force.
I see. You just weren't really sure.
Right.
Okay. And when you, 4 days after Dan's murder, you called Detective Posey, is that right?
No. Dan died Saturday morning. I called Monday afternoon.
That's when you called Detective Posey regarding the insurance policy?
Right.
And that was?
I had done what they had told me. I'd called insurance companies and started the claim, and that's when we had a conversation, and then I called Holly, and then I called Detective Posey.
We'll break that down. I just
sorry.
You're saying that was on the 4th?
I think so. I think it was that Monday.
And if your call records show that it was actually the 6th?
It could have been.
Okay.
The call records are going to be more accurate at this point than I am.
And also on the 6th, you actually, during that phone call with Detective Posey, you only disclosed a $40,000 policy.
Yes, but he didn't ask me about anything else.
I understand. I don't think he even asked you about that. Isn't it true that you actually just offered that it was
That's
just
true.
a $40,000 policy?
Mm-hmm.
The smallest of all of your policies?
No, it wasn't the smallest, but it was a small policy.
Besides the Life Map $2,500
Right,
policy?
but it was the smallest.
The only one you
That one.
offered to Detective Posey was the smallest policy?
Yes.
During the same conversation that you're asking for a letter of exoneration?
I'm asking to see if that's something that he would have said, oh, sure, we'll do that for you. Or if he said no. I mean, I was prepared for the worst. I was prepared for him to say no.
Sure. Isn't it true that you actually talked to all your insurance companies that day?
I did. And not a one of them asked for that, but Forrester's.
Okay, so you called all your life insurance companies,
Mm-hmm.
notified them of Dan's death.
Yes.
One of them asked you for a letter of exoneration.
Mm-hmm.
You asked Detective Posey for that.
I asked if it was possible to get that.
So when did Susan Estrada get into town?
Susan got in, Dan, okay, let me think for a minute here. Susan got in on that Friday, the following Friday. So Dan died on Saturday the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. She would have gotten into town on the 8th of June.
So you would agree that she was not with you when you made that call to Detective Posey?
I would. And I don't think I think I've told her about it and her memory was just off on it.
Sure. She was not sitting next to you while you made that call?
No. I would think that after 4 years, her memory was just fuzzy.
Oh, I'm sorry. Were you telling us why she forgot or something?
I was telling you what I thought happened. I thought her memory was fuzzy on what happened.
Based on your work history and Dan's work history,
Right.
would you expect Dan's Social Security income to be higher than yours?
Oh, we already knew it was. Social Security sends you a statement, I think every quarter, and they tell you if you work till this age, it'll be this much. If you work till this age, it'll be this much. We knew his was a lot higher.
And when Dan could have started collecting that at 65?
He could have started collecting at 62,
Right.
but we decided not to do it.
Until when?
It was until he was 70 when we got the maximum benefit out of it.
I see. But you chose to draw yours sooner.
I did.
You started drawing yours at 65?
I know. I started drawing mine at either 66 or 67. I'm not sure which one we decided on. It might have been 66. No, I think it was 67 that I started drawing it.
If Dan had started drawing at the time that he died, what would he have been able to collect?
I don't know.
But it was more than yours?
It was a lot more than mine. He was employed and I was self-employed. And if I declared a loss in my company one year, and believe me, in 2002, 2003, after 9/11, I had losses. And if I declared a loss, then Social Security was also part of that, and you didn't have to pay. So my Social Security was a lot less than his was.
And isn't it true that if Dan's, after he died, you could actually collect his Social Security instead of your own?
I'm not sure exactly how that works. I know that's the theory, but I think he had to have claimed it first before I could have claimed it for me. You know what I'm saying? If he hasn't claimed it, then I can't come in and claim it. But I could be wrong on that. Social Security is like Medicare. It's 8 million rules that are secretly hidden in a mayonnaise jar somewhere.
You hadn't done any research on that, even though you guys were approaching or were looking at retirement planning?
Yeah, but we weren't looking at retirement planning where Dan was dead.
Right.
That wasn't part of the plan. The plan was he was going to take Social Security at 70.
And when were you actually planning on selling the house? Before Dan died, what was the plan for when the house was going to go on the market?
It was, okay, I was aiming for September. He said, I want to garden one more year around the edges while they finish it up. So he was aiming for later in the fall.
Okay, so you guys agreed that fall of 2018?
Yes. But later in the fall probably meant October, not December.
Sure. What does downsizing mean to you?
Well, we had a 4-bedroom house and there were 2 of us. We didn't need that much space. We had a 4-bedroom house with a full basement. And, yes, I think Dan needed some sort of space for his stuff, but we didn't need that we needed a good kitchen and real frankly, a couple of bedrooms. And I like a nice bath, but other than that, I'm really pretty flexible.
And you had started to look at some properties?
No, we had started to locate properties. We hadn't looked at them. We just said, look, I found some things in this area.
What kind of price range were you looking in?
Well, what we wanted to do was be able to pay it completely off. And we thought we would have about $400,000 to do that with. So we were probably looking in the 350 price range, somewhere like that.
And you're saying out in the kind of halfway to the coast?
Well, Dan liked Delilah's property, and it is east of Banks. It is west of Banks. It's toward the coast. I like Vernonia. Vernonia is this charming, charming little town. It has a lake. It has this downtown that on the light posts, they have these metal cutouts of bears messing with honey. It has flat land. It has no trees. I liked Vernonia. Now, Vernonia was a little further on and to, I'm going to say, the northwest, but it still would have been a straight shot down 26 pretty much.
How many times did you visit Vernonia?
Oh, I was in Vernonia all the time. I had clients there. I liked the town. When we started talking about there, I'd gone down there 2 or 3 times and looked around at the houses and the neighborhoods and what we could get. So, yeah, I was in Vernonia a fair amount.
When you were going to sell your house, would you agree that you had about a little under $250,000 owed on your mortgage?
I would think that's right.
And you did sell your house later that year, is that correct?
No, I sold it the next year. I sold it in 2019.
Oh, when in 2019?
I'm going to say February, March, somewhere in there, maybe as late as April.
And it sold for about $565,000?
Yes.
So after fees and realtor fees and all that, would you agree that you probably would make a little less than $250,000?
I didn't see the settlement statements on that, so I really don't know.
Okay. But that wouldn't, okay, no, we'll move on then. Now, you said part of the reason of selling the house was basically you don't necessarily want stairs anymore.
Yes.
But at the time that Dan died and the time you guys were deciding to sell the house, you two were both relatively healthy still.
Yes.
You could still do the stairs just fine.
I was struggling with arthritis in my knee, but yeah.
Okay. But you didn't, you still had your bedroom upstairs.
We did.
You didn't move down to the main floor to deal
No.
with that. Okay. I was a little confused about the discussion of the tiny houses.
Oh,
So whose idea was that?
it was Dan's.
Okay.
Dan, who needs more room than anybody I know, said, "Oh, we could live in a tiny house." No, we couldn't. But his fantasy life, like mine is going to be an expat, Dan's was we could live in these little tiny houses, and that would work fine for us. And I thought, smaller than our kitchen now, which Dan was filling out of. No, we couldn't live like that. And the other thing is you have to be in really good health to live in a tiny house because most of the bedrooms are loft-like bedrooms, and you have to climb up this ladder, night and day to get up there. Plus, I mean, real frankly, once you hit that 40 age group, you and I both know that we're up more in the middle of the night than we ever wanted to be. And I don't want to go up and down the stairs or the ladder 18 times in the middle of the night.
So was he joking or?
No, he was serious, but it was a fantasy. It was like lots of things. It was like my wanting to go to Portugal. This would be a fabulous idea. And so, we sing and dance to the other one, and the other one pokes a hole in that balloon, and says, that's not going to work for us.
But so his ideal situation was that he would have his own tiny house and you would have your own.
No, he would have a house for junk, and then he would live in mine where it would be tiny.
So the plan was to subdivide this property.
Yes.
You and Dan discussed, was it to, I wasn't quite clear on this. You weren't going to divide it into 3 lots like your neighbor, correct?
We didn't think we could. We thought we needed 2 lots to make it work.
Why did you conclude that you couldn't do that?
Well, we could have done that, but here's the thing. In order to bring the driveway all the way through, sitting right in the middle, that's a garage. So we have to tear this garage down, which isn't a great loss, except the house in front now no longer has a garage. So now we have to figure out what to do. But if we brought it all the way down and only divided it in half, we could have put a garage back here with a driveway that turned into it.
Okay. So ultimately that was the plan?
Ultimately, but it was one of many plans, I would say.
Okay. And you reached out to Richard Frymark to sort of start that process? And
no, I reached out not to start the process, but to consult with Richard, who I've always thought had great ideas. And Richard then told me how to start.
Sure. I guess that's what I meant. I apologize.
Okay.
To consult. And then he gave you some names of some people to contact?
He did.
And did they provide you some information on how to?
They did, but we never set up an appointment. We talked about it, and they said, when you get closer, you get the backyard cleaned up, give us a call, and Dan will look seriously at it.
And who did you talk to out of the people that he told you to call?
K and something engineering. I have it written down somewhere.
Okay.
But I called whoever he recommended, and he'd even given me a name of a guy.
You heard him testify and rattle off a few names of people that he told you to call?
Yeah.
When one of those people is one of the people you called?
Yes.
Do you remember that? Okay. And what kind of information did he give you?
to clean up the property, and then we'd look at it. You know, there was nothing they could do with the condition it was in at that point.
I could be wrong. Is that K&S Engineering? Is that right, or something like that?
Or was it K and N? It was K and somebody.
Okay.
You know.
I'm not going to hold you to it. I just,
Yeah.
it's just ringing in the top of my head. So, but K and something engineering. Nonetheless, one of the names that he gave you. Okay. Is that Nick White? Does that sound familiar? Or is it one of the other names?
It could have been. I don't know. I mean, at this point, I'm guessing.
Okay. Well, let's not do that. I'm just seeing if you remember. So, did you talk to anybody else out of that group of people that he had given you?
No, because once they said clean up the yard, that was where we focused our energy.
Okay. And when was that again?
You know, once again, I'm guessing. I would have to go back and look at the date, but we talked to Richard about this in at least 2017, but it could even have been as early as 2016.
Okay. And it was after that conversation with him that you decided to go and make sure that you were on the deed?
No, Richard pulled up our information and he said, Nancy, you're not on the deed. There was no making sure. He said, you need to do this. And he sent me paperwork to do it.
Yeah, maybe my question was bad. It was after that you went to correct that.
Right.
Okay. Based on the information you were getting from Mr. Frymark.
Right.
You said that Dan had fallen in love with Delilah Marvell's property. But hadn't he only been out there one time?
Yes, but he walked the property. It's 80 acres. He and Delilah were friends. Delilah had been his student. Delilah had come back and do mushroom hunting, but he realized it was a type of property that he could have made work. So maybe it wasn't that he was in love with her property per se, as it was the type of property and the location that he could have made work.
You said you weren't looking at homes yet, but had you contacted a realtor to talk about options yet?
No.
Okay. What about to put your house on the market?
No. I mean, I talked to the realtor who lives down the block, and he gave me some advice. But once again, the advice was clean up the backyard.
And that realtor was Paul Johnston?
Yes.
And he's a realtor neighbor of yours?
Yes.
And did you and Dan and him talk about that?
I would say if he and Dan talked, Paul had been a chef, and Paul is also a serious gardener. In fact, his entire front yard is a garden, and I knew Dan secretly envied that, but I was holding on to the front yard. But no, what they would have talked about, I'm betting, rather than what the property's worth, is how did you grow this? How did you make that? Sure. Dan made a Worcestershire sauce. It was really, really good. He made a Tabasco sauce that Paul made one that was similar. And so, you know, it was that kind of exchange of information, you know.
You saw them having those types of conversations?
Yeah. I mean, Paul's out all the time and they're walking the dogs and, you know, we're walking the dogs. Dan is. And yeah. And during that, you know, I know we shared the habanero sauce with him, and I know we shared the Northwest sauce, the Worcestershire sauce.
Did Paul ever come over to the house and actually look at the yard?
Not until after Dan died.
And I know you said that they had conversations, but mostly around probably food.
Gardening.
You know, I'm sorry?
Gardening.
Oh, gardening, yeah. You never saw them, or you were never around when they talked about the property, selling the property?
No.
As part of your retirement plan, you said that $35,000 was meant to catch up on the mortgage because you guys had fallen behind.
Right.
And get the yard ready.
Right.
Why didn't you guys use that to pay down your high interest credit cards?
Because Dan was already doing that. If you recall, when Ms. Crouch testified, she testified that he had already started on that plan with the Avamere money. The Avamere money was for that. This money was for the house.
Right, but
and trading one interest loan for another interest loan wasn't really working. You know, we needed to pay off the credit cards. That's absolutely true. But we needed to get the house in shape.
What was the interest on the credit card?
I don't know.
It's about 15%?
You know, I don't know because Dan paid them and he paid attention. And but I think one of them was higher than the other.
What was the interest on the 401k loan?
It wasn't very high at all. It was a really low interest. I was kind of surprised by that, but I can't tell you exactly what it was.
So let's just hypothetically, if Dan's credit card was 15%.
It was probably 5 on the 401k loan.
So would you agree that it would make more sense to pay off a higher interest credit card and then just save that money or use that for something else?
I would agree if, in fact, we hadn't already had a plan in place and working on it.
Okay. We heard a lot about the yard. A lot about the yard. We got a little conflicting information about who actually claimed it.
Yes, I heard that myself.
What do you have to say about that?
James Denny did the heavy duty work. Trust me, he had the tractor. He did the heavy duty work. But Susan and her boyfriend did a lot. They called it something else, but I thought it was a ditch witch. And they pulled up a lot of the blackberries. So it was a combination effort that everybody's laying claim to, you know, and I don't care. You know, fine. As long as it got done, I didn't need to, I could have handed out ribbons. You got this, you got that. You know, but that was just sarcastic. Ignore that. What I would really say is everybody worked hard on it. Everybody deserved credit for it.
Sounds like you had a lot of help.
I did.
Guessing, you can correct me if I'm wrong, that help was maybe available to you before Dan died as well.
No, not in the way you're talking about.
Which way am I talking about?
Well, I mean, I cannot imagine having 35 friends drop by to help you pack when Dan's alive. I just can't even imagine they would think that was a fun idea. Now, I would tell you that before Dan died, I had friends who came over and helped me organize. Linda Smith is a librarian, and I can tell you that our books never looked better than when she came over and did them. I had other people who would help me with organizational things, but no, I don't see 35 people. I couldn't even imagine Dan thinking that would be a good idea. You know, having 35 people come through our house to help us pack.
Just to
No.
be clear, what you're saying right now is what you think that I was going to ask you.
Oh, yeah, so perhaps I've jumped the gun, and I believe my lawyers have suggested to me I not do that. What I thought you were asking was, did I have that same type of help available to me before Dan died? And I thought you were talking about the 35 people who helped me pack. Is that not what you were talking about?
I was just going to ask you if you called Jack Brophy to come help you with something, would he do it?
Oh, Jack Brophy was, you have no idea how much help he was. If I had an issue with something, he would come and help me. Jack was great for us. You know, you couldn't have asked for a better father-in-law.
You had a lot to do to get ready to sell that house, right?
I did.
Besides the yard,
Mhm.
what was it that you were doing to get ready to sell the house?
It was beyond the yard. It was also the basement. It was also the garage. It was also the packing. It was also getting down to the point that you could look to see what actually needed to be done on the house in terms of repairs to have the house ready.
So what of that were you doing to get ready to sell? And I'm talking about before Dan died.
Oh, before Dan died, we were going through areas and cleaning up. For example, bathroom drawers, you know, the simple, stupid stuff that manages to grow like mushrooms in there. But we were working on it. We just weren't pushing it as hard as we would have been.
Even though you're planning on putting it on the market in a few months?
Yes,
Or you agree that the basement was full,
the basement was full.
garage was full.
The garage was full.
Sounds like the rest of the house was full.
Not in the same way.
So what you had done up to the point of Dan's death to prepare to sell the house was have the yard worked on, and you cleaned out some bathroom drawers.
No, I mean, we talked seriously about, real frankly, we probably had 1,000 books. We went through our books. We discussed what we needed to do about those. And in the end, we didn't do that at all. What we did was I donated them to the library. We were working on things. We were going through things that we regarded as important to us, but not necessarily something somebody else wanted. We had a booth at one of the garage sale places, and we started hauling stuff over there and selling it through the garage sale places. And that's how we ended up getting the storage building to begin with, was through the garage sales place.
And after Dan died, your plans for moving, I know there's mention of a condo. I think your attorney asked you about the condo.
Mm-hmm.
But you're saying that wasn't an idea in your head until after Dan had died.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
And did you have any thoughts of moving to Arizona or Texas or Nevada, anything like that?
No, those places are hot. I don't know anybody in Arizona or Nevada. I know too many people in Texas.
Okay. You planned on staying in the area?
Not necessarily, but I wouldn't have moved someplace south.
Where were you going to move?
I have friends in Colorado, and I might have considered that. I always liked living in Colorado.
I think there's been a lot of testimony, and I'm assuming you'll agree, that Dan was a really beloved member of the community,
Yes, he was.
held in high regard.
Yes, he did.
Would you agree that his death was a devastating blow to the entire community?
I would.
Everybody loved Dan, right?
As far as I know.
Yeah.
You know, I certainly did. But I would have people come up to me all the time and say, "You're Chef Brophy's wife? I love Chef Brophy." I said, "Me too."
Right. You're talking about before.
Before.
And then after, outpouring of love and support for this man.
Yes. And he deserved every bit of it.
Is it fair to say that there's numerous qualities that Dan had that you admired?
Yes.
That he admired about you?
Yes.
I mean, in some ways, were you even envious of the way that people looked up to him? And
Oh, no. Oh, no. I can remember a dinner that Karen and I and Dan went to, and we all sat down at the table. I think it was back when Hall Street Grill was still in business, and appetizers came out. And we all looked at each other and said, we didn't order anything. And the person putting it down said, no, the guys in the kitchen saw Chef Brophy come in and they wanted him to try this appetizer plate. It was nothing to go to dinner with Dan and have the chef come out of the kitchen and sit down and say, we're thinking about changing our menus, and here's what we're thinking about doing. What do you think of that? That was not envious. That was proud. I was delighted that people thought so highly of this man, and with reason. He was smart, and he gave them his full attention and gave them his best possible answer. That was never even a minor irritation for him.
do you think the way that people thought of Dan and treated him, that they then transfer that to you as well?
There was some of that, yes. I thought that I got some of that as well, and that the fact that when I had a catering company and he talked to his class about my catering company, that my catering company gained a better reputation also as a result.
Anything that you did yourself in the community? Well, let me ask you this. Did you think that you were held in high regards in the community as well?
Yes, but not in the same way.
Did that make you jealous?
Oh no. Oh no. That made me proud that we were a couple who went together. There was no jealousy there. First off, Dan was so humble that being jealous would have been just completely out of the picture. I mean, this was a guy who wasn't gloating because people felt that way. This was a man who was quietly pleased. But no, I was never jealous that he was like that.
I assume he wasn't jealous of you either.
I can't imagine why he would be, you know. But no, he talked about me to his classes, and he had a joke that I was management. Let me tell you a story, and I think this kind of sums it up. Dan was co-teaching with another instructor, and the other instructor was whining because he said it's so hard to teach to cook with your wife because they don't understand mise en place, and so mise en place really is get your stuff together before you start cooking. That's a translation I'm sure the French would roll their eyes at, but they turned to Dan and they said, well, you don't have that problem because your wife is culinarily educated. And Dan said, I don't have that problem for another reason. And they said, what is that reason? And he said, my wife doesn't cook. And so I think they spoke kind of slowly to him in case he wasn't catching on and said, your wife owns a catering company. How can you say she doesn't cook? And he said, my wife hires people to cook. My wife could close a deal. And that was the first time that I thought he actually understands completely what it is that I do. And there was no jealousy there. There was pride, you know. And yeah, I never cooked a meal in 25 years. So 24 years, 10 months, whatever.
Is that the end of the story?
Yes, it is. I'm sorry.
What did you normally order from Starbucks?
Oh, venti non fat 2 equal latte. He ordered a chai tea latte. We had our drinks.
Did Dan know your order?
Oh, yeah.
Did he often go to Starbucks in the morning to get yours?
He did.
Was that really the routine?
That was really the routine.
You would wake up, stay in bed, he'd bring you Starbucks.
Mm-hmm. Even when we were on vacation, he would go out and find coffee for me. And even if we were in a foreign country, that was our routine. And he would come back and I would get up and get dressed and drink coffee.
That every day or most days?
Most days, He was a tea drinker. And so he drank Lapsang Susong. And Lapsang Susong is a strong smoky tea. And I love this about him. He drank that because he read a book by James Michener called Centennial. And in it, they talked about how the Scottish traders drank this smoky tea. And Dan was so interested in it, he went out and got some and tried it and liked it. Now, how can you not love a guy who has chosen a literary reference for his tea? We were a team.
The morning that Dan died, you expected him to have a cup of his tea.
I did.
You told that to the police?
I did.
That was true?
Yes.
Carried it in pretty much in the same cup?
Yes. We had a number of those cups. He could change them out.
I don't want to jump too far ahead, but the idea that somebody had maybe gone to Starbucks that morning, maybe not, I don't know. Do you recall back, did you have a Starbucks at any time that morning?
I did.
Just don't know how you got it.
It was part of my routine. That's all I can tell you. I don't remember it. I just know that it was part of my routine.
Could Dan have brought it to you?
At that point, no. He had live fire that day. He would never have stopped to do something like that when his day was only going to be as packed as it was.
You knew about that live fire?
I did.
We'll talk about that in just a little bit, okay?
Okay.
You testified that you read an article regarding ghost guns or gun build kits, and you found yourself on the website searching around. You're saying you bought this gun kit as a research. When did that story start in your head?
It came together when I read that story. When I read that article in the paper about this guy, and all of a sudden I knew how I could twist it and make it into a story. Ideas come, out of the blue, and when they come sailing by, you write them down so you don't forget them, and then sometimes you act on them.
And that was November?
Sometime in November of 17.
You read the article, started doing research. And you visited the Ghost Guns website several times without purchasing anything.
That's true.
And what were you searching for on the Ghost Guns website?
Research.
What were you looking for?
I was looking. Keep in mind, I know nothing about guns at this point. I know nothing about guns. And so what I was trying to do, if I'm going to write a story on building a gun, I got to learn a lot about guns in the time frame that I have. I cannot be the person who knows nothing and write a story anybody would believe.
Okay. And were you doing other research online regarding ghost gun build kits?
Not that I remember. I was pretty happy with the Ghost Gun site, and I know there were other sites that did similar things, but the Ghost Gun site made it seem simpler than some of the others.
Okay. And you felt that it provided you some information on how the build would occur?
Yes.
Were there plans or anything on there?
What do you mean exactly? Plans? You mean like architectural plans, like plans that show like when you're putting IKEA furniture together plans?
I guess so.
Not that I saw.
And so I guess what you're saying is then when you decided to purchase one, You just thought that it was going to be easier to build.
I leap into the water first. Yes. Dan's a researcher in that regard.
You are a researcher, or you're not?
No, I said that backwards. I'm a person who, once I have an idea, tends to leap forward. Dan, once he has an idea, tends to research it to death. And then the chickens are a perfect example of this. You know, he would read to me at night from the romantic books called Chickens in Your Backyard or Chicken Tractors. But when we got chickens, Dan had a whole plan for how they were going to work. If I had thought, hey, chickens would be fun, we would have had a plan, build it as you go plan. He was just a planner, and I was not.
So were you researching for a book or not?
I'm sorry, did I go off target there? I was researching for a book, but I wasn't researching beyond here. Let me see if I can say this simpler than I'm doing it. I was researching for a book, but it didn't occur to me that putting the ghost gun together would be as complicated as it was. What occurred to me was, hey, here's this system I can use. And when, now that you mention it, when I got the ghost gun in this little case, there was instructions in there, I'm fairly sure. I'm not sure now that I've said that, sorry.
Had you finished your answer? All right, we are now at 4:45, so let's break for today and resume again at 9 o'clock tomorrow.
Okay, we'll go on to what next, all right?
Overshares? Overshares? That's a lie. Nancy would never. Should never. She's a sharer. All right, so from the beginning till now, what is your opinion of our new friend, Nancy? What do we think about her? Huh? She's a character, that's for sure. We still have, let's see here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 videos left to play that we'll do tomorrow. We cannot do them today, but I kind of want to write to her. I think she did start it as a book. Money troubles escalated. She got a gun for the book. In a heat of the moment led to a murder. Heat of the moment. He was killed in his kitchen, though, at his job, which is not at home. Why would she be down there? And you guys aren't allowed to look until tomorrow. No peeking. We'll have none of it. She says she wasn't there, right? She wasn't at his job. Why would she be there? He had a quick fire that morning, which meant he had to get there very early and do all the things. Dropping off supplies, huh? Okay. Interesting. Too late. I read about the case while I was listening. Andy, are you allowed to do that? We have rules here, ma'am. Rules. The rules are there ain't no bugging rules. No, there are rules, of course. I'm up in the air. She has me spinning lots to absorb. Definitely. Definitely. Let me give you a little sneaky pokey on something else, though. Hold on. Do. Not my gorgeous voice, just a little something here. Let's see. No, did I ask you any of that, lady? Okay. I'll give you a little bit of this. A little bit. Because this is another one we've got to watch. Because you guys said you don't know who she is, so. This one is, you think Miss Nancy's crazy. This one's bonkers.
I wasn't in a, it wasn't a time for me to feel like I wanted a hug, I guess.
And let me ask you something else. Do you know whether or not Alex had a phone with him?
Yes.
Did you have a working phone with you?
No.
You had your iPod, I gather.
Yes.
And the phone without the minutes?
Yes.
All right. Did you ask Alex at any point to make a phone call on his phone to try and get
No.
a tow truck?
No.
Did
I
he
did not.
offer to make any calls or try to get a tow truck?
It was a very brief kind of.
All right, at that point, you're thinking that as you leave the car, do you still have the knife?
Yes.
What do you do with that knife?
Oh my goodness. Ezra is a very interesting character, for sure. No peeking? No, Gavel, we did not switch. No. I was just ending this one because Jace will be home soon. And we just got into cross-examination of Nancy. So, tomorrow's cross too. So you already know what the cross-examination look like. So this one, this other trial, Ezra, oh, it's so fascinating. It really is. But we'll finish up Nancy probably tomorrow. And then maybe we can play some of Ezra. Jenny and I have got to get together so that we can be on the other channel doing Sandra Melgar. Got to get together and do that. I just need to get with her and see what her schedule is looking like and all of that stuff. But tomorrow morning, probably 9 o'clock, we will continue with our friend Nancy. Oh. Why was there a knife? It's a great question, Pixie. Why the hell was there a knife? What did we do with it after? Where did it go? It's a good question. Okay, does everybody know who Mommy Ramblings is, by the way? Do you guys all know who Mommy Ramblings is? I wonder. She's a YouTuber. She used to get into it with, what the fuck's her name? Natasha? Dina, you're saying you don't know who it is? Oh my goodness gracious. Great balls of fur. You do not know. Okay, so Mommy Ramblings is at court right now. Okay. She's in court with another YouTuber. She is. And it is over copyright stuff. You don't think you do either. Kim Holmes does. Okay. I'm going to give you guys a link over to let me switch over here. Da, 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 da. Let me switch. I switched back to Jace now. I have to switch back to me. No, I didn't mean to do that. Go back. This is a YouTuber case. Now, I don't think they're going to have it live anywhere, but Randy traveled there to see it specifically because it's, oh boy, it's something. 2 YouTubers. Let me pull up her channel. It's Randy's Life. Okay, looks like she was live 3 hours ago. Share. Copy. So you guys can hop on over there and if you want to see what's going on. She gives an update. It's a very quick one. Let me see what time. Oh, it's 4:57, so Mommy. So Mommy Ramblings covered Shanann Watts and Chris Watts and all of those things, like, quite intensely. Yeah, it doesn't look like she's talking about it. So here's her video from this morning. It looks like, oh, these YouTubers are crazy. So you can save these and go back to watch them later if you want. Second one that I'm putting in is Mommy Ramblings channel. So you can see. Now, I don't know who exactly she's in court with. It confuses me because I don't follow any of them. But I do follow Randy, and I know who Mommy Ramblings is because she was huge into the Chris Watts case. So that's how I know who these people are. All right, off I go. I got to cook dinner because it's Monday, and I have my Monday night meeting that I have to go to for work. So I will see you guys tomorrow morning, probably 9:30. I love you so much. Bye.